The Book's Galaxy.
The Voice of the City. 1. 25 years ago, the school children used to chant their lessons. The manner of their delivery was a sing-song recitative between the utterance of an Episcopal minister and the drone of a tired sawmill. I mean, no disrespect. We must have lumber and sawdust. I remember one beautiful and instructive little lyric that emanated from the physiology class. The most striking line of it was this: "The shin bone is the longest bone in the human body." What an inestimable boon it would have been if all the corporeal and spiritual facts pertaining to man had thus been tunefully and logically inculcated in our youthful minds. But what we gained in anatomy, music, and philosophy was meager. The other day I became confused. I needed a ray of light. I turned back to those school days for aid. But in all the nasal harmonies we whined forth from those hard benches, I could not recall one that treated of the voice of agglomerated mankind. In other words, of the composite vocal message of massed humanity. In other words, of the voice of a big city. Now, the individual voice is not lacking. We can understand the song of the poet, the ripple of the brook, the meaning of the man who wants $5 until next Monday, the inscriptions on the tombs of the pharaohs, the language of flowers, the step lively of the conductor, and the prelude of the milk cans at 4 in the morning. Certain large-eared ones even assert that they are wise to the vibrations of the tympanum produced by concussion of the air emanating from Mr. H. James. But who can comprehend the meaning of the voice of the city? I went out for to see. First, I asked Aurelia. She wore white Swiss and a hat with flowers on it, and ribbons and ends of things fluttered here and there. "Tell me," I said stammeringly, for I have no voice of my own, "what does this big, enormous, whopping city say? It must have a voice of some kind. Does it ever speak to you? How do you interpret its meaning? It is a tremendous mass, but it must have a key." "Like a Saratoga trunk?" asked Aurelia. "No," said I. "Please do not refer to the lid. I have a fancy that every city has a voice. Each one has something to say to the one who can hear it. What does the big one say to you?" "All cities," said Aurelia, judicially, "say the same thing. When they get through saying it, there is an echo from Philadelphia. So, they are unanimous." "Here are 4 million people," said I scholastically, "compressed upon an island which is mostly land surrounded by Wall Street water. The conjunction of so many units into so small a space must result in an identity or rather a homogeneity that finds its oral expression through a common channel. It is, as you might say, a consensus of translation, concentrating in a crystallized general idea which reveals itself in what may be termed the voice of the city. Can you tell me what it is?" Aurelia smiled wonderfully. She sat on the high stoop. A spray of insolent ivy bobbed against her right ear. A ray of impudent moonlight flickered upon her nose. But I was adamant, nickel-plated. "I must go and find out," I said. "What is the voice of this city? Other cities have voices. It is an assignment. I must have it. New York," I continued in a rising tone, "had better not hand me a cigar and say, 'Old man, I can't talk for publication.' No other city acts in that way. Chicago says, unhesitatingly, 'I will.' Philadelphia says I should. New Orleans says I used to. Louisville says, 'Don't care if I do.' St. Louis says, 'Excuse me.' Pittsburgh says, 'Smoke up.' Now New York." Aurelia smiled. "Very well," said I. "I must go elsewhere and find out." I went into a palace, tile-floored, cherub-ceilinged and square with the cop. I put my foot on the brass rail and said to Billy Magnus, the best bartender in the diocese, "Billy, you've lived in New York a long time. What kind of a song and dance does this old town give you? What I mean is, doesn't the gab of it seem to kind of bunch up and slide over the bar to you in a sort of amalgamated tip that hits off the berg in a kind of an epigram with a dash of bitters and a slice of—" "Excuse me a minute," said Billy. "Somebody's punching the button at the side door." He went away, came back with an empty tin bucket, again vanished with it full, returned and said to me, "That was Mame. She rings twice. She likes a glass of beer for supper. Her and the kid. If you ever saw that little skeezix of mine brace up in his high chair and take his beer and, but, say, what was yours? I get kind of excited when I hear them 2 rings. Was it the baseball score or gin fizz you asked for? Ginger ale, I answered. I walked up to Broadway. I saw a cop on the corner. The cops take kids up, women across, and men in. I went up to him. If I'm not exceeding the spiel limit, I said, let me ask you. You see New York during its vocative hours. It is the function of you and your brother cops to preserve the acoustics of the city. There must be a civic voice that is intelligible to you. At night during your lonely rounds you must have heard it. What is the epitome of its turmoil and shouting? What does the city say to you? Friend, said the policeman, spinning his club, it don't say nothing. I get my orders from the man higher up. Say, I guess you're all right. Stand here for a few minutes and keep an eye open for the roundsman. The cop melted into the darkness of the side street. In 10 minutes he had returned. Married last Tuesday, he said, half gruffly. You know how they are. She comes to that corner at 9 every night for a comes to say hello. I generally manage to be there. Say, what was it you asked me a bit ago? What's doing in the city? Oh, there's a roof garden or 2 just opened, 12 blocks up. I crossed a crow's foot of streetcar tracks and skirted the edge of an umbrageous park. An artificial Diana, gilded, heroic, poised, wind-ruled on the tower, shimmered in the clear light of her namesake in the sky. Along came my poet, hurrying, hatted, haired, emitting dactyls, spondees and dactylus. I seized him. Bill, said I in the magazine he is Cleon, give me a lift. I am on an assignment to find out the voice of the city. You see, it's a special order. Ordinarily a symposium comprising the views of Henry Clews, John L. Sullivan, Edwin Markham, May Irwin and Charles Schwab would be about all, but this is a different matter. We want a broad, poetic, mystic vocalization of the city's soul and meaning. You are the very chap to give me a hint. Some years ago a man got at the Niagara Falls and gave us its pitch. The note was about 2 feet below the lowest G on the piano. Now, you can't put New York into a note unless it's better endorsed than that. But give me an idea of what it would say if it should speak. It is bound to be a mighty and far-reaching utterance. To arrive at it, we must take the tremendous crash of the chords of the day's traffic, the laughter and music of the night, the solemn tones of Dr. Parkhurst, the ragtime, the weeping, the stealthy hum of cab wheels, the shout of the press agent, the tinkle of fountains on the roof gardens, the hullabaloo of the strawberry vendor and the covers of everybody's magazine, the whispers of the lovers in the parks. All these sounds must go into your voice, not combined but mixed, and of the mixture an essence made, and of the essence an extract, an audible extract, of which 1 drop shall form the thing we seek. Do you remember, asked the poet with a chuckle, that California girl we met at Stiver's studio last week? Well, I'm on my way to see her. She repeated that poem of mine, the tribute of spring, word for word. She's the smartest proposition in this town just at present. Say, how does this confounded tie look? I spoiled 4 before I got 1 to set right. And the voice that I asked you about? I inquired. Oh, she doesn't sing, said Cleon. But you ought to hear her recite my Angel of the Inshore Wind. I passed on. I cornered a newsboy and he flashed at me prophetic pink papers that outstripped the news by 2 revolutions of the clock's longest hand. Son, I said, while I pretended to chase coins in my penny pocket, doesn't it sometimes seem to you as if the city ought to be able to talk? All these ups and downs and funny business and queer things happening every day, what would it say, do you think, if it could speak? Quit your kiddin', said the boy. What paper you want? I got no time to waste. It's Mag's birthday, and I want 30 cents to get her a present. Here was no interpreter of the city's mouthpiece. I bought a paper and consigned its undeclared treaties, its premeditated murders and unfought battles to an ash can. Again I repaired to the park and sat in the moonshade. I thought and wondered why none could tell me what I asked for. And then, as swift as light from a fixed star, the answer came to me. I arose and hurried as so many reasoners must, back around my circle. I knew the answer and I hugged it in my breast as I flew, fearing lest someone would stop me and demand my secret. Aurelia was still on the stoop. The moon was higher and the ivy shadows were deeper. I sat at her side and we watched a little cloud tilt at the drifting moon and go asunder, quite pale and discomfited. And then, wonder of wonders and delight of delights, our hands somehow touched, and our fingers closed together and did not part. After half an hour, Aurelia said, with that smile of hers, "Do you know you haven't spoken a word since you came back?" "That," said I, nodding wisely, "is the voice of the city." 2. The Complete Life of John Hopkins. There is a saying that no man has tasted the full flavor of life until he has known poverty, love, and war. The justness of this reflection commends it to the lover of condensed philosophy. The three conditions embrace about all there is in life worth knowing. A surface thinker might deem that wealth should be added to the list. Not so. When a poor man finds a long-hidden $quarter that has slipped through a rip into his vest lining, he sounds the pleasure of life with a deeper plummet than any millionaire can hope to cast. It seems that the wise executive power that rules life has thought best to drill man in these three conditions, and none may escape all three. In rural places the terms do not mean so much. Poverty is less pinching, love is temperate, war shrinks to contests about boundary lines and the neighbor's hens. It is in the cities that our epigram gains in truth and vigor, and it has remained for one John Hopkins to crowd the experience into a rather small space of time. The Hopkins flat was like 1,000 others. There was a rubber plant in one window, a flea-bitten terrier sat in the other, wondering when he was to have his day. John Hopkins was like 1,000 others. He worked at $20 per week in a 9-story, red brick building at either Insurance, Buckles Hoisting Engines, Chiropody, Loans, Pulleys, Boas Renovated, Waltz Guaranteed in 5 lessons, or Artificial Limbs. It is not for us to wring Mr. Hopkins's avocation from these outward signs that be. Mrs. Hopkins was like 1,000 others. The auriferous tooth, the sedentary disposition, the Sunday afternoon wanderlust, the draft upon the delicatessen store for homemade comforts, the furor for department store marked-down sales, the feeling of superiority to the lady in the 3rd floor front who wore genuine ostrich tips and had 2 names over her bell, the mucilaginous hours during which she remained glued to the windowsill, the vigilant avoidance of the installment man, the tireless patronage of the acoustics of the dumbwaiter shaft, all the attributes of the Gotham flat dweller were hers. One moment yet of sententiousness and the story moves. In the big city large and sudden things happen. You round a corner and thrust the rib of your umbrella into the eye of your old friend from Kootenai Falls. You stroll out to pluck a sweet William in the park and lo! Bandits attack you, you are ambulanced to the hospital, you marry your nurse, are divorced, get squeezed while short on UPS and Downs, stand in the breadline, marry an heiress, take out your laundry and pay your club dues, seemingly all in the wink of an eye. You travel the streets, and a finger beckons to you, a handkerchief is dropped for you, a brick is dropped upon you, the elevator cable or your bank breaks, a table d'hôte or your wife disagrees with you, and fate tosses you about like cork crumbs in wine opened by an unfeed waiter. The city is a sprightly youngster, and you are red paint upon its toy, and you get licked off. John Hopkins sat after a compressed dinner in his glove-fitting straight front flat. He sat upon a hornblende couch and gazed, with satiated eyes, at art brought home to the people in the shape of the storm tacked against the wall. Mrs. Hopkins discoursed droningly of the dinner smells from the flat across the hall. The flea-bitten terrier gave Hopkins a look of disgust and showed a man-hating tooth. Here was neither poverty, love, nor war, but upon such barren stems may be grafted those essentials of a complete life. John Hopkins sought to inject a few raisins of conversation into the tasteless dough of existence. Putting a new elevator in at the office, he said, discarding the nominative noun, and the boss has turned out his whiskers. You don't mean it, commented Mrs. Hopkins. Mr. Whipples, continued John, wore his new spring suit down today. I liked it fine. It's a gray with... He stopped, suddenly stricken by a need that made itself known to him. I believe I'll walk down to the corner and get a 5-cent cigar, he concluded. John Hopkins took his hat and picked his way down the musty halls and stairs of the flat house. The evening air was mild, and the streets shrill with the careless cries of children playing games controlled by mysterious rhythms and phrases. Their elders held the doorways and steps with leisurely pipe and gossip. Paradoxically, the fire escapes supported lovers and couples who made no attempt to fly the mounting conflagration they were there to fan. The corner cigar store aimed at by John Hopkins was kept by a man named Freshmere, who looked upon the earth as a sterile promontory. Hopkins, unknown in the store, entered and called genially for his bunch of spinach, carfare grade. This imputation deepened the pessimism of Freshmere, but he set out a brand that came perilously near to filling the order. Hopkins bit off the roots of his purchase and lighted up at the swinging gas jet. Feeling in his pockets to make payment, he found not a penny there. "Say, my friend," he explained frankly, "I've come out without any change. Hand you that nickel first time I pass." Joy surged in Freshmere's heart. Here was corroboration of his belief that the world was rotten and man a peripatetic evil. Without a word, he rounded the end of his counter and made earnest onslaught upon his customer. Hopkins was no man to serve as a punching bag for a pessimistic tobacconist. He quickly bestowed upon Freshmere a Colorado Maduro eye in return for the ardent kick that he received from that dealer in goods for cash only. The impetus of the enemy's attack forced the Hopkins line back to the sidewalk. There the conflict raged. The Pacific wooden Indian with his carven smile was overturned, and those of the street who delighted in carnage pressed round to view the zealous joust. But then came the inevitable cop and imminent inconvenience for both the attacker and attacked. John Hopkins was a peaceful citizen who worked at rebuses of nights in a flat, but he was not without the fundamental spirit of resistance that comes with the battle rage. He knocked the policeman into a grocer's sidewalk display of goods and gave Freshmere a punch that caused him temporarily to regret that he had not made it a rule to extend a 5-cent line of credit to certain customers. Then Hopkins took spiritedly to his heels down the sidewalk, closely followed by the cigar dealer and the policeman, whose uniform testified to the reason in the grocer's sign that read, "Eggs cheaper than anywhere else in the city." As Hopkins ran, he became aware of a big, low, red racing automobile that kept abreast of him in the street. This auto steered in to the side of the sidewalk, and the man guiding it motioned to Hopkins to jump into it. He did so without slackening his speed, and fell into the turkey-red upholstered seat beside the chauffeur. The big machine, with a diminuendo cough, flew away like an albatross down the avenue into which the street emptied. The driver of the auto sped his machine without a word. He was masked beyond guess in the goggles and diabolic garb of the chauffeur. "Much obliged, old man," called Hopkins gratefully. "I guess you've got sporting blood in you all right and don't admire the sight of two men trying to soak one. Little more and I'd have been pinched." The chauffeur made no sign that he had heard. Hopkins shrugged a shoulder and chewed at his cigar, to which his teeth had clung grimly throughout the melee. 10 minutes and the auto turned into the open carriage entrance of a noble mansion of brown stone and stood still. The chauffeur leaped out and said, "Come quick. The lady, she will explain. It is the great honor you will have, monsieur." Ah, that milady could call upon Armand to do this thing. But no, I am only one chauffeur. With vehement gestures, the chauffeur conducted Hopkins into the house. He was ushered into a small but luxurious reception chamber. A lady, young, and possessing the beauty of visions, rose from a chair. In her eyes smoldered a becoming anger. Her high-arched, thread-like brows were ruffled into a delicious frown. "Milady," said the chauffeur, bowing low, "I have the honor to relate to you that I went to the house of Monsieur Long and found him to be not at home. As I came back, I see this gentleman in combat against, how you say, greatest odds. He is fighting with 5 10-30 men gendarmes, O.C. Yes, milady, he what you call SWAT 138 policemen's. If that Monsieur Long is out, I say to myself, this gentleman, he will serve milady so well, and I bring him here." "Very well, Armand," said the lady. "You may go." She turned to Hopkins. "I sent my chauffeur," she said, "to bring my cousin, Walter Long. There is a man in this house who has treated me with insult and abuse. I have complained to my aunt, and she laughs at me. Armand says you are brave. In these prosaic days, men who are both brave and chivalrous are few. May I count upon your assistance?" John Hopkins thrust the remains of his cigar into his coat pocket. He looked upon this winning creature and felt his first thrill of romance. It was a knightly love, and contained no disloyalty to the flat with the flea-bitten terrier and the lady of his choice. He had married her after a picnic of the Lady Label Stickers Union, Lodge No. 2, on a dare and a bet of new hats and chowder all around with his friend, Billy McManus. This angel who was begging him to come to her rescue was something too heavenly for chowder, and as for hats, golden jeweled crowns for her. "Say," said John Hopkins, "just show me the guy that you've got the grouch at. I've neglected my talents as a scrapper heretofore, but this is my busy night." "He is in there," said the lady, pointing to a closed door. "Come. Are you sure that you do not falter or fear?" "Me?" said John Hopkins. "Just give me one of those roses in the bunch you are wearing, will you?" The lady gave him a red rose. John Hopkins kissed it, stuffed it into his vest pocket, opened the door and walked into the room. It was a handsome library, softly but brightly lighted. A young man was there, reading. "Books on etiquette is what you want to study," said John Hopkins abruptly. "Get up here, and I'll give you some lessons. Be rude to a lady, will you?" The young man looked mildly surprised. Then he arose languidly, dexterously caught the arms of John Hopkins, and conducted him irresistibly to the front door of the house. "Beware, Ralph Branscombe," cried the lady who had followed, "what you do to the gallant man who has tried to protect me." The young man shoved John Hopkins gently out the door and then closed it. "Bess," he said calmly, "I wish you would quit reading historical novels. How in the world did that fellow get in here?" "Armand brought him," said the young lady. "I think you are awfully mean not to let me have that St. Bernard. I sent Armand for Walter. I was so angry with you." "Be sensible, Bess," said the young man, taking her arm. "That dog isn't safe. He has bitten 2 or 3 people around the kennels. Come now, let's go tell Auntie we are in good humor again." Arm in arm, they moved away. John Hopkins walked to his flat. The janitor's 5-year-old daughter was playing on the steps. Hopkins gave her a nice red rose and walked upstairs. Mrs. Hopkins was philandering with curl papers. "Get your cigar?" she asked, disinterestedly. "Sure," said Hopkins, "and I knocked around a while outside. It's a nice night." He sat upon the hornblende sofa, took out the stump of his cigar, lighted it, and gazed at the graceful figures in the storm on the opposite wall. "I was telling you," said he, "about Mr. Whipple's suit. It's a gray with an invisible check, and it looks fine." 3. A lickpenny lover. There were 3,000 girls in the biggest store. Maisie was one of them. She was 18 and a saleslady in the gents' gloves. Here she became versed in 2 varieties of human beings, the kind of gents who buy their gloves in department stores and the kind of women who buy gloves for unfortunate gents. Besides this wide knowledge of the human species, Maisie had acquired other information. She had listened to the promulgated wisdom of the 2,999 other girls and had stored it in a brain that was as secretive and wary as that of a Maltese cat. Perhaps nature, foreseeing that she would lack wise counselors, had mingled the saving ingredient of shrewdness along with her beauty, as she has endowed the silver fox of the priceless fur above the other animals with cunning. For Maisie was beautiful. She was a deep-tinted blonde, with the calm poise of a lady who cooks butter cakes in a window. She stood behind her counter in the biggest store, and as you closed your hand over the tape line for your glove measure you thought of Hebe, and as you looked again you wondered how she had come by Minerva's eyes. When the floor walker was not looking, Maisie chewed tutti frutti. When he was looking, she gazed up as if at the clouds and smiled wistfully. That is the shopgirl's smile, and I enjoin you to shun it unless you are well fortified with callosity of the heart, caramels, and a congeniality for the capers of Cupid. This smile belonged to Maisie's recreation hours and not to the store, but the floor walker must have his own. He is the Shylock of the stores. When he comes nosing around, the bridge of his nose is a toll bridge. It is goo-goo eyes or git when he looks toward a pretty girl. Of course, not all floor walkers are thus. Only a few days ago, the papers printed news of one over 80 years of age. One day, Irving Carter, painter, millionaire, traveler, poet, automobilist, happened to enter the biggest store. It is due to him to add that his visit was not voluntary. Filial duty took him by the collar and dragged him inside, while his mother philandered among the bronze and terracotta statuettes. Carter strolled across to the glove counter in order to shoot a few minutes on the wing. His need for gloves was genuine. He had forgotten to bring a pair with him. But his action hardly calls for apology because he had never heard of glove-counter flirtations. As he neared the vicinity of his fate, he hesitated, suddenly conscious of this unknown phase of Cupid's less worthy profession. 3 or 4 cheap fellows, sonorously garbed, were leaning over the counters, wrestling with the mediatorial hand coverings, while giggling girls played vivacious seconds to their lead upon the strident string of coquetry. Carter would have retreated, but he had gone too far. Maisie confronted him behind her counter with a questioning look in eyes as coldly, beautifully, warmly blue as the glint of summer sunshine on an iceberg drifting in southern seas. And then Irving Carter, painter, millionaire, etc., felt a warm flush rise to his aristocratically pale face, but not from diffidence. The blush was intellectual in origin. He knew in a moment that he stood in the ranks of the ready-made youths who wooed the giggling girls at other counters. Himself leaned against the oaken trysting place of a Cockney Cupid with a desire in his heart for the favor of a glove salesgirl. He was no more than Bill and Jack and Mickey, and then he felt a sudden tolerance for them, and an elating, courageous contempt for the conventions upon which he had fed, and an unhesitating determination to have this perfect creature for his own. When the gloves were paid for and wrapped, Carter lingered for a moment. The dimples at the corners of Maisie's damask mouth deepened. All gentlemen who bought gloves lingered in just that way. She curved an arm, showing like Psyche's through her shirt-waist sleeve, and rested an elbow upon the showcase edge. Carter had never before encountered a situation of which he had not been perfect master, but now he stood far more awkward than Bill or Jack or Mickey. He had no chance of meeting this beautiful girl socially. His mind struggled to recall the nature and habits of shopgirls as he had read or heard of them. Somehow he had received the idea that they sometimes did not insist too strictly upon the regular channels of introduction. His heart beat loudly at the thought of proposing an unconventional meeting with this lovely and virginal being. But the tumult in his heart gave him courage. After a few friendly and well-received remarks on general subjects, he laid his card by her hand on the counter. "Will you please pardon me," he said, "if I seem too bold, but I earnestly hope you will allow me the pleasure of seeing you again. There is my name. I assure you that it is with the greatest respect that I ask the favor of becoming one of your acquaintances. May I not hope for the privilege?" Maisie knew men, especially men who buy gloves. Without hesitation, she looked him frankly and smilingly in the eyes and said, "Sure. I guess you're all right. I don't usually go out with strange gentlemen, though. It ain't quite ladylike. When should you want to see me again?" "As soon as I may," said Carter. "If you would allow me to call at your home, Maisie laughed musically. "Oh, gee, no," she said emphatically. "If you could see our flat once. There's 5 of us in 3 rooms. I'd just like to see Ma's face if I was to bring a gentleman friend there." "Anywhere then?" said the enamored Carter. "That will be convenient to you." "Say," suggested Massey, with a bright idea look in her peach-blow face. "I guess Thursday night will about suit me. Suppose you come to the corner of 8th Avenue and 48th Street at 7:30. I live right near the corner, but I've got to be back home by 11. Ma never lets me stay out after 11. Carter promised gratefully to keep the tryst, and then hastened to his mother, who was looking about for him to ratify her purchase of a bronze Diana. A salesgirl with small eyes and an obtuse nose strolled near Macy with a friendly leer. "Did you make a hit with his knobs, Mace?" she asked familiarly. "The gentleman asked permission to call," answered Maisie with a grand air as she slipped Carter's card into the bosom of her waist. "Permission to call," echoed Small Eyes with a snigger. "Did he say anything about dinner in the Waldorf and a spin in his auto afterward?" "Oh, cheese it," said Maisie wearily. "You've been used to swell things, I don't think. You've had a swelled head ever since that hose cart driver took you out to a chop suey joint. No, he never mentioned the Waldorf, but there's a 5th Avenue address on his card, and if he buys the supper, you can bet your life there won't be no pigtail on the waiter what takes the order." As Carter glided away from the biggest store with his mother in his electric runabout, he bit his lip with a dull pain at his heart. He knew that love had come to him for the first time in all the 29 years of his life, and that the object of it should make so readily an appointment with him at a street corner, though it was a step toward his desires, tortured him with misgivings. Carter did not know the shop girl. He did not know that her home is often either a scarcely habitable tiny room or a domicile filled to overflowing with kith and kin. The street corner is her parlor, the park is her drawing room, the avenue is her garden walk. Yet for the most part she is as inviolate mistress of herself in them as is my lady inside her tapestried chamber. One evening at dusk, 2 weeks after their first meeting, Carter and Maisie strolled arm in arm into a little dimly lit park. They found a bench, tree-shadowed and secluded, and sat there. For the first time his arm stole gently around her. Her golden bronze head slid restfully against his shoulder. "Gee," sighed Maisie, thankfully. "Why didn't you ever think of that before?" "Maisie," said Carter earnestly, "you surely know that I love you. I ask you sincerely to marry me. You know me well enough by this time to have no doubts of me. I want you and I must have you. I care nothing for the difference in our stations." "What is the difference?" asked Maisie, curiously. "Well, there isn't any," said Carter quickly, "except in the minds of foolish people. It is in my power to give you a life of luxury. My social position is beyond dispute, and my means are ample." "They all say that," remarked Maisie. "It's the kid they all give you. I suppose you really work in a delicatessen or follow the races. I ain't as green as I look." "I can furnish you all the proofs you want," said Carter gently. "And I want you, Maisie. I loved you the first day I saw you." "They all do," said Maisie with an amused laugh. "To hear 'em talk. If I could meet a man that got stuck on me the third time he'd seen me, I think I'd get mashed on him." "Please don't say such things," pleaded Carter. "Listen to me, dear. Ever since I first looked into your eyes, you have been the only woman in the world for me." "Oh, ain't you the kidder?" smiled Maisie. "How many other girls did you ever tell that?" But Carter persisted, and at length he reached the flimsy, fluttering little soul of the shopgirl that existed somewhere deep down in her lovely bosom. His words penetrated the heart whose very lightness was its safest armor. She looked up at him with eyes that saw, and a warm glow visited her cool cheeks. Tremblingly, awfully, her moth wings closed, and she seemed about to settle upon the flower of love. Some faint glimmer of life and its possibilities on the other side of her glove counter dawned upon her. Carter felt the change and crowded the opportunity. "Marry me, Maisie," he whispered softly, "and we will go away from this ugly city to beautiful ones. We will forget work and business, and life will be one long holiday. I know where I should take you. I have been there often. Just think of a shore where summer is eternal, where the waves are always rippling on the lovely beach and the people are happy and free as children. We will sail to those shores and remain there as long as you please. In one of those faraway cities there are grand and lovely palaces and towers full of beautiful pictures and statues. The streets of the city are water, and one travels about in—" "I know," said Maisie, sitting up suddenly. "Gondolas." "Yes," smiled Carter. "I thought so," said Maisie. "And then," continued Carter, "we will travel on and see whatever we wish in the world. After the European cities we will visit India and the ancient cities there, and ride on elephants and see the wonderful temples of the Hindus and Brahmins and the Japanese gardens and the camel trains and chariot races in Persia and all the queer sights of foreign countries. Don't you think you would like it, Maisie?" Maisie rose to her feet. "I think we had better be going home," she said coolly. "It's getting late." Carter humored her. He had come to know her varying thistledown moods, and that it was useless to combat them. But he felt a certain happy triumph. He had held for a moment, though but by a silken thread, the soul of his wild psyche, and hope was stronger within him. Once she had folded her wings and her cool hand had closed about his own. At the biggest store the next day, Maisie's chum, Lulu, waylaid her in an angle of the counter. "How are you and your swell friend making it?" she asked. "Oh, him?" said Maisie, patting her side curls. "He ain't in it anymore. Say, Lou, what do you think that fellow wanted me to do?" "Go on the stage?" guessed Lulu, breathlessly. "Nit. He's too cheap a guy for that. He wanted me to marry him and go down to Coney Island for a wedding tour." 4. Dougherty's eye-opener. Big Jim Dougherty was a sport. He belonged to that race of men. In Manhattan it is a distinct race. They are the Caribs of the North, strong, artful, self-sufficient, clannish, honorable within the laws of their race, holding in lenient contempt neighboring tribes who bow to the measure of society's tapeline. I refer, of course, to the titled nobility of sportdom. There is a class which bears as a qualifying adjective the substantive belonging to a wind instrument made of a cheap and base metal. But the tin mines of Cornwall never produced the material for manufacturing descriptive nomenclature for Big Jim Dougherty. The habitat of the sport is the lobby or the outside corner of certain hotels and combination restaurants and cafes. They are mostly men of different sizes, running from small to large, but they are unanimous in the possession of a recently shaven, blue-black cheek and chin and dark overcoats, in season, with black velvet collars. Of the domestic life of the sport little is known. It has been said that Cupid and Hymen sometimes take a hand in the game and copper the Queen of Hearts to lose. Daring theorists have averred, not content with simply saying that a sport often contracts a spouse and even incurs descendants. Sometimes he sits in the game of politics, and then at chowder picnics there is a revelation of a Mrs. Sport and little sports in glazed hats with tin pails. But mostly the sport is oriental. He believes his womenfolk should not be too patent. Somewhere behind grills or flower-ornamented fire escapes they await him. There, no doubt, they tread on rugs from Teheran and are diverted by the bulbul and play upon the dulcimer and feed upon sweetmeats. But away from his home the sport is an integer. He does not, as men of other races in Manhattan do, become the convoy in his unoccupied hours of fluttering laces and high heels that tick off delectably the happy seconds of the evening parade. He herds with his own race at corners and delivers a commentary in his Carib lingo upon the passing show. Big Jim Dougherty had a wife, but he did not wear a button portrait of her upon his lapel. He had a home in one of those brown-stone, iron-railed streets on the west side that looked like a recently excavated bowling alley of Pompeii. To this home of his Mr. Dougherty repaired each night when the hour was so late as to promise no further diversion in the arch domains of sport. By that time the occupant of the monogamistic harem would be in dreamland, the bulbul silenced and the hour propitious for slumber. Big Jim always arose at 12 meridian for breakfast, and soon afterward he would return to the rendezvous of his crowd. He was always vaguely conscious that there was a Mrs. Dougherty. He would have received without denial the charge that the quiet, neat, comfortable little woman across the table at home was his wife. In fact, he remembered pretty well that they had been married for nearly 4 years. She would often tell him about the cute tricks of Spot, the canary, and the light-haired lady that lived in the window of the flat across the street. Big Jim Dougherty even listened to this conversation of hers sometimes. He knew that she would have a nice dinner ready for him every evening at 7 when he came for it. She sometimes went to matinees, and she had a talking machine with 6 dozen records. Once, when her Uncle Amos blew in on a wind from upstate, she went with him to the Eden Musée. Surely these things were diversions enough for any woman. One afternoon Mr. Dougherty finished his breakfast, put on his hat and got away fairly for the door. When his hand was on the knob he heard his wife's voice. "Jim," she said firmly, "I wish you would take me out to dinner this evening. It has been 3 years since you have been outside the door with me." Big Jim was astounded. She had never asked anything like this before. It had the flavor of a totally new proposition. But he was a game sport. "All right," he said. "You be ready when I come at 7. None of this wait 2 minutes till I primp an hour or 2 kind of business now, Deli." "I'll be ready," said his wife, calmly. At 7 she descended the stone steps in the Pompeian bowling alley at the side of Big Jim Dougherty. She wore a dinner gown made of a stuff that the spiders must have woven, and of a color that a twilight sky must have contributed. A light coat with many admirably unnecessary capes and adorably inutile ribbons floated downward from her shoulders. Fine feathers do make fine birds, and the only reproach in the saying is for the man who refuses to give up his earnings to the ostrich-tip industry. Big Jim Dougherty was troubled. There was a being at his side whom he did not know. He thought of the sober-hued plumage that this bird of paradise was accustomed to wear in her cage, and this winged revelation puzzled him. In some way she reminded him of the Delia Cullen that he had married 4 years before. Shyly and rather awkwardly he stalked at her right hand. "After dinner I'll take you back home, Deli," said Mr. Dougherty, "and then I'll drop back up to Seltzer's with the boys. You can have swell chuck tonight if you want it. I made a winning on Anaconda yesterday, so you can go as far as you like." Mr. Dougherty had intended to make the outing with his unwanted wife an inconspicuous one. Uxoriousness was a weakness that the precepts of the Caribs did not countenance. If any of his friends of the track, the billiard cloth or the square circle, had wives, they had never complained of the fact in public. There were a number of table d'hôte places on the cross streets near the broad and shining way, and to one of these he had purposed to escort her, so that the bushel might not be removed from the light of his domesticity. But while on the way, Mr. Dougherty altered those intentions. He had been casting stealthy glances at his attractive companion, and he was seized with the conviction that she was no selling plater. He resolved to parade with his wife past Seltzer's Cafe, where at this time a number of his tribe would be gathered to view the daily evening procession. Yes, and he would take her to dine at HOPKINS, the swellest slow-lunch warehouse on the line, he said to himself. The congregation of smooth-faced tribal gentlemen were on watch at Seltzer's. As Mr. Dougherty and his reorganized Delia passed, they stared, momentarily petrified, and then removed their hats, a performance as unusual to them as was the astonishing innovation presented to their gaze by Big Jim. On the latter gentleman's impassive face there appeared a slight flicker of triumph, a faint flicker, no more to be observed than the expression called there by the draft of Little Casino to a 4-card spade flush. HOPKINS was animated. Electric lights shone as, indeed, they were expected to do, and the napery, the glassware, and the flowers also meritoriously performed the spectacular duties required of them. The guests were numerous, well-dressed, and gay. A waiter, not necessarily obsequious, conducted Big Jim Dougherty and his wife to a table. "Play that menu straight across for what you like, Deli," said Big Jim. "It's you for a trough of the gilded oats tonight. It strikes me that maybe we've been sticking too fast to home fodder." Big Jim's wife gave her order. He looked at her with respect. She had mentioned truffles, and he had not known that she knew what truffles were. From the wine list she designated an appropriate and desirable brand. He looked at her with some admiration. She was beaming with the innocent excitement that woman derives from the exercise of her gregariousness. She was talking to him about 100 things with animation and delight, and as the meal progressed her cheeks, colorless from a life indoors, took on a delicate flush. Big Jim looked around the room and saw that none of the women there had her charm. And then he thought of the 3 years she had suffered immurement, uncomplaining, and a flush of shame warmed him, for he carried fair play as an item in his creed. But when the Honorable Patrick Corrigan, leader in Dougherty's district and a friend of his, saw them and came over to the table, matters got to the 3/4 stretch. The Honorable Patrick was a gallant man, both in deeds and words. As for the Blarney Stone, his previous actions toward it must have been pronounced. Heavy damages for breach of promise could surely have been obtained had the Blarney Stone seen fit to sue the Honorable Patrick. "Jimmy, old man," he called. He clapped Dougherty on the back. He shone like a midday sun upon Delia. "Honorable Mr. Corrigan, Mrs. Dougherty," said Big Jim. The Honorable Patrick became a fountain of entertainment and admiration. The waiter had to fetch a 3rd chair for him. He made another at the table, and the wineglasses were refilled. "You selfish old rascal," he exclaimed, shaking an arch finger at Big Jim, "to have kept Mrs. Dougherty a secret from us." And then Big Jim Dougherty, who was no talker, sat dumb and saw the wife who had dined every evening for 3 years at home blossom like a fairy flower. Quick, witty, charming, full of light and ready talk, she received the experienced attack of the Honorable Patrick on the field of repartee and surprised, vanquished, delighted him. She unfolded her long closed petals and around her the room became a garden. They tried to include Big Jim in the conversation, but he was without a vocabulary. And then a stray bunch of politicians and good fellows who lived for sport came into the room. They saw Big Jim and the leader, and over they came and were made acquainted with Mrs. Dougherty. And in a few minutes she was holding a salon. 6 men surrounded her, courtiers all, and 6 found her capable of charming. Big Jim sat, grim, and kept saying to himself, 3 years, 3 years. The dinner came to an end. The Honorable Patrick reached for Mrs. Dougherty's cloak, but that was a matter of action instead of words, and Dougherty's big hand got it first by 2 seconds. While the farewells were being said at the door, the Honorable Patrick smote Dougherty mightily between the shoulders. "Jimmy, me boy," he declared in a giant whisper, "the madam is a jewel of the first water. You're a lucky dog." Big Jim walked homeward with his wife. She seemed quite as pleased with the lights and show windows in the streets as with the admiration of the men in Hooglies. As they passed Seltzer's, they heard the sound of many voices in the cafe. The boys would be starting the drinks around now and discussing past performances. At the door of their home, Delia paused. The pleasure of the outing radiated softly from her countenance. She could not hope for Jim of evenings, but the glory of this one would lighten her lonely hours for a long time. "Thank you for taking me out, Jim," she said gratefully. "You'll be going back up to Seltzer's now, of course." "To hell with Seltzer's," said Big Jim emphatically. "And damn Pat Corrigan. Does he think I haven't got any eyes?" And the door closed behind both of them. 5. Little Speck in Garnered Fruit. The honeymoon was at its full. There was a flat with the reddest of new carpets, tasseled portieres and 6 steins with pewter lids arranged on a ledge above the wainscoting of the dining room. The wonder of it was yet upon them. Neither of them had ever seen a yellow primrose by the river's brim, but if such a sight had met their eyes at that time, it would have seemed like, well, whatever the poet expected the right kind of people to see in it besides a primrose. The bride sat in the rocker with her feet resting upon the world. She was wrapped in rosy dreams and a kimono of the same hue. She wondered what the people in Greenland and Tasmania and Baluchistan were saying one to another about her marriage to Kid McGarry. Not that it made any difference. There was no welterweight from London to the Southern Cross that could stand up 4 hours, no, 4 rounds with her bridegroom. And he had been hers for 3 weeks, and the crook of her little finger could sway him more than the fist of any 142-pounder in the world. Love, when it is ours, is the other name for self-abnegation and sacrifice. When it belongs to people across the airshaft, it means arrogance and self-conceit. The bride crossed her Oxfords and looked thoughtfully at the distemper cupids on the ceiling. "Precious," said she, with the air of Cleopatra asking Antony for Rome done up in tissue paper and delivered at residence. "I think I would like a peach." Kid McGarry arose and put on his coat and hat. He was serious, shaven, sentimental, and spry. "All right," said he, as coolly as though he were only agreeing to sign articles to fight the champion of England. "I'll step down and cop one out for you, see?" "Don't be long," said the bride. "I'll be lonesome without my naughty boy. Get a nice, ripe one." After a series of farewells that would have befitted an imminent voyage to foreign parts, the kid went down to the street. Here he not unreasonably hesitated, for the season was yet early spring, and there seemed small chance of resting anywhere from those chill streets and stores, the coveted luscious guerdon of summer's golden prime. At the Italian's fruit stand on the corner he stopped and cast a contemptuous eye over the display of papered oranges, highly polished apples, and wan, sun-hungry bananas. "Got a da peach?" asked the kid in the tongue of Dante, the lover of lovers. "Ah, no," sighed the vendor. "Not for 1 mont come a da peach. Too soon. Got a da nice orange, like a da orange?" Scornful, the kid pursued his quest. He entered the all-night chop house, cafe, and bowling alley of his friend and admirer, Justice O'Callaghan. The O'Callaghan was about in his institution, looking for leaks. "I want it straight," said the kid to him. "The old woman has got a hunch that she wants a peach. Now, if you've got a peach, Cal, get it out quick. I want it and others like it if you've got 'em in plural quantities." "The house is yours," said O'Callaghan. "But there's no peach in it. It's too soon. I don't suppose you could even find 'em at one of the Broadway joints. That's too bad. When a lady fixes her mouth for a certain kind of fruit, nothing else won't do. It's too late now to find any of the first-class fruiterers open. But if you think the missus would like some nice oranges, I've just got a box of fine ones in that she might." "Much obliged, Cal. It's a peach proposition right from the ring of the gong. I'll try further." The time was nearly midnight as the kid walked down the West Side Avenue. Few stores were open, and such as were practically hooted at the idea of a peach. But in her moated flat the bride confidently awaited her Persian fruit. A champion welterweight not find a peach? not stride triumphantly over the seasons and the zodiac and the almanac to fetch an Amsden's June or a Georgia cling to his own. The kid's eye caught sight of a window that was lighted and gorgeous with nature's most entrancing colors. The light suddenly went out. The kid sprinted and caught the fruiterer locking his door. "Peaches?" said he, with extreme deliberation. "Well, no, sir. Not for 3 or 4 weeks yet. I haven't any idea where you might find some. There may be a few in town from under the glass, but they'd be hard to locate. Maybe at one of the more expensive hotels, some place where there's plenty of money to waste. I've got some very fine oranges, though, from a shipload that came in today." The kid lingered on the corner for a moment, and then set out briskly toward a pair of green lights that flanked the steps of a building down a dark side street. "Captain around anywhere?" he asked of the desk sergeant of the police station. At that moment the captain came briskly forward from the rear. He was in plain clothes and had a busy air. "Hello, kid," he said to the pugilist. "Thought you were bridal touring?" "Got back yesterday. I'm a solid citizen now. Think I'll take an interest in municipal doings. How would it suit you to get into Denver Dick's place tonight, Cap?" "Past performances," said the captain, twisting his mustache. "Denver was closed up 2 months ago." "Correct," said the kid. "Rafferty chased him out of the 43rd. He's running in your precinct now and his game's bigger than ever. I'm down on this gambling business. I can put you against his game." "In my precinct?" growled the captain. "Are you sure, kid? I'll take it as a favor. Have you got the entree? How is it to be done?" "Hammers," said the kid. "They haven't got any steel on the doors yet. You'll need 10 men. No, they won't let me in the place. Denver has been trying to do me. He thought I tipped him off for the other raid. I didn't, though. You want to hurry. I've got to get back home. The house is only 3 blocks from here." Before 10 minutes had sped, the captain with a dozen men stole with their guide into the hallway of a dark and virtuous-looking building in which many businesses were conducted by day. "3rd floor, rear," said the kid, softly. "I'll lead the way." 2 axemen faced the door that he pointed out to them. "It seems all quiet," said the captain doubtfully. "Are you sure your tip is straight?" "Cut away," said the kid. "It's on me if it ain't." The axes crashed through the as yet unprotected door. A blaze of light from within poured through the smashed panels. The door fell, and the raiders sprang into the room with their guns handy. The big room was furnished with the gaudy magnificence dear to Denver Dick's Western ideas. Various well-patronized games were in progress. About 50 men who were in the room rushed upon the police in a grand break for personal liberty. The plainclothes men had to do a little club swinging. More than half the patrons escaped. Denver Dick had graced his game with his own presence that night. He led the rush that was intended to sweep away the smaller body of raiders, but when he saw the kid, his manner became personal. Being in the heavyweight class, he cast himself joyfully upon his slighter enemy, and they rolled down a flight of stairs in each other's arms. On the landing they separated and arose, and then the kid was able to use some of his professional tactics, which had been useless to him while in the excited clutch of a 200-pound sporting gentleman who was about to lose $20,000 worth of paraphernalia. After vanquishing his adversary, the kid hurried upstairs and through the gambling room into a smaller apartment connecting by an arched doorway. Here was a long table set with choicest chinaware and silver, and lavishly furnished with food of that expensive and spectacular sort of which the devotees of sport are supposed to be fond. Here again was to be perceived the liberal and florid taste of the gentleman with the urban cognomenal prefix. A number 10 patent leather shoe protruded a few of its inches outside the tablecloth along the floor. The kid seized this and plucked forth a black man in a white tie and the garb of a servitor.
"Get up!"
commanded the kid.
"Are you in charge of this free lunch?"
"Yes, sah, I was. Has they done pinched us again, boss?" "Looks that way. Listen to me. Are there any peaches in this layout? If there ain't, I'll have to throw up the sponge. There was 3 dozen, sah, when the game opened this evening, but I reckon the gentleman done eat 'em all up. If you'd like to eat a first-rate orange, sah, I can find you some." "Get busy," ordered the kid sternly, "and move whatever peach crop you've got quick or there'll be trouble. If anybody oranges me again tonight, I'll knock his face off." The raid on Denver Dick's high-priced and prodigal luncheon revealed one lone, last peach that had escaped the Epicurean jaws of the followers of chance. Into the kid's pocket it went, and that indefatigable forager departed immediately with his prize. With scarcely a glance at the scene on the sidewalk below, where the officers were loading their prisoners into the patrol wagons, he moved homeward with long, swift strides. His heart was light as he went. So rode the knights back to Camelot after perils and high deeds done for their lady's fare. The kid's lady had commanded him, and he had obeyed. True, it was but a peach that she had craved, but it had been no small deed to glean a peach at midnight from that wintry city where yet the February snows lay like iron. She had asked for a peach. She was his bride. In his pocket the peach was warming in his hand that held it for fear that it might fall out and be lost. On the way the kid turned in at an all-night drugstore and said to the spectacled clerk, "Say, sport, I wish you'd size up this rib of mine and see if it's broke. I was in a little scrap and bumped down a flight or two of stairs." The druggist made an examination. "It isn't broken," was his diagnosis, "but you have a bruise there that looks like you'd fallen off the Flatiron twice." "That's all right," said the kid. "Let's have your clothes brush, please." The bride waited in the rosy glow of the pink lampshade. The miracles were not all passed away. By breathing a desire for some slight thing, a flower, a pomegranate, a peach, she could send forth her man into the night, into the world which could not withstand him, and he would do her bidding. And now he stood by her chair and laid the peach in her hand. "Naughty boy," she said fondly. "Did I say a peach? I think I would much rather have had an orange. Blessed be the bride." 6. The Harbinger. Long before the springtide is felt in the dull bosom of the yokel does the city man know that the grass-green goddess is upon her throne. He sits at his breakfast eggs and toast, begirt by stone walls, opens his morning paper and sees journalism leave vernalism at the post. For, whereas Spring's couriers were once the evidence of our finer senses, now the Associated Press does the trick. The warble of the first robin in Hackensack, the stirring of the maple sap in Bennington, the budding of the pussy willows along Main Street in Syracuse, the first chirp of the bluebird, the swan song of the Blue Point, the annual tornado in St. Louis, the plaint of the peach pessimist from Pompton, New Jersey, the regular visit of the tame wild goose with a broken leg to the pond near Bilgewater Junction, the base attempt of the drug trust to boost the price of quinine foiled in the House by Congressman Jinks, the first tall poplar struck by lightning and the usual stunned picnickers who had taken refuge, the first crack of the ice jam in the Allegheny River, the finding of a violet in its mossy bed by the correspondent at Round Corners. These are the advanced signs of the burgeoning season that are wired into the wise city, while the farmer sees nothing but winter upon his dreary fields. But these be mere externals. The true harbinger is the heart. When Strephon seeks his Chloe and Mike his Maggie, then only is spring arrived and the newspaper report of the 5-foot rattler killed in Squire Pettigrew's pasture confirmed. Ere the first violet blew, Mr. Peters, Mr. Ragsdale, and Mr. Kidd sat together on a bench in Union Square and conspired. Mr. Peters was the D'Artagnan of the loafers there. He was the dingiest, the laziest, the sorriest brown blot against the green background of any bench in the park. But just then he was the most important of the trio. Mr. Peters had a wife. This had not heretofore affected his standing with Ragsy and Kidd, but today it invested him with a peculiar interest. His friends, having escaped matrimony, had shown a disposition to deride Mr. Peters for his venture on that troubled sea. But at last they had been forced to acknowledge that either he had been gifted with a large foresight, or that he was one of Fortune's lucky sons. For Mrs. Peters had a whole dollar bill, good and receivable by the government for customs, taxes, and all public dues. How to get possession of that dollar was the question up for discussion by the three musty musketeers. "How do you know it was $1?" asked Ragsy, the immensity of the sum inclining him to skepticism. "The Coleman's seen her have it," said Mr. Peters. "She went out and done some washing yesterday, and look what she give me for breakfast. The heel of a loaf and a cup of coffee, and her with $1. "It's fierce," said Ragsy. Say we go up and punch her and stick a towel in her mouth and cop the coin, suggested Kid viciously. Yai, ain't afraid of a woman, are you? She might holler and have us pinched, demurred Ragsy. I don't believe in slugging no woman in a house full of people. Gentlemen, said Mr. Peters, severely through his russet stubble, remember that you are speaking of my wife. A man who would lift his hand to a lady except in the way of— McGuire, said Ragsy pointedly, has got his Bock beer sign out. If we had $1 we could. Hush up, said Mr. Peters, licking his lips. We gotta get that case note somehow, boys. Ain't what's a man's wife's his? Leave it to me. I'll go over to the house and get it. Wait here for me. I've seen him give up quick, and tell you where it's hid if you kick him in the ribs, said Kid. No man would kick a woman, said Peters virtuously. A little choking, just a touch on the windpipe that gets away with him, and no marks left. Wait for me. I'll bring back that $1, boys. High up in a tenement house between 2nd Avenue and the river lived the Peterses in a back room so gloomy that the landlord blushed to take the rent for it. Mrs. Peters worked at sundry times, doing odd jobs of scrubbing and washing. Mr. Peters had a pure, unbroken record of 5 years without having earned a penny. And yet they clung together, sharing each other's hatred and misery, being creatures of habit. Of habit, the power that keeps the earth from flying to pieces, though there is some silly theory of gravitation. Mrs. Peters reposed her 200 pounds on the safer of the 2 chairs and gazed stolidly out the one window at the brick wall opposite. Her eyes were red and damp. The furniture could have been carried away on a pushcart, but no pushcart man would have removed it as a gift. The door opened to admit Mr. Peters. His fox terrier eyes expressed a wish. His wife's diagnosis located correctly the seat of it, but misread it hunger instead of thirst. You'll get nothing more to eat till night, she said, looking out of the window again. Take your hound dog's face out of the room. Mr. Peters's eye calculated the distance between them. By taking her by surprise, it might be possible to spring upon her, overthrow her, and apply the throttling tactics of which he had boasted to his waiting comrades. True, it had been only a boast. Never yet had he dared to lay violent hands upon her, but with the thoughts of the delicious cool Bock or Kulmbacher bracing his nerves, he was near to upsetting his own theories of the treatment due by a gentleman to a lady. But with his loafer's love for the more artistic and less strenuous way, he chose diplomacy first, the high card in the game, the assumed attitude of success already attained. You have $1, he said, loftily but significantly in the tone that goes with the lighting of a cigar when the properties are at hand. I have, said Mrs. Peters, producing the bill from her bosom and crackling it, teasingly. I am offered a position in a tea store, said Mr. Peters. I am to begin work tomorrow, but it will be necessary for me to buy a pair of— You are a liar, said Mrs. Peters, reinterring the note. No tea store, nor no ABC store, nor no junk shop would have you. I rubbed the skin off both me hands washin' jumpers and overalls to make that $1. Do you think it come out of them suds to buy the kind you put into you? Skidoo. Get your mind off of money. Evidently the poses of Talleyrand were not worth 100 cents on that $1. But diplomacy is dexterous. The artistic temperament of Mr. Peters lifted him by the straps of his Congress gaiters and set him on new ground. He called up a look of desperate melancholy to his eyes. Clara, he said hollowly, to struggle further is useless. You have always misunderstood me. Heaven knows I have striven with all my might to keep my head above the waves of misfortune, but— Cut out the rainbow of hope and that stuff about walking one by one through the narrow aisles of Spain, said Mrs. Peters with a sigh. I've heard it so often. There's an ounce bottle of carbolic on the shelf behind the empty coffee can. Drink hearty. Mr. Peters reflected. What next? The old expedients had failed. The 2 musty musketeers were awaiting him hard by the ruined chateau, that is to say, on a park bench with rickety cast-iron legs. His honor was at stake. He had engaged to storm the castle single-handed and bring back the treasure that was to furnish them wassail and solace. And all that stood between him and the coveted $1 was his wife, once a little girl whom he could— Aha! Why not again? Once with soft words he could, as they say, twist her around his little finger. Why not again? Not for years had he tried it. Grim poverty and mutual hatred had killed all that. But Ragsy and Kid were waiting for him to bring the dollar. Mr. Peters took a surreptitiously keen look at his wife. Her formless bulk overflowed the chair. She kept her eyes fixed out the window in a strange kind of trance. Her eyes showed that she had been recently weeping. "I wonder," said Mr. Peters to himself, "if there'd be anything in it." The window was open upon its outlook of brick walls and drab, barren backyards. Except for the mildness of the air that entered, it might have been midwinter yet in the city that turns such a frowning face to besieging spring. But spring doesn't come with the thunder of cannon. She is a sapper and a miner, and you must capitulate. "I'll try it," said Mr. Peters to himself, making a wry face. He went up to his wife and put his arm across her shoulders. "Clara, darling," he said in tones that shouldn't have fooled a baby seal, "why should we have hard words? Ain't you my own tootsome wootsome? A black mark against you, Mr. Peters, in the sacred ledger of Cupid. Charges of attempted graft are filed against you, and of forgery and utterance of two of love's holiest of appellations." But the miracle of spring was wrought. Into the back room over the back alley between the black walls had crept the harbinger. It was ridiculous, and yet, well, it is a rat trap, and you, madam and sir, and all of us are in it. Red and fat and crying like Niobe or Niagara, Mrs. Peters threw her arms around her lord and dissolved upon him. Mr. Peters would have striven to extricate the dollar bill from its deposit vault, but his arms were bound to his sides. "Do you love me, James?" asked Mrs. Peters. "Madly," said James, "but—" "You are ill," exclaimed Mrs. Peters. "Why are you so pale and tired-looking?" "I feel weak," said Mr. Peters. "Oh, wait. I know what it is. Wait, James. I'll be back in a minute." With a parting hug that revived in Mr. Peters' recollections of the terrible Turk, his wife hurried out of the room and down the stairs. Mr. Peters hitched his thumbs under his suspenders. "All right," he confided to the ceiling. "I've got her going. I hadn't any idea the old girl was soft anymore under the foolish rib. Well, sir, ain't I the Claude Melnata of the Lower East Side? What? It's a 100-to-1 shot that I get the dollar. I wonder what she went out for. I guess she's gone to tell Mrs. Muldoon on the second floor that we're reconciled. I'll remember this. Soft soap. And Ragsy was talking about slugging her." Mrs. Peters came back with a bottle of sarsaparilla. "I'm glad I happened to have that dollar," she said. "You're all run down, honey." Mr. Peters had a tablespoonful of the stuff inserted into him. Then Mrs. Peters sat on his lap and murmured, "Call me tootsome wootsomes again, James." He sat still, held there by his materialized goddess of spring. Spring had come. On the bench in Union Square, Mr. Ragsdale and Mr. Kidd squirmed, tongue-parched, awaiting D'Artagnan and his dollar. "I wish I had choked her at first," said Mr. Peters to himself. 7. While the auto waits, promptly at the beginning of twilight, came again to that quiet corner of that quiet small park the girl in gray. She sat upon a bench and read a book, for there was yet to come a half-hour in which print could be accomplished. To repeat, her dress was gray, and plain enough to mask its impeccancy of style and fit. A large meshed veil imprisoned her turban hat and a face that shone through it with a calm and unconscious beauty. She had come there at the same hour on the day previous, and on the day before that, and there was one who knew it. The young man who knew it hovered near, relying upon burnt sacrifices to the great Joss, Luck. His piety was rewarded, for, in turning a page, her book slipped from her fingers and bounded from the bench a full yard away. The young man pounced upon it with instant avidity, returning it to its owner with that air that seems to flourish in parks and public places, a compound of gallantry and hope, tempered with respect for the policeman on the beat. In a pleasant voice, he risked an inconsequent remark upon the weather, that introductory topic responsible for so much of the world's unhappiness, and stood poised for a moment, awaiting his fate. The girl looked him over leisurely, at his ordinary neat dress and his features distinguished by nothing particular in the way of expression. "You may sit down, if you like," she said, in a full, deliberate contralto. "Really, I would like to have you do so. The light is too bad for reading. I would prefer to talk." The vassal of luck slid upon the seat by her side with complacence. "Do you know," he said, speaking the formula with which park chairmen open their meetings, "that you are quite the stunningest girl I have seen in a long time? I had my eye on you yesterday. Didn't know somebody was bowled over by those pretty lamps of yours, did you, honeysuckle?" "Whoever you are," said the girl in icy tones, "you must remember that I am a lady. I will excuse the remark you have just made because the mistake was, doubtless, not an unnatural one in your circle. I asked you to sit down. If the invitation must constitute me your honeysuckle, consider it withdrawn." "I earnestly beg your pardon," pleaded the young man. His expression of satisfaction had changed to one of penitence and humility. "It was my fault, you know. I mean, there are girls in parks, you know, that is, of course, you don't know, but—" "Abandon the subject, if you please. Of course I know. Now, tell me about these people passing and crowding each way along these paths. Where are they going? Why do they hurry so? Are they happy?" The young man had promptly abandoned his air of coquetry. His cue was now for a waiting part. He could not guess the role he would be expected to play. "It is interesting to watch them," he replied, postulating her mood. "It is the wonderful drama of life. Some are going to supper and some to, or other places. One wonders what their histories are." "I do not," said the girl. "I am not so inquisitive. I come here to sit because here, only, can I be near the great common throbbing heart of humanity. My part in life is cast where its beats are never felt. Can you surmise why I spoke to you, mister?" "Parkenstacker," supplied the young man. Then he looked eager and hopeful. "No," said the girl, holding up a slender finger and smiling slightly. "You would recognize it immediately. It is impossible to keep one's name out of print, or even one's portrait. This veil and this hat of my maid furnish me with an incognito. You should have seen the chauffeur stare at it when he thought I did not see. Candidly, there are 5 or 6 names that belong in the Holy of Holies, and mine, by the accident of birth, is one of them. I spoke to you, Mr. Stackenpot." "Parkenstacker," corrected the young man modestly. "Mr. Parkenstacker, because I wanted to talk for once with a natural man, one unspoiled by the despicable gloss of wealth and supposed social superiority. Oh, you do not know how weary I am of it, money, 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 and of the men who surround me, dancing like little marionettes, all cut by the same pattern. I am sick of pleasure, of jewels, of travel, of society, of luxuries of all kinds. I always had an idea," ventured the young man hesitatingly, "that money must be a pretty good thing. A competence is to be desired. But when you have so many millions that—" She concluded the sentence with a gesture of despair. "It is the monotony of it," she continued, "that palls, drives, dinners, theaters, balls, suppers, with the gilding of superfluous wealth over it all. Sometimes the very tinkle of the ice in my champagne glass nearly drives me mad." Mr. Parkenstacker looked ingenuously interested. "I have always liked," he said, "to read and hear about the ways of wealthy and fashionable folks. I suppose I am a bit of a snob, but I like to have my information accurate. Now, I had formed the opinion that champagne is cooled in the bottle and not by placing ice in the glass." The girl gave a musical laugh of genuine amusement. "You should know," she explained in an indulgent tone, "that we of the non-useful class depend for our amusement upon departure from precedent. Just now it is a fad to put ice in champagne. The idea was originated by a visiting Prince of Tartary while dining at the Waldorf. It will soon give way to some other whim. Just as at a dinner party this week on Madison Avenue, a green kid glove was laid by the plate of each guest to be put on and used while eating olives." "I see," admitted the young man humbly. "These special diversions of the inner circle do not become familiar to the common public. Sometimes," continued the girl, acknowledging his confession of error by a slight bow, "I have thought that if I ever should love a man, it would be one of lowly station, one who is a worker and not a drone. But doubtless the claims of caste and wealth will prove stronger than my inclination. Just now I am besieged by 2. One is a Grand Duke of a German principality. I think he has, or has had, a wife, somewhere, driven mad by his intemperance and cruelty. The other is an English marquise, so cold and mercenary that I even prefer the diabolism of the Duke. What is it that impels me to tell you these things, Mr. Parkenstacker? Parkenstacker, breathed the young man. Indeed, you cannot know how much I appreciate your confidences. The girl contemplated him with the calm, impersonal regard that befitted the difference in their stations. What is your line of business, Mr. Parkenstacker? She asked. A very humble one. But I hope to rise in the world. Were you really in earnest when you said that you could love a man of lowly position? Indeed I was, but I said might. There is the Grand Duke and the Marquis, you know. Yes, no calling could be too humble with a man what I would wish him to be. I work, declared Mr. Parkenstacker, in a restaurant. The girl shrank slightly. Not as a waiter? She said, a little imploringly. Labor is noble, but personal attendants, you know, valets and... I am not a waiter. I am cashier in on the street they faced that bounded the opposite side of the park was the brilliant electric sign restaurant. I am cashier in that restaurant you see there. The girl consulted a tiny watch set in a bracelet of rich design upon her left wrist and rose hurriedly. She thrust her book into a glittering reticule suspended from her waist, for which, however, the book was too large. Why are you not at work? She asked. I am on the night turn, said the young man. It is yet an hour before my period begins. May I not hope to see you again? I do not know. Perhaps. But the whim may not seize me again. I must go quickly now. There is a dinner and a box at the play and, oh, the same old round. Perhaps you noticed an automobile at the upper corner of the park as you came, one with a white body. And red running gear? Asked the young man, knitting his brows reflectively. Yes. I always come in that. Pierre waits for me there. He supposes me to be shopping in the department store across the square. Conceive of the bondage of the life wherein we must deceive even our chauffeurs. Good night. But it is dark now, said Mr. Parkenstacker, and the park is full of rude men. May I not walk? If you have the slightest regard for my wishes, said the girl firmly, you will remain at this bench for 10 minutes after I have left. I do not mean to accuse you, but you are probably aware that autos generally bear the monogram of their owner. Again, good night. Swift and stately, she moved away through the dusk. The young man watched her graceful form as she reached the pavement at the park's edge and turned up along it toward the corner where stood the automobile. Then he treacherously and unhesitatingly began to dodge and skim among the park trees and shrubbery in a course parallel to her route, keeping her well in sight. When she reached the corner, she turned her head to glance at the motor car and then past it, continuing on across the street. Sheltered behind a convenient standing cab, the young man followed her movements closely with his eyes. Passing down the sidewalk of the street opposite the park, she entered the restaurant with the blazing sign. The place was one of those frankly glaring establishments, all white paint and glass, where one may dine cheaply and conspicuously. The girl penetrated the restaurant to some retreat at its rear, whence she quickly emerged without her hat and veil. The cashier's desk was well to the front. A red-haired girl on the stool climbed down, glancing pointedly at the clock as she did so. The girl in gray mounted in her place. The young man thrust his hands into his pockets and walked slowly back along the sidewalk. At the corner, his foot struck a small, paper-covered volume lying there, sending it sliding to the edge of the turf. By its picturesque cover, he recognized it as the book the girl had been reading. He picked it up carelessly and saw that its title was New Arabian Nights, the author being of the name of Stevenson. He dropped it again upon the grass and lounged, irresolute, for a minute. Then he stepped into the automobile, reclined upon the cushions, and said 2 words to the chauffeur. Club, Henri. 8. A comedy in rubber. One may hope, in spite of the metaphorists, to avoid the breath of the deadly Upas tree. One may, by great good fortune, succeed in blacking the eye of the basilisk. One might even dodge the attentions of Cerberus and Argus, but no man, alive or dead, can escape the gaze of the rubberer. New York is the caoutchouc city. There are many, of course, who go their ways, making money, without turning to the right or the left. But there is a tribe abroad wonderfully composed, like the Martians, solely of eyes and means of locomotion. These devotees of curiosity swarm, like flies, in a moment in a struggling, breathless circle about the scene of an unusual occurrence. If a workman opens a manhole, if a streetcar runs over a man from North Tarrytown, if a little boy drops an egg on his way home from the grocery, if a casual house or two drops into the subway, if a lady loses a nickel through a hole in the Lidl thread, if the police drag a telephone and a racing chart forth from an Ibsen Society reading room, if Senator Depew or Mr. Chuck Connors walks out to take the air, if any of these incidents or accidents takes place, you will see the mad, irresistible rush of the rubber tribe to the spot. The importance of the event does not count. They gaze with equal interest and absorption at a chorus girl or at a man painting a liver pill sign. They will form as deep a cordon around a man with a club foot as they will around a balked automobile. They have the furor rubberendi. They are optical gluttons, feasting and fattening on the misfortunes of their fellow beings. They gloat and pore and glare and squint and stare with their fishy eyes like goggle-eyed perch at the book baited with calamity. It would seem that Cupid would find these ocular vampires too cold game for his calorific shafts, but have we not yet to discover an immune even among the protozoa? Yes, beautiful romance descended upon two of this tribe, and love came into their hearts as they crowded about the prostrate form of a man who had been run over by a brewery wagon. William Pry was the first on the spot. He was an expert at such gatherings. With an expression of intense happiness on his features, he stood over the victim of the accident, listening to his groans as if to the sweetest music. When the crowd of spectators had swelled to a closely packed circle, William saw a violent commotion in the crowd opposite him. Men were hurled aside like ninepins by the impact of some moving body that clove them like the rush of a tornado. With elbows, umbrella, hatpin, tongue, and fingernails doing their duty, Violet Seymour forced her way through the mob of onlookers to the first row. Strong men who even had been able to secure a seat on the 5:30 Harlem Express staggered back like children as she bucked center. Two large lady spectators who had seen the Duke of Roxburgh married and had often blocked traffic on 23rd Street fell back into the second row with ripped shirtwaists when Violet had finished with them. William Pry loved her at first sight. The ambulance removed the unconscious agent of Cupid. William and Violet remained after the crowd had dispersed. They were true rubberers. People who leave the scene of an accident with the ambulance have not genuine caoutchouc in the cosmogony of their necks. The delicate, fine flavor of the affair is to be had only in the aftertaste, in gloating over the spot, in gazing fixedly at the houses opposite, in hovering there in a dream more exquisite than the opium eater's ecstasy. William Pry and Violet Seymour were connoisseurs in casualties. They knew how to extract full enjoyment from every incident. Presently they looked at each other. Violet had a brown birthmark on her neck as large as a silver $50. William fixed his eyes upon it. William Pry had inordinately bowed legs. Violet allowed her gaze to linger unswervingly upon them. Face to face they stood thus for moments, each staring at the other. Etiquette would not allow them to speak, but in the caoutchouc city it is permitted to gaze without stint at the trees in the parks and at the physical blemishes of a fellow creature. At length with a sigh they parted. But Cupid had been the driver of the brewery wagon, and the wheel that broke a leg united two fond hearts. The next meeting of the hero and heroine was in front of a board fence near Broadway. The day had been a disappointing one. There had been no fights on the street. Children had kept from under the wheels of the streetcars. Cripples and fat men in negligee shirts were scarce. Nobody seemed to be inclined to slip on banana peels or fall down with heart disease. Even the sport from Kokomo, Indiana, who claims to be a cousin of ex-Mayor Lowe and scatters nickels from a cab window, had not put in his appearance. There was nothing to stare at, and William Pry had premonitions of ennui. But he saw a large crowd scrambling and pushing excitedly in front of a billboard. Sprinting for it, he knocked down an old woman and a child carrying a bottle of milk, and fought his way like a demon into the mass of spectators. Already in the inner line stood Violet Seymour with one sleeve and two gold fillings gone, a corset steel puncture and a sprained wrist, but happy. She was looking at what there was to see. A man was painting upon the fence. "Eat bricklets, they fill your face." Violet blushed when she saw William Pry. William jabbed a lady in a black silk raglan in the ribs, kicked a boy in the shin, bit an old gentleman on the left ear, and managed to crowd nearer to Violet. They stood for an hour looking at the man paint the letters. Then William's love could be repressed no longer. He touched her on the arm. "Come with me," he said. I know where there is a bootblack without an Adam's apple." She looked up at him shyly, yet with unmistakable love transfiguring her countenance. "And you have saved it for me?" she asked, trembling with the first dim ecstasy of a woman beloved. Together they hurried to the bootblack's stand. An hour they spent there gazing at the malformed youth. A window cleaner fell from the 5th story to the sidewalk beside them. As the ambulance came clanging up, William pressed her hand joyously. "4 ribs at least and a compound fracture," he whispered, swiftly. "You are not sorry that you met me, are you, dearest?" "Me?" said Violet, returning the pressure. "Sure not. I could stand all day rubbering with you." The climax of the romance occurred a few days later. Perhaps the reader will remember the intense excitement into which the city was thrown when Eliza Jane, a colored woman, was served with a subpoena. The rubber tribe encamped on the spot. With his own hands, William Pry placed a board upon 2 beer kegs in the street opposite Eliza Jane's residence. He and Violet sat there for 3 days and nights. Then it occurred to a detective to open the door and serve the subpoena. He sent for a kinetoscope and did so. 2 souls with such congenial tastes could not long remain apart. As a policeman drove them away with his nightstick that evening, they plighted their troth. The seeds of love had been well sown and had grown up, hardy and vigorous, into let us call it a rubber plant. The wedding of William Pry and Violet Seymour was set for June 10th. The big church in the middle of the block was banked high with flowers. The populous tribe of rubberers the world over is rampant over weddings. They are the pessimists of the pews. They are the guyers of the groom and the banterers of the bride. They come to laugh at your marriage, and should you escape from Heman's tower on the back of death's pale steed, they will come to the funeral and sit in the same pew and cry over your luck. Rubber will stretch. The church was lighted. A grosgrain carpet lay over the asphalt to the edge of the sidewalk. Bridesmaids were patting one another's sashes awry and speaking of the bride's freckles. Coachmen tied white ribbons on their whips and bewailed the space of time between drinks. The minister was musing over his possible fee, essaying conjecture whether it would suffice to purchase a new broadcloth suit for himself and a photograph of Laura Jane Libby for his wife. Yea, Cupid was in the air. And outside the church, oh, my brothers, surged and heaved the rank and file of the tribe of rubberers. In 2 bodies they were, with the grosgrain carpet and cops with clubs between. They crowded like cattle, they fought, they pressed and surged and swayed and trampled one another to see a bit of a girl in a white veil acquire license to go through a man's pockets while he sleeps. But the hour for the wedding came and went, and the bride and bridegroom came not, and impatience gave way to alarm, and alarm brought about search, and they were not found. And then 2 big policemen took a hand and dragged out of the furious mob of onlookers a crushed and trampled thing, with a wedding ring in its vest pocket, and a shredded and hysterical woman beating her way to the carpet's edge, ragged, bruised, and obstreperous. William Pry and Violet Seymour, creatures of habit, had joined in the seething game of the spectators, unable to resist the overwhelming desire to gaze upon themselves entering, as bride and bridegroom, the rose-decked church. Rubber will out. 9. $1,000. $1,000, repeated Lawyer Tolman, solemnly and severely, and here is the money. Young Gillian gave a decidedly amused laugh as he fingered the thin package of new $50 notes. It's such a confoundedly awkward amount, he explained genially to the lawyer. If it had been 10,000, a fellow might wind up with a lot of fireworks and do himself credit. Even $50 would have been less trouble. You heard the reading of your uncle's will, continued Lawyer Tolman, professionally dry in his tones. I do not know if you paid much attention to its details. I must remind you of one. You are required to render to us an account of the manner of expenditure of this $1,000 as soon as you have disposed of it. The will stipulates that. I trust that you will so far comply with the late Mr. Gillian's wishes. You may depend upon it, said the young man. Politely, in spite of the extra expense it will entail. I may have to engage a secretary. I was never good at accounts. Gillian went to his club. There he hunted out one whom he called Old Bryson. Old Bryson was calm and 40 and sequestered. He was in a corner reading a book, and when he saw Gillian approaching he sighed, laid down his book and took off his glasses. Old Bryson, wake up, said Gillian. "I've a funny story to tell you." "I wish you would tell it to someone in the billiard room," said old Bryson. "You know how I hate your stories." "This is a better one than usual," said Jillian, rolling a cigarette. "And I'm glad to tell it to you. It's too sad and funny to go with the rattling of billiard balls. I've just come from my late uncle's firm of legal corsairs. He leaves me an even $1,000. Now, what can a man possibly do with $1,000? "I thought," said old Bryson, showing as much interest as a bee shows in a vinegar cruet, "that the late Septimus Gillian was worth something like $500,000. "He was," assented Jillian joyously, "and that's where the joke comes in. He's left his whole cargo of doubloons to a microbe. That is, part of it goes to the man who invents a new bacillus and the rest to establish a hospital for doing away with it again. There are 1 or 2 trifling bequests on the side. The butler and the housekeeper get a seal ring and $10 each. His nephew gets $1,000. "You've always had plenty of money to spend," observed old Bryson. "Tons," said Jillian. "Uncle was the fairy godmother as far as an allowance was concerned." "Any other heirs?" asked old Bryson. "None." Jillian frowned at his cigarette and kicked the upholstered leather of a divan uneasily. "There is a Miss Hayden, a ward of my uncle, who lived in his house. She's a quiet thing, musical, the daughter of somebody who was unlucky enough to be his friend. I forgot to say that she was in on the seal ring and $10 joke too. I wish I had been. Then I could have had 2 bottles of Brut, tipped the waiter with the ring and had the whole business off my hands. Don't be superior and insulting, old Bryson. Tell me what a fellow can do with $1,000. Old Bryson rubbed his glasses and smiled. And when old Bryson smiled, Gillian knew that he intended to be more offensive than ever. $1,000, he said, means much or little. One man may buy a happy home with it and laugh at Rockefeller. Another could send his wife south with it and save her life. $1,000 would buy pure milk for 100 babies during June, July, and August and save 50 of their lives. You could count upon a half-hour's diversion with it at Faro in one of the fortified art galleries. It would furnish an education to an ambitious boy. I am told that a genuine Corot was secured for that amount in an auction room yesterday. You could move to a New Hampshire town and live respectably 2 years on it. You could rent Madison Square Garden for 1 evening with it, and lecture your audience, if you should have one, on the precariousness of the profession of heir presumptive. "People might like you, old Bryson," said Jillian, always unruffled, "if you wouldn't moralize. I asked you to tell me what I could do with $1,000. "You?" said Bryson, with a gentle laugh. "Why, Bobby Gillian, there's only one logical thing you could do. You can go buy Miss Lotta Laurier a diamond pendant with the money, and then take yourself off to Idaho and inflict your presence upon a ranch. I advise a sheep ranch, as I have a particular dislike for sheep." "Thanks," said Jillian, rising. "I thought I could depend upon you, old Bryson. You've hit on the very scheme. I wanted to chuck the money in a lump, for I've got to turn in an account for it, and I hate itemizing." Jillian phoned for a cab and said to the driver, "The stage entrance of the Columbine Theater." Miss Lotta Laurier was assisting nature with a powder puff, almost ready for her call at a crowded matinee, when her dresser mentioned the name of Mr. Gillian. "Let it in," said Miss Laurier. "Now, what is it, Bobby? I'm going on in 2 minutes." "Rabbit-foot your right ear a little," suggested Jillian, critically. "That's better. It won't take 2 minutes for me. What do you say to a little thing in the pendant line? I can stand 3 ciphers with a figure 1 in front of them." "Oh, just as you say," caroled Miss Laurier. "My right glove, Adams. Say, Bobby, did you see that necklace Della Stacy had on the other night? $2,200 it cost at Tiffany's. But, of course, pull my sash a little to the left, Adams." "Miss Laurier for the opening chorus," cried the callboy without. Jillian strolled out to where his cab was waiting. "What would you do with $1,000 if you had it?" he asked the driver. "Open a saloon," said the cabbie, promptly and huskily. "I know a place I could take money in with both hands. It's a 4-story brick on a corner. I've got it figured out. 2nd story, chinks and chop suey. 3rd floor, manicures and foreign missions. 4th floor, pool room. If you was thinking of putting up the cap—" "Oh no," said Jillian. "I merely asked from curiosity. I take you by the hour. Drive till I tell you to stop." 8 blocks down Broadway, Gillian poked up the trap with his cane and got out. A blind man sat upon a stool on the sidewalk selling pencils. Gillian went out and stood before him. "Excuse me," he said, "but would you mind telling me what you would do if you had $1,000? "You got out of that cab that just drove up, didn't you?" asked the blind man. "I did," said Gillian. "I guess you are all right," said the pencil dealer, "to ride in a cab by daylight. Take a look at that, if you like." He drew a small book from his coat pocket and held it out. Gillian opened it and saw that it was a bank deposit book. It showed a balance of $1,785 to the blind man's credit. Gillian returned the book and got into the cab. "I forgot something," he said. "You may drive to the law offices of Tolman and Sharp at Broadway." Lawyer Tolman looked at him hostilely and inquiringly through his gold-rimmed glasses. "I beg your pardon," said Gillian cheerfully, "but may I ask you a question? It is not an impertinent one, I hope. Was Miss Hayden left anything by my uncle's will besides the ring and the $10? "Nothing," said Mr. Tolman. "I thank you very much, sir," said Gillian, and on he went to his cab. He gave the driver the address of his late uncle's home. Miss Hayden was writing letters in the library. She was small and slender and clothed in black, but you would have noticed her eyes. Gillian drifted in with his air of regarding the world as inconsequent. "I've just come from old Tolman's," he explained. "They've been going over the papers down there. They found Gillian searched his memory for a legal term. They found an amendment or a postscript or something to the will. It seemed that the old boy loosened up a little on second thoughts and willed you $1,000. I was driving up this way and Tolman asked me to bring you the money. Here it is. You'd better count it to see if it's right." Gillian laid the money beside her hand on the desk. Miss Hayden turned white. "Oh," she said, and again, "Oh." Gillian half turned and looked out the window. "I suppose, of course," he said in a low voice, "that you know I love you." "I'm sorry," said Miss Hayden, taking up her money. "There is no use?" asked Gillian, almost light-heartedly. "I am sorry," she said again. "May I write a note?" asked Gillian with a smile. He seated himself at the big library table. She supplied him with paper and pen, and then went back to her secretaire. Gillian made out his account of his expenditure of the $1,000 in these words: "Paid by the black sheep, Robert Gillian, $1,000 on account of the eternal happiness, owed by heaven to the best and dearest woman on earth." Gillian slipped his writing into an envelope, bowed and went his way. His cab stopped again at the offices of Tolman and Sharp. "I have expended the $1,000, he said cheerily, to Tolman of the gold glasses, and I have come to render account of it, as I agreed. There is quite a feeling of summer in the air. Do you not think so, Mr. Tolman?" He tossed a white envelope on the lawyer's table. "You will find there a memorandum, sir, of the modus operandi of the vanishing of the dollars." Without touching the envelope, Mr. Tolman went to a door and called his partner, Sharp. Together they explored the caverns of an immense safe. Forth they dragged, as trophy of their search, a big envelope sealed with wax. This they forcibly invaded, and wagged their venerable heads together over its contents. Then Tolman became spokesman. "Mr. Gillian," he said, formally, "there was a codicil to your uncle's will. It was entrusted to us privately, with instructions that it be not opened until you had furnished us with a full account of your handling of the $1,000 bequest in the will. As you have fulfilled the conditions, my partner and I have read the codicil. I do not wish to encumber your understanding with its legal phraseology, but I will acquaint you with the spirit of its contents. In the event that your disposition of the $1,000 demonstrates that you possess any of the qualifications that deserve reward, much benefit will accrue to you. Mr. Sharp and I are named as the judges, and I assure you that we will do our duty strictly according to justice with liberality. We are not at all unfavorably disposed toward you, Mr. Gillian. But let us return to the letter of the codicil. If your disposal of the money in question has been prudent, wise, or unselfish, it is in our power to hand you over bonds to the value of $50,000, which have been placed in our hands for that purpose. But if, as our client, the late Mr. Gillian, explicitly provides, you have used this money as you have money in the past, I quote the late Mr. Gillian, in reprehensible dissipation among disreputable associates, the $50,000 is to be paid to Miriam Hayden, ward of the late Mr. Gillian, without delay. "Now, Mr. Gillian, Mr. Sharp and I will examine your account in regard to the $1,000. You submitted in writing, I believe. I hope you will repose confidence in our decision." Mr. Tolman reached for the envelope. Gillian was a little the quicker in taking it up. He tore the account and its cover leisurely into strips and dropped them into his pocket. "It's all right," he said, smilingly. "There isn't a bit of need to bother you with this. I don't suppose you'd understand these itemized bets anyway. I lost the $1,000 on the races. Good day to you, gentlemen." Tolman and Sharp shook their heads mournfully at each other when Gillian left, for they heard him whistling gaily in the hallway as he waited for the elevator. 10. The defeat of the city. Robert Walmsley's descent upon the city resulted in a Kilkenny struggle. He came out of the fight victor by a fortune and a reputation. On the other hand, he was swallowed up by the city. The city gave him what he demanded and then branded him with its brand. It remodeled, cut, trimmed, and stamped him to the pattern it approves. It opened its social gates to him and shut him in on a close-cropped formal lawn with the select herd of ruminants. In dress, habits, manners, provincialism, routine and narrowness he acquired that charming insolence, that irritating completeness, that sophisticated crassness, that overbalanced poise that makes the Manhattan gentleman so delightfully small in his greatness. One of the upstate rural counties pointed with pride to the successful young metropolitan lawyer as a product of its soil. 6 years earlier, this county had removed the wheat straw from between its huckleberry-stained teeth and emitted a derisive and bucolic laugh as old man Walmsley's freckle-faced Bob abandoned the certain 3 per diem meals of the one-horse farm for the discontinuous quick lunch counters of the 3-ringed metropolis. At the end of the 6 years' no-murder trial, coaching party, automobile accident, or cotillion was complete in which the name of Robert Walmsley did not figure. Tailors waylaid him in the street to get a new wrinkle from the cut of his unwrinkled trousers. Hyphenated fellows in the clubs and members of the oldest subpoenaed families were glad to clap him on the back and allow him 3 letters of his name. But the Matterhorn of Robert Walmsley's success was not scaled until he married Alicia van der Poel. I cite the Matterhorn, for just so high and cool and white and inaccessible was this daughter of the old burghers. The social Alps that ranged about her, over whose bleak passes 1,000 climbers struggled, reached only to her knees. She towered in her own atmosphere, serene, chaste, prideful, wading in no fountains, dining no monkeys, breeding no dogs for bench shows. She was a Van der Poel. Fountains were made to play for her, monkeys were made for other people's ancestors. Dogs, she understood, were created to be companions of blind persons and objectionable characters who smoked pipes. This was the Matterhorn that Robert Walmsley accomplished. If he found, with the good poet with the game foot and artificially curled hair, that he who ascends to mountain tops will find the loftiest peaks most wrapped in clouds and snow, he concealed his chilblains beneath a brave and smiling exterior. He was a lucky man and knew it, even though he were imitating the Spartan boy with an ice cream freezer beneath his doublet frappéing the region of his heart. After a brief wedding tour abroad, the couple returned to create a decided ripple in the calm cistern, so placid and cool and sunless it is, of the best society. They entertained at their red brick mausoleum of ancient greatness in an old square that is a cemetery of crumbled glory. And Robert Walmsley was proud of his wife, although while one of his hands shook his guests, the other held tightly to his alpenstock and thermometer. One day Alicia found a letter written to Robert by his mother. It was an unerudite letter, full of crops and motherly love and farm notes. It chronicled the health of the pig and the recent red calf, and asked concerning Robert's in return. It was a letter direct from the soil, straight from home, full of biographies of bees, tales of turnips, paeans of new-laid eggs, neglected parents, and the slump in dried apples. "Why have I not been shown your mother's letters?" asked Alicia. There was always something in her voice that made you think of lorgnettes, of accounts at Tiffany's, of sledges smoothly gliding on the trail from Dawson to 40 Mile, of the tinkling of pendant prisms on your grandmother's chandeliers, of snow lying on a convent roof, of a police sergeant refusing bail. "Your mother," continued Alicia, "invites us to make a visit to the farm. I have never seen a farm. We will go there for a week or 2, Robert." "We will," said Robert, with the grand air of an associate supreme justice concurring in an opinion. I did not lay the invitation before you because I thought you would not care to go. I am much pleased at your decision." "I will write to her myself," answered Alicia, with a faint foreshadowing of enthusiasm. "Felice shall pack my trunks at once. 7, I think, will be enough. I do not suppose that your mother entertains a great deal. Does she give many house parties?" Robert arose, and as attorney for rural places filed a demurrer against 6 of the 7 trunks. He endeavored to define, picture, elucidate, set forth and describe a farm. His own words sounded strange in his ears. He had not realized how thoroughly herbsidized he had become. A week passed and found them landed at the little country station 5 hours out from the city. A grinning, stentorian, sarcastic youth driving a mule to a spring wagon hailed Robert savagely. "Hallo, Mr. Walmsley. Found your way back at last, have you? Sorry I couldn't bring in the automobile for you, but Dad's bull-tonguing the 10-acre clover patch with it today. Guess you'll excuse my not wearing a dress suit over to meet you. It ain't 6 o'clock yet, you know." "I'm glad to see you, Tom," said Robert, grasping his brother's hand. "Yes, I've found my way at last. You've a right to say at last. It's been over 2 years since the last time. But it will be oftener after this, my boy." Alicia, cool in the summer heat as an Arctic wraith, white as a Norse snow maiden in her flimsy muslin and fluttering lace parasol, came round the corner of the station, and Tom was stripped of his assurance. He became chiefly eyesight clothed in blue jeans, and on the homeward drive to the mule alone did he confide in language the inwardness of his thoughts. They drove homeward. The low sun dropped a spendthrift flood of gold upon the fortunate fields of wheat. The cities were far away. The road lay curling around wood and dale and hill like a ribbon lost from the robe of careless summer. The wind followed like a whinnying colt in the track of Phoebus's steeds. By and by the farmhouse peeped gray out of its faithful grove. They saw the long lane with its convoy of walnut trees running from the road to the house. They smelled the wild rose and the breath of cool, damp willows in the creek's bed. And then in unison all the voices of the soil began a chant addressed to the soul of Robert Walmsley. Out of the tilted aisles of the dim wood they came hollowly. They chirped and buzzed from the parched grass. They trilled from the ripples of the creek ford. They floated up in clear Pan's pipe notes from the dimming meadows. The whippoorwills joined in as they pursued midges in the upper air. Slow-going cowbells struck out a homely accompaniment, and this was what each one said: "You've found your way back at last, have you?" The old voices of the soil spoke to him. Leaf and bud and blossom conversed with him in the old vocabulary of his careless youth. The inanimate things, the familiar stones and rails, the gates and furrows and roofs and turns of the road had an eloquence too, and a power in the transformation. The country had smiled and he had felt the breath of it, and his heart was drawn as if in a moment back to his old love. The city was far away. This rural atavism, then, seized Robert Walmsley and possessed him. A queer thing he noticed in connection with it was that Alicia, sitting at his side, suddenly seemed to him a stranger. She did not belong to this recurrent phase. Never before had she seemed so remote, so colorless and high, so intangible and unreal. And yet he had never admired her more than when she sat there by him in the rickety spring wagon, chiming no more with his mood and with her environment than the Matterhorn chimes with a peasant's cabbage garden. That night, when the greetings and the supper were over, the entire family, including Buff, the yellow dog, bestrewed itself upon the front porch. Alicia, not haughty but silent, sat in the shadow dressed in an exquisite pale gray tea gown. Robert's mother discoursed to her happily concerning marmalade and lumbago. Tom sat on the top step, sisters Millie and Pam on the lowest step to catch the lightning bugs. Mother had the willow rocker. Father sat in the big armchair with one of its arms gone. Buff sprawled in the middle of the porch in everybody's way. The twilight pixies and pucks stole forth unseen and plunged other poignant shafts of memory into the heart of Robert. A rural madness entered his soul. The city was far away. Father sat without his pipe, writhing in his heavy boots, a sacrifice to rigid courtesy. Robert shouted, "No, you don't." He fetched the pipe and lit it. He seized the old gentleman's boots and tore them off. The last one slipped suddenly, and Mr. Robert Walmsley, of Washington Square, tumbled off the porch backward with Buff on top of him, howling fearfully. Tom laughed sarcastically. Robert tore off his coat and vest and hurled them into a lilac bush. "Come out here, you landlubber," he cried to Tom, "and I'll put grass seed on your back. I think you called me a dude a while ago. Come along and cut your capers." Tom understood the invitation and accepted it with delight. 3 times they wrestled on the grass, side holds, even as the giants of the mat, and twice was Tom forced to bite grass at the hands of the distinguished lawyer. Disheveled, panting, each still boasting of his own prowess, they stumbled back to the porch. Millie cast a pert reflection upon the qualities of a city brother. In an instant Robert had secured a horrid katydid in his fingers and bore down upon her. Screaming wildly, she fled up the lane, pursued by the avenging glass of form. 1/4 mile and they returned, she full of apology, to the victorious dude. The rustic mania possessed him unabatedly. "I can do up a cowpenful of you slow hayseeds," he proclaimed, vaingloriously. "Bring on your bulldogs, your hired men, and your log rollers." He turned handsprings on the grass that prodded Tom to envious sarcasm. And then, with a whoop, he clattered to the rear and brought back Uncle Ike, a battered colored retainer of the family, with his banjo, and strewed sand on the porch and danced chicken in the bread tray, and did buck and wing wonders for half an hour longer. Incredibly wild and boisterous things he did. He sang, he told stories that set all but one shrieking, he played the yokel, the humorous clodhopper. He was mad, mad with the revival of the old life in his blood. He became so extravagant that once his mother sought gently to reprove him. Then Alicia moved as though she were about to speak, but she did not. Through it all she sat immovable, a slim white spirit in the dusk that no man might question or read. By and by she asked permission to ascend to her room, saying that she was tired. On her way she passed Robert. He was standing in the door, the figure of vulgar comedy, with ruffled hair, reddened face and unpardonable confusion of attire, no trace there of the immaculate Robert Walmsley, the courted clubman and ornament of select circles. He was doing a conjuring trick with some household utensils, and the family, now won over to him without exception, was beholding him with worshipful admiration. As Alicia passed and Robert started suddenly. He had forgotten for the moment that she was present. Without a glance at him, she went on upstairs. After that, the fun grew quiet. An hour passed in talk, and then Robert went up himself. She was standing by the window when he entered their room. She was still clothed as when they were on the porch. Outside and crowding against the window was a giant apple tree, full-blossomed. Robert sighed and went near the window. He was ready to meet his fate. A confessed vulgarian, he foresaw the verdict of justice in the shape of that white-clad form. He knew the rigid lines that a Vander Poel would draw. He was a peasant gamboling indecorously in the valley, and the pure, cold, white, unthawed summit of the Matterhorn could not but frown on him. He had been unmasked by his own actions. All the polish, the poise, the form that the city had given him had fallen from him like an ill-fitting mantle at the first breath of a country breeze. Dully he awaited the approaching condemnation. "Robert," said the calm, cool voice of his judge, "I thought I married a gentleman." Yes, it was coming. And yet, in the face of it, Robert Walmsley was eagerly regarding a certain branch of the apple tree upon which he used to climb out of that very window. He believed he could do it now. He wondered how many blossoms there were on the tree. 10 millions? But here was someone speaking again. "I thought I married a gentleman," the voice went on, but why had she come and was standing so close by his side? "But I find that I have married," was this Alicia talking? "Something better, a man, Bob, dear, kiss me, won't you?" The city was far away. 11. The shocks of doom. There is an aristocracy of the public parks and even of the vagabonds who use them for their private apartments. Valence felt rather than knew this, but when he stepped down out of his world into chaos, his feet brought him directly to Madison Square. Raw and astringent as a schoolgirl of the old order, young May breathed austerely among the budding trees. Valence buttoned his coat, lighted his last cigarette, and took his seat upon a bench. For 3 minutes he mildly regretted the last 100 of his last 1,000 that it had cost him when the bicycle cop put an end to his last automobile ride. Then he felt in every pocket and found not a single penny. He had given up his apartment that morning. His furniture had gone towards certain debts. His clothes, save what were upon him, had descended to his manservant for back wages. As he sat there was not in the whole city for him a bed or a broiled lobster or a streetcar fare or a carnation for buttonhole unless he should obtain them by sponging on his friends or by false pretenses. Therefore he had chosen the park. And all this was because an uncle had disinherited him and cut down his allowance from liberality to nothing. And all that was because his nephew had disobeyed him concerning a certain girl, who comes not into this story. Therefore, all readers who brush their hair toward its roots may be warned to read no further. There was another nephew, of a different branch, who had once been the prospective heir and favorite. Being without grace or hope, he had long ago disappeared in the mire. Now dragnets were out for him. He was to be rehabilitated and restored. And so Valence fell grandly as Lucifer to the lowest pit, joining the tattered ghosts in the little park. Sitting there, he leaned far back on the hard bench and laughed a jet of cigarette smoke up to the lowest tree branches. The sudden severing of all his life's ties had brought him a free, thrilling, almost joyous elation. He felt precisely the sensation of the aeronaut when he cuts loose his parachute and lets his balloon drift away. The hour was nearly 10. Not many loungers were on the benches. The park dweller, though a stubborn fighter against autumnal coolness, is slow to attack the advance line of spring's chilly cohorts. Then arose one from a seat near the leaping fountain and came and sat himself at Valence's side. He was either young or old. Cheap lodging houses had flavored him mustily. Razors and combs had passed him by. In him drink had been bottled and sealed in the devil's bond. He begged a match, which is the form of introduction among park benchers, and then he began to talk. "You're not one of the regulars," he said to Valence. "I know tailored clothes when I see 'em. You just stopped for a moment on your way through the park. Don't mind my talking to you for a while? I've got to be with somebody. I'm afraid. I've told 2 or 3 of those bummers over about it. They think I'm crazy. Say, let me tell you, all I've had to eat today was a couple pretzels and an apple. Tomorrow I'll stand in line to inherit 3 millions, and that restaurant you see over there with the autos around it will be too cheap for me to eat in. Don't believe it, do you?" "Without the slightest trouble," said Valence, with a laugh. "I lunched there yesterday. Tonight I couldn't buy a 5-cent cup of coffee." "You don't look like one of us." "Well, I guess those things happen. I used to be a high flyer myself some years ago." "What knocked you out of the game?" I lost my job," said Valence. "It's undiluted Hades, this city," went on the other. "One day you're eating from China, the next you are eating in China a chop suey joint. I've had more than my share of hard luck. For 5 years I've been little better than a panhandler. I was raised up to live expensively and do nothing. Say, I don't mind telling you I've got to talk to somebody, you see, because I'm afraid. My name's Idy. You wouldn't think that old Paulding, one of the millionaires on Riverside Drive, was my uncle, would you? Well, he is. I lived in his house once, and had all the money I wanted. Say, haven't you got the price of a couple of drinks about you? What's your name?" "Dawson," said Valence. "No, I'm sorry to say that I'm all in financially. I've been living for a week in a coal cellar on Division Street," went on ID, "with a crook they called Blinky Morris. I didn't have anywhere else to go. While I was out today, a chap with some papers in his pocket was there, asking for me. I didn't know but what he was a fly cop, so I didn't go around again till after dark. There was a letter there he had left for me. Say, Dawson, it was from a big downtown lawyer, Meade. I've seen his sign on Ann Street. Paulding wants me to play the prodigal nephew, wants me to come back and be his heir again and blow in his money. I am to call at the lawyer's office at 10 tomorrow and step into my old shoes again, heir to 3 million Dawson and $10,000 a year pocket money. And I'm afraid. The vagrant leaped to his feet and raised both trembling arms above his head. He caught his breath and moaned hysterically. Valence seized his arm and forced him back to the bench. "Be quiet," he commanded, with something like disgust in his tones. "One would think you had lost a fortune instead of being about to acquire one. Of what are you afraid?" ID cowered and shivered on the bench. He clung to Valence's sleeve, and even in the dim glow of the Broadway lights, the latest disinherited one could see drops on the other's brow wrung out by some strange terror. "Why, I'm afraid something will happen to me before morning. I don't know what. Something to keep me from coming into that money. I'm afraid a tree will fall on me. I'm afraid a cab will run over me, or a stone drop on me from a housetop, or something. I never was afraid before. I've sat in this park 100 nights as calm as a graven image without knowing where my breakfast was to come from. But now it's different. I love money, Dawson. I'm happy as a god when it's trickling through my fingers, and people are bowing to me, with the music and the flowers and fine clothes all around. As long as I knew I was out of the game, I didn't mind. I was even happy sitting here ragged and hungry, listening to the fountain jump and watching the carriages go up the avenue. But it's in reach of my hand again now almost, and I can't stand it to wait 12 hours, Dawson, I can't stand it. There are 50 things that could happen to me. I could go blind, I might be attacked with heart disease, the world might come to an end before I could." ID sprang to his feet again with a shriek. People stirred on the benches and began to look. Valance took his arm. "Come and walk," he said soothingly, "and try to calm yourself. There is no need to become excited or alarmed. Nothing is going to happen to you. One night is like another." "That's right," said ID. "Stay with me, Dawson, that's a good fellow. Walk around with me a while. I never went to pieces like this before, and I've had a good many hard knocks. Do you think you could hustle something in the way of a little lunch, old man? I'm afraid my nerve's too far gone to try any panhandling." Valance led his companion up almost deserted Fifth Avenue, and then westward along the 30s toward Broadway. "Wait here a few minutes," he said, leaving ID in a quiet and shadowed spot. He entered a familiar hotel and strolled toward the bar quite in his old assured way. "There's a poor devil outside, Jimmy," he said to the bartender, "who says he's hungry and looks it. You know what they do when you give them money? Fix up a sandwich or two for him, and I'll see that he doesn't throw it away." "Certainly, Mr. Valance," said the bartender. "They ain't all fakes. Don't like to see anybody go hungry." He folded a liberal supply of the free lunch into a napkin. Valance went with it and joined his companion. ID pounced upon the food ravenously. "I haven't had any free lunch as good as this in a year," he said. "Aren't you going to eat any, Dawson?" "I'm not hungry, thanks," said Valance. "We'll go back to the square," said ID. "The cops won't bother us there. I'll roll up the rest of this ham and stuff for our breakfast. I won't eat any more. I'm afraid I'll get sick. Suppose I'd die of cramps or something tonight, and never get to touch that money again. It's 11 hours yet till time to see that lawyer. You won't leave me, will you, Dawson? I'm afraid something might happen. You haven't any place to go, have you?" "No," said Valance. "Nowhere tonight. I'll have a bench with you." "You take it cool," said ID. "If you've told it to me straight, I should think a man put on the bum from a good job just in one day would be tearing his hair." "I believe I've already remarked," said Valance, laughing, "that I would have thought that a man who was expecting to come into a fortune on the next day would be feeling pretty easy and quiet. It's funny business," philosophized ID, "about the way people take things anyhow. Here's your bench, Dawson, right next to mine. The light don't shine in your eyes here. Say, Dawson, I'll get the old man to give you a letter to somebody about a job when I get back home. You've helped me a lot tonight. I don't believe I could have gone through the night if I hadn't struck you." "Thank you," said Valance. "Do you lie down or sit up on these when you sleep?" For hours Valance gazed almost without winking at the stars through the branches of the trees and listened to the sharp slapping of horses' hooves on the sea of asphalt to the south. His mind was active, but his feelings were dormant. Every emotion seemed to have been eradicated. He felt no regrets, no fears, no pain or discomfort. Even when he thought of the girl, it was as of an inhabitant of one of those remote stars at which he gazed. He remembered the absurd antics of his companion and laughed softly, yet without a feeling of mirth. Soon the daily army of milk wagons made of the city a roaring drum to which they marched. Valance fell asleep on his comfortless bench. At 10 o'clock on the next day, the two stood at the door of Lawyer Meade's office in Ann Street. ID's nerves fluttered worse than ever when the hour approached, and Valance could not decide to leave him a possible prey to the dangers he dreaded. When they entered the office, Lawyer Meade looked at them wonderingly. He and Valence were old friends. After his greeting, he turned to ID, who stood with white face and trembling limbs before the expected crisis. "I sent a second letter to your address last night, Mr. ID," he said. "I learned this morning that you were not there to receive it. It will inform you that Mr. Paulding has reconsidered his offer to take you back into favor. He has decided not to do so, and desires you to understand that no change will be made in the relations existing between you and him." ID's trembling suddenly ceased. The color came back to his face, and he straightened his back. His jaw went forward half an inch, and a gleam came into his eye. He pushed back his battered hat with one hand, and extended the other, with leveled fingers, toward the lawyer. He took a long breath and then laughed sardonically. "Tell old Paulding he may go to the devil," he said, loudly and clearly, and turned and walked out of the office with a firm and lively step. Lawyer Meade turned on his heel to Valence and smiled. "I am glad you came in," he said genially. "Your uncle wants you to return home at once. He is reconciled to the situation that led to his hasty action, and desires to say that all will be as—" "Hey, Adams!" cried Lawyer Meade, breaking his sentence and calling to his clerk. "Bring a glass of water, Mr. Valence has fainted." 12. The Plutonian Fire. There are a few editor men with whom I am privileged to come in contact. It has not been long since it was their habit to come in contact with me. There is a difference. They tell me that with a large number of the manuscripts that are submitted to them come advices, in the way of a boost from the author asseverating that the incidents in the story are true. The destination of such contributions depends wholly upon the question of the enclosure of stamps. Some are returned, the rest are thrown on the floor in a corner on top of a pair of gumshoes, an overturned statuette of the Winged Victory, and a pile of old magazines containing a picture of the editor in the act of reading the latest copy of Le Petit Journal, right side up. You can tell by the illustrations. It is only a legend that there are wastebaskets in editors' offices. Thus is truth held in disrepute, but in time truth and science and nature will adapt themselves to art. Things will happen logically, and the villain be discomfited instead of being elected to the board of directors. But in the meantime, fiction must not only be divorced from fact, but must pay alimony and be awarded custody of the press dispatches. This preamble is to warn you off the grade crossing of a true story, being that it shall be told simply, with conjunctions substituted for adjectives wherever possible, and whatever evidences of style may appear in it shall be due to the linotype man. It is a story of the literary life in a great city, and it should be of interest to every author within a 20-mile radius of Gosport, Indiana, whose desk holds a manuscript story beginning thus, while the cheers following his nomination were still ringing through the old courthouse. Harwood broke away from the congratulating handclasps of his henchmen and hurried to Judge Creswell's house to find Ida. Pettit came up out of Alabama to write fiction. The Southern papers had printed 8 of his stories under an editorial caption identifying the author as the son of the gallant Major Pettingill Pettit, our former county attorney and hero of the Battle of Lookout Mountain. Pettit was a rugged fellow with a kind of shamefaced culture and my good friend. His father kept a general store in a little town called Hosea. Pettit had been raised in the pine woods and broomsedge fields adjacent thereto. He had in his gripsack 2 manuscript novels of the adventures in Picardy of one Gaston Laboulaye, Vicomte de Montrepose, in the year 1329. That's nothing. We all do that. And someday when we make a hit with a little sketch about a newsie and his lame dog, the editor prints the other one for us, or on us, as the saying is, and then we have to get a big valise and peddle those patent air draft gas burners. At $1.25 everybody should have them. I took Pettit to the red brick house which was to appear in an article entitled Literary Landmarks of Old New York, someday when we got through with it. He engaged a room there, drawing on the general store for his expenses. I showed New York to him, and he did not mention how much narrower Broadway is than Lee Avenue in Hosea. This seemed a good sign, so I put the final test. "Suppose you try your hand at a descriptive article," I suggested, giving your impressions of New York as seen from the Brooklyn Bridge, the fresh point of view, the— "Don't be a fool," said Pettit. "Let's go have some beer. On the whole, I rather like the city. We discovered and enjoyed the only true Bohemia, Every day and night we repaired to one of those palaces of marble and glass and tilework, where goes on a tremendous and sounding epic of life. Valhalla itself could not be more glorious and sonorous. The classic marble on which we ate, the great, light-flooded, vitreous front, adorned with snow-white scrolls, the grand Wagnerian din of clanking cups and bowls, the flashing staccato of brandishing cutlery, the piercing recitative of the white-aproned grub maidens at the morgue-like banquet tables, the recurrent leitmotif of the cash register. It was a gigantic, triumphant welding of art and sound, a deafening, soul-uplifting pageant of heroic and emblematic life. And the beans were only 10 cents. We wondered why our fellow artists cared to dine at sad little tables in their so-called bohemian restaurants, and we shuddered lest they should seek out our resorts and make them conspicuous with their presence. Pettit wrote many stories which the editors returned to him. He wrote love stories, a thing I have always kept free from, holding the belief that the well-known and popular sentiment is not properly a matter for publication, but something to be privately handled by the alienists and florists. But the editors had told him that they wanted love stories because they said the women read them. Now, the editors are wrong about that, of course. Women do not read the love stories in the magazines. They read the poker game stories and the recipes for cucumber lotion. The love stories are read by fat cigar drummers and little 10-year-old girls. I am not criticizing the judgment of editors. They are mostly very fine men, but a man can be but one man, with individual opinions and tastes. I knew 2 associate editors of a magazine who were wonderfully alike in almost everything, and yet one of them was very fond of Flaubert, while the other preferred gin. Pettit brought me his returned manuscripts, and we looked them over together to find out why they were not accepted. They seemed to me pretty fair stories, written in a good style, and ended, as they should, at the bottom of the last page. They were well constructed and the events were marshaled in orderly and logical sequence, but I thought I detected a lack of living substance. It was much as if I gazed at a symmetrical array of presentable clamshells from which the succulent and vital inhabitants had been removed. I intimated that the author might do well to get better acquainted with his theme. "You sold a story last week," said Pettit, "about a gunfight in an Arizona mining town in which the hero drew his Colt's .45 and shot 7 bandits as fast as they came in the door. Now, if a 6-shooter could—" "Oh, well," said I, "that's different. Arizona is a long way from New York. I could have a man stabbed with a lariat or chased by a pair of chaparreras if I wanted to, and it wouldn't be noticed until the usual error sharp from around McAdams Junction isolates the erratum and writes into the papers about it. But you are up against another proposition. This thing they call love is as common around New York as it is in Sheboygan during the young onion season. It may be mixed here with a little commercialism. They read Byron, but they look up Bradstreet's too, while they're among the bees, and Brigham also if they have time, but it's pretty much the same old internal disturbance everywhere. You can fool an editor with a fake picture of a cowboy mounting a pony with his left hand on the saddle horn, but you can't put him up a tree with a love story. So, you've got to fall in love and then write the real thing." Pettit did. I never knew whether he was taking my advice or whether he fell an accidental victim. There was a girl he had met at one of these studio contrivances, a glorious, impudent, lucid, open-minded girl with hair the color of Kulmbacher and a good-natured way of despising you. She was a New York girl. Well, as the narrative style permits us to say infrequently, Pettit went to pieces. All those pains, those lovers' doubts, those heart-burnings and tremors of which he had written so unconvincingly were his. Talk about Shylock's pound of flesh. 25 pounds Cupid got from Pettit, which is the usurer. One night Pettit came to my room exalted. Pale and haggard, but exalted. She had given him a jonquil. "Old hoss," said he, with a new smile flickering around his mouth. "I believe I could write that story tonight, the one, you know, that is to win out. I can feel it. I don't know whether it will come out or not, but I can feel it." I pushed him out of my door. "Go to your room and write it," I ordered. "Else I can see your finish. I told you this must come first. Write it tonight and put it under my door when it is done. Put it under my door tonight when it is finished. Don't keep it until tomorrow." I was reading my bully old pal Montaigne at 2 o'clock when I heard the sheets rustle under my door. I gathered them up and read the story. The hissing of geese, the languishing cooing of doves, the braying of donkeys, the chatter of irresponsible sparrows, these were in my mind's ear as I read. Suffering Sappho, I exclaimed to myself. Is this the divine fire that is supposed to ignite genius and make it practical and wage-earning? The story was sentimental drivel, full of whimpering soft-heartedness and gushing egoism. All the art that Pettit had acquired was gone. A perusal of its buttery phrases would have made a cynic of a sighing chambermaid. In the morning, Pettit came to my room. I read him his doom mercilessly. He laughed idiotically. "All right, old hoss," he said, cheerily. "Make cigar lighters of it. What's the difference? I'm going to take her to lunch at Claremont today." There was about a month of it. And then Pettit came to me bearing an invisible mitten, with the fortitude of a dish rag. He talked of the grave and South America and prussic acid, and I lost an afternoon getting him straight. I took him out and saw that large and curative doses of whiskey were administered to him. I warned you this was a true story. Wear your white ribbons if only follow this tale. For 2 weeks I fed him whiskey and Omar, and read to him regularly every evening the column in the evening paper that reveals the secrets of female beauty. I recommend the treatment. After Pettit was cured, he wrote more stories. He recovered his old-time facility and did work just short of good enough. Then the curtain rose on the third act. A little dark-eyed, silent girl from New Hampshire, who was studying applied design, fell deeply in love with him. She was the intense sort, but externally glacée, such as New England sometimes fools us with. Pettit liked her mildly and took her about a good deal. She worshipped him and now and then bored him. There came a climax when she tried to jump out of a window, and he had to save her by some perfunctory, unmeant wooing. Even I was shaken by the depths of the absorbing affection she showed. Home, friends, traditions, creeds went up like thistledown in the scale against her love. It was really discomposing. One night again, Pettit sauntered in, yawning. As he had told me before, he said he felt that he could do a great story, and as before I hunted him to his room and saw him open his inkstand. At 1 o'clock, the sheets of paper slid under my door. I read that story and I jumped up, late as it was, with a whoop of joy. Old Pettit had done it. Just as though it lay there, red and bleeding, a woman's heart was written into the lines. You couldn't see the joining, but art, exquisite art, and pulsing nature had been combined into a love story that took you by the throat like the quinsy. I broke into Pettit's room and beat him on the back and called him names, names high up in the galaxy of the immortals that we admired. And Pettit yawned and begged to be allowed to sleep. On the morrow, I dragged him to an editor. The great man read, and rising gave Pettit his hand. That was a decoration, a wreath of bay, and a guarantee of rent. And then old Pettit smiled slowly. I call him Gentleman Pettit now to myself. It's a miserable name to give a man, but it sounds better than it looks in print. "I see," said old Pettit, as he took up his story and began tearing it into small strips. "I see the game now. You can't write with ink, and you can't write with your own heart's blood, but you can write with the heart's blood of someone else. You have to be a cad before you can be an artist. Well, I am for old Alabama and the Major's store. Have you got a light, old hoss?" I went with Pettit to the depot and died hard. "Shakespeare's sonnets?" I blurted, making a last stand. "How about him?" "A cad," said Pettit. "They give it to you and you sell it, love, you know. I'd rather sell plows for father." "But," I protested, "you are reversing the decision of the world's greatest." "Goodbye, old hoss," said Pettit. "Critics," I continued. "But say, if the Major can use a fairly good salesman and bookkeeper down there in the store, let me know, will you?" 13. Nemesis and the Candyman. "We sail at 8 in the morning on the Celtic," said Honoria, plucking a loose thread from her lace sleeve. "I heard so," said young Ives, dropping his hat and muffing it as he tried to catch it, "and I came around to wish you a pleasant voyage." "Of course you heard it," said Honoria, coldly sweet, "since we have had no opportunity of informing you ourselves." Ives looked at her pleadingly, but with little hope. Outside in the street, a high-pitched voice chanted, not unmusically, a commercial gamut of candies. Nice, fresh candies. "It's our old Candyman," said Honoria, leaning out the window and beckoning. I want some of his motto kisses. There's nothing in the Broadway shops half so good." The candy man stopped his pushcart in front of the old Madison Avenue home. He had a holiday and festival air unusual to street peddlers. His tie was new and bright red, and a horseshoe pin, almost life-size, glittered speciously from its folds. His brown, thin face was crinkled into a semi-foolish smile. Striped cuffs with dog-head buttons covered the tan on his wrists. "I do believe he's going to get married," said Honoria pityingly. "I never saw him taken that way before, and today is the first time in months that he has cried his wares, I am sure." Ives threw a coin to the sidewalk. The candy man knows his customers. He filled a paper bag, climbed the old-fashioned stoop and handed it in. "I remember," said Ives. "Wait," said Honoria. She took a small portfolio from the drawer of a writing desk and from the portfolio a slip of flimsy paper 1/4 of an inch by 2 inches in size. "This," said Honoria inflexibly, "was wrapped about the first one we opened." "It was a year ago," apologized Ives, as he held out his hand for it. "As long as skies above are blue to you, my love, I will be true." This he read from the slip of flimsy paper. "We were to have sailed a fortnight ago," said Honoria gossipingly. "It has been such a warm summer. The town is quite deserted. There is nowhere to go, yet I am told that 1 or 2 of the roof gardens are amusing. The singing and the dancing on 1 or 2 seem to have met with approval." Ives did not wince. When you are in the ring, you are not surprised when your adversary taps you on the ribs. "I followed the candy man that time," said Ives irrelevantly, "and gave him $5 at the corner of Broadway." He reached for the paper bag in Honoria's lap, took out one of the square, wrapped confections and slowly unrolled it. "Sarah Chillingworth's father," said Honoria, "has given her an automobile." "Read that," said Ives, handing over the slip that had been wrapped around the square of candy. "Life teaches us how to live. Love teaches us to forgive." Honoria's checks turned pink. "Honoria," cried Ives, starting up from his chair. "Miss Clinton," corrected Honoria, rising like Venus from the bead on the surf. "I warned you not to speak that name again." "Honoria," repeated Ives, "you must hear me. I know I do not deserve your forgiveness, but I must have it. There is a madness that possesses one sometimes for which his better nature is not responsible. I throw everything else but you to the winds. I strike off the chains that have bound me. I renounce the siren that lured me from you. Let the bought verse of that street peddler plead for me. It is you only whom I can love. Let your love forgive, and I swear to you that mine will be true as long as skies above are blue." On the west side, between 6th and 7th Avenues, an alley cuts the block in the middle. It perishes in a little court in the center of the block. The district is theatrical, the inhabitants, the bubbling froth of half a dozen nations. The atmosphere is bohemian, the language polyglot, the locality precarious. In the court at the rear of the alley lived the candy man. At 7 o'clock he pushed his cart into the narrow entrance, rested it upon the irregular stone slats, and sat upon one of the handles to cool himself. There was a great draught of cool wind through the alley. There was a window above the spot where he always stopped his pushcart. In the cool of the afternoon, Mademoiselle Adele, drawing card of the aerial roof garden, sat at the window and took the air. Generally, her ponderous mass of dark auburn hair was down, that the breeze might have the felicity of aiding Sidonie, the maid, in drying and airing it. About her shoulders, the point of her that the photographers always made the most of was loosely draped a heliotrope scarf. Her arms to the elbow were bare, there were no sculptors there to rave over them, but even the stolid bricks in the walls of the alley should not have been so insensate as to disapprove. While she sat thus Felice, another maid, anointed and bathed the small feet that twinkled and so charmed the nightly aerial audiences. Gradually, Mademoiselle began to notice the candy man stopping to mop his brow and cool himself beneath her window. In the hands of her maids she was deprived for the time of her vocation, the charming and binding to her chariot of man. To lose time was displeasing to Mademoiselle. Here was the candy man, no fit game for her darts, truly, but of the sex upon which she had been born to make war. After casting upon him looks of unseeing coldness for a dozen times, one afternoon she suddenly thawed and poured down upon him a smile that put to shame the sweets upon his cart. "Candy man," she said, cooingly, while Sidonie followed her impulsive dive, brushing the heavy auburn hair. "Don't you think I am beautiful?" The Candyman laughed harshly and looked up, with his thin jaw set, while he wiped his forehead with a red and blue handkerchief. "Y'ard make a dandy magazine cover," he said grudgingly. "Beautiful or not is for them that cares. It's not my line. If you're looking for bouquets, apply elsewhere between 9 and 12. I think we'll have rain." Truly fascinating, a Candyman is like killing rabbits in a deep snow, but the hunter's blood is widely diffused. Mademoiselle tugged a great coil of hair from Sidonie's hands and let it fall out the window. "Candyman, have you a sweetheart anywhere with hair as long and soft as that, and with an arm so round?" She flexed an arm like Galatea's after the miracle across the windowsill. The Candyman cackled shrilly as he arranged a stock of butterscotch that had tumbled down. "Smoke up," said he, vulgarly. "Nothin' doin' in the complimentary line. I'm too wise to be bamboozled by a switch of hair and a newly massaged arm. Oh, I guess you'll make good in the calcium all right, with plenty of powder and paint on and the orchestra playing under the old apple tree. But don't put on your hat and chase downstairs to fly to the little church around the corner with me. I've been up against peroxide and makeup boxes before. Say, all joking aside, don't you think we'll have rain?" "Candyman," said Mademoiselle softly, with her lips curving and her chin dimpling. "Don't you think I'm pretty?" The Candyman grinned. "Savin' money, ain't yer?" said he, "by bein' your own press agent. I smoke, but I haven't seen your mug on any of the 5-cent cigar boxes. It'd take a new brand of woman to get me going anyway. I know 'em from sidecombs to shoelaces. Gimme a good day's sales and steak and onions at 7 and a pipe and an evenin' paper back there in the court, and I'll not trouble Lillian Russell herself to wink at me, if you please." Mademoiselle pouted. "Candyman," she said, softly and deeply, "yet you shall say that I am beautiful. All men say so and so shall you." The Candyman laughed and pulled out his pipe. "Well," said he, "I must be going in. There is a story in the evenin' paper that I am readin'. Men are divin' in the seas for a treasure, and pirates are watchin' them from behind a reef. And there ain't a woman on land or water or in the air. Good evenin'." And he trundled his pushcart down the alley and back to the musty court where he lived. Incredibly to him who has not learned woman, Mademoiselle sat at the window each day and spread her nets for the ignominious game. Once she kept a grand cavalier waiting in her reception chamber for half an hour while she battered in vain the Candyman's tough philosophy. His rough laugh chafed her vanity to its core. Daily he sat on his cart in the breeze of the alley while her hair was being ministered to, and daily the shafts of her beauty rebounded from his dull bosom, pointless and ineffectual. Unworthy pique brightened her eyes. Pride hurt, she glowed upon him in a way that would have sent her higher adorers into an egoistic paradise. The Candyman's hard eyes looked upon her with a half-concealed derision that urged her to the use of the sharpest arrow in her beauty's quiver. One afternoon she leaned far over the sill, and she did not challenge and torment him as usual. "Candyman," said she, "stand up and look into my eyes." He stood up and looked into her eyes, with his harsh laugh like the sawing of wood. He took out his pipe, fumbled with it, and put it back into big pocket with a trembling hand. "That will do," said Mademoiselle, with a slow smile. "I must go now to my masseuse. Good evening." The next evening at 7 the Candyman came and rested his cart under the window. But was it the Candyman? His clothes were a bright new check. His necktie was a flaming red, adorned by a glittering horseshoe pin, almost life-size. His shoes were polished. The tan of his cheeks had paled, his hands had been washed. The window was empty, and he waited under it with his nose upward, like a hound hoping for a bone. Mademoiselle came, with Sidonie carrying her load of hair. She looked at the Candyman and smiled a slow smile that faded away into ennui. Instantly she knew that the game was bagged, and so quickly she wearied of the chase. She began to talk to Sidonie. "Been a fine day," said the Candyman hollowly. "First time in a month I've felt first class. Hit it up down Old Madison, hollering out like I used her. Think it'll rain tomorrow?" Mademoiselle laid 2 round arms on the cushion on the windowsill and a dimpled chin upon them. "Candyman," said she softly, "do you not love me?" The candy man stood up and leaned against the brick wall. "Lady," said he, chokingly, "I've got $800 saved up. Did I say you wasn't beautiful? Take it, every bit of it, and buy a collar for your dog with it." A sound as of 100 silvery bells tinkled in the room of Mademoiselle. The laughter filled the alley and trickled back into the court, as strange a thing to enter there as sunlight itself. Mademoiselle was amused. Sidonie, a wise echo, added a sepulchral but faithful contralto. The laughter of the two seemed at last to penetrate the candy man. He fumbled with his horseshoe pin. At length Mademoiselle, exhausted, turned her flushed, beautiful face to the window. "Candyman," said she, "go away. When I laugh, Sidonie pulls my hair. I can but laugh while you remain there." "Here is a note for Mademoiselle," said Félix, coming to the window in the room. "There is no justice," said the candy man, lifting the handle of his cart and moving away. 3 yards he moved and stopped. Loud shriek after shriek came from the window of Mademoiselle. Quickly he ran back. He heard a body thumping upon the floor and a sound as though heels beat alternately upon it. "What is it?" he called. Sidonie's severe head came into the window. "Mademoiselle is overcome by bad news," she said. "One whom she loved with all her soul has gone. You may have heard of him. He is Monsieur Ives. He sails across the ocean tomorrow. Oh, you men." 14. Screwing the circle. At the hazard of wearying you, this tale of vehement emotions must be prefaced by a discourse on geometry. Nature moves in circles, art in straight lines. The natural is rounded, the artificial is made up of angles. A man lost in the snow wanders, in spite of himself, in perfect circles. The city man's feet, denaturalized by rectangular streets and floors, carry him ever away from himself. The round eyes of childhood typify innocence. The narrowed line of the flirt's optic proves the invasion of art. The horizontal mouth is the mark of determined cunning. Who has not read nature's most spontaneous lyric in lips rounded for the candid kiss? Beauty is nature in perfection. Circularity is its chief attribute. Behold the full moon, the enchanting golf ball, the domes of splendid temples, the huckleberry pie, the wedding ring, the circus ring, the ring for the waiter, and the round of drinks. On the other hand, straight lines show that nature has been deflected. Imagine Venus's girdle transformed into a straight front. When we begin to move in straight lines and turn sharp corners, our natures begin to change. The consequence is that nature, being more adaptive than art, tries to conform to its sterner regulations. The result is often a rather curious product. For instance, a prize chrysanthemum, wood alcohol whiskey, a Republican Missouri, cauliflower au gratin, and a New Yorker. Nature is lost quickest in a big city. The cause is geometrical, not moral. The straight lines of its streets and architecture, the rectangularity of its laws and social customs, the undeviating pavements, the hard, severe, depressing, uncompromising rules of all its ways, even of its recreation and sports, coldly exhibit a sneering defiance of the curved line of nature. Wherefore, it may be said that the big city has demonstrated the problem of squaring the circle, and it may be added that this mathematical introduction precedes an account of the fate of a Kentucky feud that was imported to the city that has a habit of making its importations conform to its angles. The feud began in the Cumberland Mountains between the Folwell and the Harkness families. The first victim of the homespun vendetta was a possum dog belonging to Bill Harkness. The Harkness family evened up this dire loss by laying out the chief of the Folwell clan. The Folwells were prompt at repartee. They oiled up their squirrel rifles and made it feasible for Bill Harkness to follow his dog to a land where the possums come down when treed without the stroke of an axe. The feud flourished for 40 years. Harknesses were shot at the plow, through their lamp-lit cabin windows, coming from camp meeting, asleep, in duello, sober and otherwise, singly and in family groups, prepared and unprepared. Folwells had the branches of their family tree lopped off in similar ways, as the traditions of their country prescribed and authorized. By and by the pruning left but a single member of each family. And then Cal Harkness, probably reasoning that further pursuance of the controversy would give a too decided personal flavor to the feud, suddenly disappeared from the relieved Cumberlands, balking the avenging hand of Sam, the ultimate opposing Folwell. A year afterward, Sam Folwell learned that his hereditary, unsuppressed enemy was living in New York City. Sam turned over the big iron washpot in the yard, scraped off some of the soot, which he mixed with lard, and shined his boots with the compound. He put on his store clothes of butternut dyed black, a white shirt and collar, and packed a carpet sack with Spartan lingerie. He took his squirrel rifle from its hooks, but put it back again with a sigh. However ethical and plausible the habit might be in the Cumberlands, perhaps New York would not swallow his pose of hunting squirrels among the skyscrapers along Broadway. An ancient but reliable Colt's revolver that he resurrected from a bureau drawer seemed to proclaim itself the pink of weapons for metropolitan adventure and vengeance. This and a hunting knife in a leather sheath, Sam packed in the carpet sack. As he started, muleback, for the Lowland Railroad station, the last Folwell turned in his saddle and looked grimly at the little cluster of white pine slabs in the clump of cedars that marked the Folwell burying ground. Sam Folwell arrived in New York in the night. Still moving and living in the free circles of nature, he did not perceive the formidable, pitiless, restless, fierce angles of the great city waiting in the dark to close about the rotundity of his heart and brain and mold him to the form of its millions of reshaped victims. A cabbie picked him out of the whirl, as Sam himself had often picked a nut from a bed of wind-tossed autumn leaves, and whisked him away to a hotel commensurate to his boots and carpet sack. On the next morning, the last of the Folwells made his sortie into the city that sheltered the last Harkness. The Colt was thrust beneath his coat and secured by a narrow leather belt. The hunting knife hung between his shoulder blades, with the haft an inch below his coat collar. He knew this much, that Cal Harkness drove an express wagon somewhere in that town, and that he, Sam Folwell, had come to kill him. And as he stepped upon the sidewalk, the red came into his eye and the feud hate into his heart. The clamor of the central avenues drew him thitherward. He had half expected to see Cal coming down the street in his shirt sleeves, with a jug and a whip in his hand, just as he would have seen him in Frankfurt or Laurel City. But an hour went by and Cal did not appear. Perhaps he was waiting in ambush, to shoot him from a door or a window. Sam kept a sharp eye on doors and windows for a while. About noon, the city tired of playing with its mouse and suddenly squeezed him with its straight lines. Sam Folwell stood where two great rectangular arteries of the city cross. He looked four ways and saw the world hurled from its orbit and reduced by spirit level and taped to an edged and cornered plane. All life moved on tracks, in grooves according to system, within boundaries by rote. The root of life was the cube root, the measure of existence was square measure. People streamed by in straight rows. The horrible din and crash stupefied him. Sam leaned against the sharp corner of a stone building. Those faces passed him by thousands, and none of them were turned toward him. A sudden foolish fear that he had died and was a spirit, and that they could not see him, seized him, and then the city smote him with loneliness. A fat man dropped out of the stream and stood a few feet distant, waiting for his car. Sam crept to his side and shouted above the tumult into his ear. The Rankins's hogs weighed more'n a whole passel, but the mast in thar neighborhood was a fine chance better than what it was down. The fat man moved away unostentatiously and bought roasted chestnuts to cover his alarm. Sam felt the need of a drop of Mountain Dew. Across the street men passed in and out through swinging doors. Brief glimpses could be had of a glistening bar and its bedeckings. The feudist crossed and essayed to enter. Again had art eliminated the familiar circle. Sam's hand found no doorknob, it slid, in vain, over a rectangular brass plate and polished oak with nothing even so large as a pin's head upon which his fingers might close. Abashed, reddened, heartbroken, he walked away from the bootless door and sat upon a step. A locust club tickled him in the ribs. "Take a walk for yourself," said the policeman. "You've been loafing around here long enough." At the next corner, a shrill whistle sounded in Sam's ear. He wheeled around and saw a black-browed villain scowling at him over peanuts heaped on a steaming machine. He started across the street. An immense engine, running without mules, with the voice of a bull and the smell of a smoky lamp, whizzed past, grazing his knee. A cab driver bumped him with a hub and explained to him that kind words were invented to be used on other occasions. A motorman clanged his bell wildly and, for once in his life, corroborated a cab driver. A large lady in a changeable silk waist dug an elbow into his back, and a newsie pensively pelted him with banana rinds, murmuring, "I hates to do it, but if anybody's seen me, let it pass." Cal Harkness, his day's work over and his express wagon stabled, turned the sharp edge of the building that, by the cheek of architects, is modeled upon a safety razor. Out of the mass of hurrying people his eye picked up, 3 yards away, the surviving bloody and implacable foe of his kith and kin. He stopped short and wavered for a moment, being unarmed and sharply surprised. But the keen mountaineer's eye of Sam Folwell had picked him out. There was a sudden spring, a ripple in the stream of passers-by, and the sound of Sam's voice crying, "Howdy, Cal. I am derned glad to see ye." And in the angles of Broadway, 5th Avenue, and 23rd Street, the Cumberland feudists shook hands. 15. Roses, Ruses, and Romance. Ravenel, the traveler, artist, and poet, threw his magazine to the floor. Sammy Brown, broker's clerk who sat by the window, jumped. "What is it, Ravi?" he asked. "The critic's been hammering your stock down?" "Romance is dead," said Ravenel lightly. When Ravenel spoke lightly, he was generally serious. He picked up the magazine and fluttered its leaves. "Even a Philistine like you, Sammy," said Ravenel, seriously, a tone that ensured him to be speaking lightly, "ought to understand. Now, here is a magazine that once printed Poe and Lowell and Whitman and Bret Harte and Du Maurier and Lanier, and well, that gives you the idea. The current number has this literary feast to set before you, an article on the stokers and coal bunkers of battleships, an exposé of the methods employed in making liverwurst, a continued story of a standard preferred international baking powder deal in Wall Street, a poem on the bear that the president missed. Another story by a young woman who spent a week as a spy making overalls on the East Side, another fiction story that reeks of the garage, and a certain make of automobile. Of course, the title contains the words Cupid and Chauffeur, an article on naval strategy, illustrated with cuts of the Spanish Armada and the new Staten Island ferryboats. Another story of a political boss who won the love of a Fifth Avenue belle by blackening her eye and refusing to vote for an iniquitous ordinance. It doesn't say whether it was in the street cleaning department or Congress, and 19 pages by the editors bragging about the circulation. The whole thing, Sammy, is an obituary on romance. Sammy Brown sat comfortably in the leather armchair by the open window. His suit was a vehement brown with visible checks, beautifully matched in shade by the ends of 4 cigars that his vest pocket poorly concealed. Light tan were his shoes, gray his socks, sky blue his apparent linen, snowy and high and adamantine his collar, against which a black butterfly had alighted and spread his wings. Sammy's face, least important, was round and pleasant and pinkish, and in his eyes you saw no haven for fleeing romance. That window of Ravenel's apartment opened upon an old garden full of ancient trees and shrubbery. The apartment house towered above one side of it. A high brick wall fended it from the street. Opposite Ravenel's window an old mansion stood, half hidden in the shade of the summer foliage. The house was a castle besieged. The city howled and roared and shrieked and beat upon its double doors, and shook white, fluttering checks above the wall, offering terms of surrender. The gray dust settled upon the trees. The siege was pressed hotter, but the drawbridge was not lowered. No further will the language of chivalry serve. Inside lived an old gentleman who loved his home and did not wish to sell it. That is all the romance of the besieged castle. 3 or 4 times every week came Sammy Brown to Ravenel's apartment. He belonged to the Poets Club, for the former Browns had been conspicuous, though Sammy had been vulgarized by business. He had no tears for departed romance. The Song of the Ticker was the one that reached his heart, and when it came to matters equine and batting scores, he was something of a pink edition. He loved to sit in the leather armchair by Ravenel's window, and Ravenel didn't mind particularly. Sammy seemed to enjoy his talk, and then the broker's clerk was such a perfect embodiment of modernity and the day's sordid practicality that Ravenel rather liked to use him as a scapegoat. "I'll tell you what's the matter with you," said Sammy, with the shrewdness that business had taught him. "The magazine has turned down some of your poetry stunts. That's why you are sore at it." "That would be a good guess in Wall Street or in a campaign for the presidency of a woman's club," said Ravenel quietly. "Now, there is a poem, if you will allow me to call it that, of my own in this number of the magazine. "Read it to me," said Sammy, watching a cloud of pipe smoke he had just blown out the window. Ravenel was no greater than Achilles. No one is. There is bound to be a spot. The somebody or other must take hold of us somewhere when she dips us in the something or other that makes us invulnerable. He read aloud this verse in the magazine. "The 4 roses. 1 rose I twined within your hair, white rose that spake of worth, and 1 you placed upon your breast, red rose, love's seal of birth. You plucked another from its stem, tea rose that means for I, and 1 you gave that bore for me the thorns of memory." "That's a crackerjack," said Sammy admiringly. "There are 5 more verses," said Ravenel, patiently sardonic. "One naturally pauses at the end of each, of course." "Oh, let's have the rest, old man," shouted Sammy contritely. "I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm not much of a poetry expert, you know. I never saw a poem that didn't look like it ought to have terminal facilities at the end of every verse. Reel off the rest of it." Ravenel sighed and laid the magazine down. "All right," said Sammy, cheerfully. "We'll have it next time. I'll be off now. Got a date at 5 o'clock. He took a last look at the shaded green garden and left, whistling in an off-key and untuneful air from a roofless farce comedy. The next afternoon Ravenel, while polishing a ragged line of a new sonnet, reclined by the window overlooking the besieged garden of the unmercenary baron. Suddenly he sat up, spilling 2 rhymes and a syllable or 2. Through the trees 1 window of the old mansion could be seen clearly. In its window, draped in flowing white, leaned the angel of all his dreams of romance and poesy. Young, fresh as a drop of dew, graceful as a spray of clematis, conferring upon the garden hemmed in by the roaring traffic the air of a princess's bower, beautiful as any flower sung by poet, thus Ravenel saw her for the first time. She lingered for a while and then disappeared within, leaving a few notes of a bird-like ripple of song to reach his entranced ears through the rattle of cabs and the snarling of the electric cars. Thus, as if to challenge the poet's flaunt at romance and to punish him for his recreancy to the undying spirit of youth and beauty, this vision had dawned upon him with a thrilling and accusive power. And so metabolic was the power that in an instant the atoms of Ravenel's entire world were redistributed. The laden drays that passed the house in which she lived rumbled a deep double bass to the tune of love. The newsboys' shouts were the notes of singing birds. That garden was the pleasance of the Capulets. The janitor was an ogre, himself a knight, ready with sword, lance, or lute. Thus does romance show herself amid forests of brick and stone when she gets lost in the city, and there has to be sent out a general alarm to find her again. At 4 in the afternoon, Ravenel looked out across the garden. In the window of his hopes were set 4 small vases, each containing a great, full-blown rose, red and white. And as he gazed, she leaned above them, shaming them with her loveliness and seeming to direct her eyes pensively toward his own window. And then, as though she had caught his respectful but ardent regard, she melted away, leaving the fragrant emblems on the windowsill. Yes, emblems. He would be unworthy if he had not understood. She had read his poem, The 4 Roses. It had reached her heart, and this was its romantic answer. Of course she must know that Ravenel, the poet, lived there across her garden. His picture, too, she must have seen in the magazines. The delicate, tender, modest, flattering message could not be ignored. Ravenel noticed beside the roses a small flowering pot containing a plant. Without shame he brought his opera glasses and employed them from the cover of his window curtain. A nutmeg geranium. With the true poetic instinct he dragged a book of useless information from his shelves and tore open the leaves at the language of flowers. "Geranium, nutmeg. I expect a meeting." So, romance never does things by halves. If she comes back to you, she brings gifts and her knitting, and will sit in your chimney corner if you will let her. And now Ravenel smiled. The lover smiles when he thinks he has won. The woman who loves ceases to smile with victory. He ends a battle, she begins hers. What a pretty idea to set the 4 roses in her window for him to see. She must have a sweet, poetic soul. And now to contrive the meeting. A whistling and slamming of doors preluded the coming of Sammy Brown. Ravenel smiled again. Even Sammy Brown was shone upon by the far-flung rays of the Renaissance. Sammy, with his ultra clothes, his horseshoe pin, his plump face, his trite slang, his uncomprehending admiration of Ravenel. The broker's clerk made an excellent foil to the new, bright, unseen visitor to the poet's somber apartment. Sammy went to his old seat by the window and looked out over the dusty green foliage in the garden. Then he looked at his watch and rose hastily. "By grabs," he exclaimed. 20 after 4. "I can't stay, old man. I've got a date at 4:30. "Why did you come, then?" asked Ravenel, with sarcastic jocularity. "If you had an engagement at that time, I thought you businessmen kept better account of your minutes and seconds than that." Sammy hesitated in the doorway and turned pinker. "Fact is, Ravi," he explained, as to a customer whose margin is exhausted, "I didn't know I had it till I came. I'll tell you, old man, there's a dandy girl in that old house next door that I'm dead gone on. I put it straight. We're engaged. The old man says knit, but that don't go. He keeps her pretty close. I can see Edith's window from yours here. She gives me a tip when she's going shopping and I meet her. It's 4:30 today. Maybe I ought to have explained sooner, but I know it's all right with you. So long." "How do you get your tip, as you call it?" asked Ravenel, losing a little spontaneity from his smile. "Roses," said Sammy briefly. 4 of them today means 4 o'clock at the corner of Broadway and 23rd. "But the geranium," persisted Ravenel, clutching at the end of Flying Romance's trailing robe. "Means 1:30, shouted Sammy from the hall. "See you tomorrow." 16. The City of Dreadful Night. "During the recent warmed-over spell," said my friend Carney, driver of express wagon number 8606, "a good many opportunities was had of observing human nature through peekaboo wastes. The park commissioner and the commissioner of police and the forestry commission gets together and agrees to let the people sleep in the parks until the weather bureau gets the thermometer down again to a living basis. So they draws up open-air resolutions and has them okayed by the Secretary of Agriculture, Mr. Comstock, and the Village Improvement Mosquito Exterminating Society of South Orange, NJ. When the proclamation was made opening up to the people by special grant the public parks that belonged to them, there was a general exodus into Central Park by the communities existing along its borders. In 10 minutes after sundown, you'd have thought that there was an undress rehearsal of a potato famine in Ireland and a Kishinev massacre. They come by families, gangs, clambake societies, clans, clubs and tribes from all sides to enjoy a cool sleep on the grass. Them that didn't have oil stoves brought along plenty of blankets, so as not to be upset with the cold and discomforts of sleeping outdoors. By building fires of the shade trees and huddling together in the bridle paths, and burrowing under the grass where the ground was soft enough, the likes of 5,000 head of people successfully battled against the night air in Central Park alone. Ye know I live in the elegant furnished apartment house called the Beersheba Flats, over against the elevated portion of the New York Central Railroad. When the order come to the flats that all hands must turn out and sleep in the park, according to the instructions of the consulting committee of the City Club and the Murphy Draying, Returfing and Sodding Company, there was a look of a couple of fires and an eviction all over the place. The tenants began to pack up feather beds, rubber boots, strings of garlic, hot water bags, portable canoes and scuttles of coal to take along for the sake of comfort. The sidewalk looked like a Russian camp in Oyama's line of march. There was wailing and lamenting up and down stairs from Danny Geoghegan's flat on the top floor to the apartments of Mrs. Goldstein-Upsky on the first. "For why," says Danny, coming down and raging in his blue yarn socks to the janitor, "should I be turned out of me comfortable apartments to lay in the dirty grass like a rabbit? 'Tis like Jerome to stir up trouble with small matters like this instead of—" "Whist," says Officer Reagan on the sidewalk, rapping with his club. "'Tis not Jerome. 'Tis by order of the Police Commissioner. Turn out every one of yez and hike yourselves to the park." Now, 'twas a peaceful and happy home that all of us had in them same Beersheba Flats. The O'Dowds and the Steinowitzes and the Callahans and the Cohens and the Spizanellis and the McManuses and the Spiegelmayers and the Joneses, all nations of us, we lived like one big family together. And when the hot nights come along, we kept a line of children reaching from the front door to Kelly's on the corner, passing along the cans of beer from one to another, without the trouble of running after it. And with no more clothing on than is provided for in the statutes, sitting in all the windies with a cool growler in everyone, and your feet out in the air, and the Rosenstein girls singing on the fire escape of the 6th floor, and Patsy Rourke's flute going in the 8th, and the ladies calling each other synonyms out the windy, and now and then a breeze sailing in over Mr. Depew's Central. I tell you, the Beersheba Flats was a summer resort that made the Catskills look like a hole in the ground. With his person full of beer and his feet out the windy and his old woman frying pork chops over a charcoal furnace, and the child her dancing in cotton slips on the sidewalk around the organ grinder, and the rent paid for a week. What does a man want better on a hot night than that? And then comes this ruling of the polis driving people out of their comfortable homes to sleep in parks. 'Twas for all the world like a ukase of them Russians. 'Twill be heard from again at next election time. Well then, Officer Reagan drives the whole lot of us to the park and turns us in by the nearest gate. 'Tis dark under the trees, and all the children sets up to howling that they want to go home. "Ye'll pass the night in this stretch of woods and scenery," says Officer Reagan. "'Twill be fine and imprisonment for insulting the park commissioner and the chief of the weather bureau if ye refuse. I'm in charge of 30 acres between here and the Egyptian monument, and I advise ye to give no trouble. 'Tis sleeping on the grass yez all have been condemned to by the authorities. Yez'll be permitted to leave in the morning, but ye must return be night. Me orders was silent on the subject of bail, but I'll find out if 'tis required and there'll be bondsmen at the gate. There being no lights except along the automobile drives, us 179 tenants of the Beersheba Flats prepared to spend the night as best we could in the raging forest. Them that brought blankets and kindling wood was best off. They got fires started and wrapped the blankets round their heads and laid down, cursing, in the grass. There was nothing to see, nothing to drink, nothing to do. In the dark we had no way of telling friend or foe except by feeling the noses of 'em. I brought along me last winter overcoat, me toothbrush, some quinine pills and the red quilt off the bed in me flat. 3 times during the night somebody rolled on me quilt and stuck his knees against the Adam's apple of me. And 3 times I judged his character by running me hand over his face, and 3 times I rose up and kicked the intruder down the hill to the gravelly walk below. And then someone with a flavor of Kelly's whiskey snuggled up to me, and I found his nose turned up the right way, and I says, "Is that you then, Patsy?" And he says, "It is, Carney. How long do you think it'll last?" "I'm no weather prophet," says I, "but if they bring out a strong anti-Tammany ticket next fall, it ought to get us home in time to sleep on a bed once or twice before they line us up at the polls." "A playing of my flute into the air shaft," says Patsy Rourke, "and a perspiring in me own windy to the joyful noise of the passing trains and the smell of liver and onions and a reading of the latest murder in the smoke of the cooking is well enough for me," says he. "What is this herding us in grass for, not to mention the crawling things with legs that walk up the trousers of us, and the Jersey snipes that peck at us, masquerading under the name and denomination of mosquitoes? What is it all for, Carney, and the rint going on just the same over at the Flats?" "'Tis the great annual municipal free night outing lawn party," says I, "given by the polis, Hetty Green and the Drug Trust. During the heated season they hold a week of it in the principal parks. 'Tis a scheme to reach that portion of the people that's not worth taking up to North Beach for a fish fry." "I can't sleep on the ground," says Patsy, "with any benefit. I have the hay fever and the rheumatism, and me car is full of ants." Well, the night goes on and the ex-tenants of the Flats groans and stumbles around in the dark, trying to find rest and recreation in the forest. The children is screaming with the coldness, and the janitor makes hot tea for 'em, and keeps the fires going with the signboards that point to the tavern and the casino. The tenants try to lay down on the grass by families in the dark, but you're lucky if you can sleep next to a man from the same floor or believing in the same religion. Now and then a Murphy, accidental, rolls over on the grass of a Rosenstein, or a Cohen tries to crawl under the O'Grady bush, and then there's a feeling of noses and somebody is rolled down the hill to the driveway and stays there. There is some hair-pulling among the women folks, and everybody spanks the nearest howling kid to him by the sense of feeling only, regardless of its parentage and ownership. 'Tis hard to keep up the social distinctions in the dark that flourish by daylight in the Beersheba Flats. Mrs. Rafferty, that despises the asphalt that a Dago treads on, wakes up in the morning with her feet in the bosom of Antonio Spizinelli, and Mike O'Dowd, that always threw peddlers downstairs as fast as he came upon 'em, has to unwind old Isaacstein's whiskers from around his neck and wake up the whole gang at daylight. But here and there some few got acquainted and overlooked the discomforts of the elements. There was 5 engagements to be married announced at the Flats the next morning. About midnight I gets up and wrings the dew out of my hair and goes to the side of the driveway and sits down. At one side of the park I could see the lights in the streets and houses, and I was thinking how happy them folks was who could chase the duck and smoke their pipes at their windows, and keep cool and pleasant like nature intended for 'em to. Just then an automobile stops by me, and a fine-looking, well-dressed man steps out. "Me man," says he, "can you tell me why all these people are lying around on the grass in the park? I thought it was against the rules." "'Twas an ordinance," says I, "just passed by the Police Department and ratified by the Turf Cutters Association, providing that all persons not carrying a license number on their rear axles shall keep in the public parks until further notice. Fortunately, the orders comes this year during a spell of fine weather, and the mortality, except on the borders of the lake and along the automobile drives, will not be any greater than usual." "Who are these people on the side of the hill?" asks the man. "Sure," says I, "none others than the tenants of the Beersheba Flats, a fine home for any man, especially on hot nights. May daylight come soon. They come here be nights," says he, "and breathe in the pure air and the fragrance of the flowers and trees. They do that," says he, "coming every night from the burning heat of dwellings of brick and stone." "And wood," says I, "and marble and plaster and iron." "The matter will be attended to at once," says the man, putting up his book. "Are ye the park commissioner?" I asks. "I own the Beersheba Flats," says he. "God bless the grass and the trees that give extra benefits to a man's tenants. The rents shall be raised 15% tomorrow. Good night," says he. 17. The Easter of the Soul. It is hardly likely that a goddess may die. Then Eastri, the old Saxon goddess of spring, must be laughing in her muslin sleeve at people who believe that Easter, her namesake, exists only along certain strips of Fifth Avenue pavement after church service. Aye, it belongs to the world. The ptarmigan in Chilkoot Pass discards his winter white feathers for brown. The Patagonian Beau Brummel oils his chignon and clubs him another sweetheart to drag to his skull-strewn flat. And down in Christie Street, Mr. Tiger McQuirk arose with a feeling of disquiet that he did not understand. With a practiced foot he rolled 3 of his younger brothers like logs out of his way as they lay sleeping on the floor. Before a foot-square looking-glass hung by the window he stood and shaved himself. If that may seem to you a task too slight to be thus impressively chronicled, I bear with you. You do not know of the areas to be accomplished in traversing the cheek and chin of Mr. McQuirk. McQuirk, Sr., had gone to work long before. The big son of the house was idle. He was a marble cutter, and the marble cutters were out on a strike. "What ails ye?" asked his mother, looking at him curiously. "Are ye not feeling well the morning, maybe now?" "He's thinking along of Annie Maria Doyle," impudently explained younger brother Tim, 10 years old. Tiger reached over the hand of a champion and swept the small McQuirk from his chair. "I feel fine," said he, "beyond a touch of the I don't know what you call it's. I feel like there was going to be earthquakes or music or a trifle of chills and fever or maybe a picnic. I don't know how I feel. I feel like knocking the face off a policeman, or else maybe like playing Coney Island straight across the board from popcorn to the elephant hodas." "It's the spring in your bones," said Mrs. McQuirk. "It's the sap risin'. Time was when I couldn't keep me feet still nor me head cool when the earthworms began to crawl out in the dew of the mornin'. 'Tis a bit of tea will do ye good, made from pipsissewa and gentian bark at the druggist's." "Back up," said Mr. McQuirk impatiently. "There's no spring in sight. There's snow yet on the shed in Donovan's backyard. And yesterday they puts open cars on the 6th Avenue lines, and the janitors have quit ordering coal. And that means 6 weeks more of winter, by all the signs that be." After breakfast, Mr. McQuirk spent 15 minutes before the corrugated mirror, subjugating his hair and arranging his green and purple ascot with its amethyst tombstone pin, eloquent of his chosen calling. Since the strike had been called, it was this particular striker's habit to hie himself each morning to the corner saloon of Flaherty Brothers, and there establish himself upon the sidewalk, with one foot resting on the bootblack's stand, observing the panorama of the street until the pace of time brought 12 o'clock and the dinner hour. And Mr. Tiger McQuirk, with his athletic 70 inches, well-trained in sport and battle, his smooth, pale, solid, amiable face blue where the razor had traveled, his carefully considered clothes and air of capability, was himself a spectacle not displeasing to the eye. But on this morning, Mr. McQuirk did not hasten immediately to his post of leisure and observation. Something unusual that he could not quite grasp was in the air. Something disturbed his thoughts, ruffled his senses, made him at once languid, irritable, elated, dissatisfied, and sportive. He was no diagnostician, and he did not know that Lent was breaking up physiologically in his system. Mrs. McQuirk had spoken of spring. Skeptically, Tiger looked about him for signs. Few they were. The organ grinders were at work, but they were always precocious harbingers. It was near enough spring for them to go penny hunting when the skating ball dropped at the park. In the milliners' windows, Easter hats, grave, gay, and jubilant, blossomed. There were green patches among the sidewalk debris of the grocers. On a third-story window sill, the first elbow cushion of the season, old gold stripes on a crimson ground, supported the kimonoed arms of a pensive brunette. The wind blew cold from the East River, but the sparrows were flying to the eaves with straws. A second-hand store, combining foresight with faith, had set out an ice chest and baseball goods. And then Tiger's eye, discrediting these signs, fell upon one that bore a bud of promise. From a bright new lithograph, the head of Capricornus confronted him, betokening the forward and heady brew. Mr. McQuirk entered the saloon and called for his glass of bock. He threw his nickel on the bar, raised the glass, set it down without tasting it, and strolled toward the door. "What's the matter, Lord Bolingbroke?" inquired the sarcastic bartender. "Want a chiny vase or a gold-lined apron to drink it out of, hey?" "Say," said Mr. McQuirk, wheeling and shooting out a horizontal hand and a 45-degree chin, "you know your place only when it comes for giving titles. I've changed me mind about drinkin', see? You got your money, ain't you? Wait till you get stung before you get the droop to your lip, will you?" Thus Mr. Quirk added mutability of desires to the strange humors that had taken possession of him. Leaving the saloon, he walked away 20 steps and leaned in the open doorway of Lutz, the barber. He and Lutz were friends, masking their sentiments behind abuse and bludgeons of repartee. "Irish loafer," roared Lutz. "How do you do? So, not yet half der Belishmans or der catcher of dogs done their duty." "Hello, Dutch," said Mr. McQuirk. "Can't get your mind off of Frankfurters, can you?" "Bah!" exclaimed the German, coming and leaning in the door. "I half a soul above Frankfurters today. Der is springtime in der air. I can feel it coming in over der mud of der streets and das ice in der river. Soon will there be picnics in der islands mit kegs of beer under der trees." "Say," said Mr. McQuirk, setting his hat on one side, "is everybody kidding me about gentle spring? There ain't any more spring in the air than there is in a horsehair sofa in a Second Avenue furnished room. For me the winter underwear yet and the buckwheat cakes." "You haf no poetry," said Lutz. "True, it is yet cold, and in der city we haf not many of der signs, but there are dree kinds of beoble dot should always feel der approach of spring first. They are poets, lovers, and poor widows." Mr. McQuirk went on his way, still possessed by the strange perturbation that he did not understand. Something was lacking to his comfort, and it made him half angry because he did not know what it was. 2 blocks away he came upon a foe, one Conover, whom he was bound in honor to engage in combat. Mr. McQuirk made the attack with the characteristic suddenness and fierceness that had gained for him the endearing sobriquet of Tiger. The defense of Mr. Conover was so prompt and admirable that the conflict was protracted until the onlookers unselfishly gave the warning cry of "Cheese it, the cop." The principals escaped easily by running through the nearest open doors into the communicating backyards at the rear of the houses. Mr. McQuirk emerged into another street. He stood by a lamp-post for a few minutes engaged in thought, and then he turned and plunged into a small notion and news shop. A red-haired young woman, eating gumdrops, came and looked freezingly at him across the icebound steps of the counter. "Say, lady," he said, "have you got a songbook with this in it? Let's see how it leads off. When the springtime comes, we'll wander in the dale, love, and whisper of those days of yore." "I'm having a friend," explained Mr. McQuirk, "laid up with a broken leg, and he sent me after it. He's a devil for songs and poetry when he can't get out to drink." "We have not," replied the young woman, with unconcealed contempt. "But there is a new song out that begins this way. 'Let us sit together in the old armchair, and while the firelight flickers, we'll be comfortable there. There will be no profit in following Mr. Tiger McQuirk through his further vagaries of that day until he comes to stand knocking at the door of Annie Maria Doyle. The goddess Eastry, it seems, had guided his footsteps aright at last. "Is that you now, Jimmy McQuirk?" she cried, smiling through the open door. Annie Maria had never accepted the tiger. Well, whatever. "Come out in the hall," said Mr. McQuirk. "I want to ask your opinion of the weather on the level." "Are you crazy?" "Sure," said Annie Maria. "I am," said the tiger. "They've been telling me all day there was spring in the air. Were they liars? Or am I?" "Dear me," said Annie Maria. "Haven't you noticed it? I can almost smell the violets. And the green grass. Of course, there ain't any yet, it's just a kind of feeling, you know." "That's what I'm getting at," said Mr. McQuirk. "I've had it. I didn't recognize it at first. I thought maybe it was ennui, contracted the other day when I stepped above 14th Street. But the katzenjammer I've got don't spell violets. It spells your own name, Annie Maria, and it's you I want. I go to work next Monday, and I make $4 a day. Spiel up, old girl. Do we make a team?" "Jimmy," sighed Annie Maria, suddenly disappearing in his overcoat. "Don't you see that spring is all over the world right this minute? But you yourself remember how that day ended. Beginning with so fine a promise of vernal things, late in the afternoon the air chilled and an inch of snow fell even so late in March. On Fifth Avenue the ladies drew their winter furs close about them. Only in the florist's windows could be perceived any signs of the morning smile of the coming goddess Eastray. At 6 o'clock Herr Lutz began to close his shop. He heard a well-known shout, "Hello, Dutch." Tiger McQuirk, in his shirt sleeves with his hat on the back of his head, stood outside in the whirling snow, puffing at a black cigar. "Donnerwetter!" shouted Lutz. "Der Winter, he has gome back again yet." "You're a liar, Dutch," called back Mr. McQuirk with friendly geniality. "It's springtime by the watch." 18. The Fool Killer. Down south, whenever anyone perpetrates some particularly monumental piece of foolishness, everybody says, "Send for Jesse Holmes." Jesse Holmes is the fool killer. Of course, he is a myth, like Santa Claus and Jack Frost and general prosperity and all those concrete conceptions that are supposed to represent an idea that nature has failed to embody. The wisest of the Southrons cannot tell you whence comes the fool killer's name, but few and happy are the households from the Roanoke to the Rio Grande in which the name of Jesse Holmes has not been pronounced or invoked. Always with a smile, and often with a tear, is he summoned to his official duty. A busy man is Jesse Holmes. I remember the clear picture of him that hung on the walls of my fancy during my barefoot days when I was dodging his oft-threatened devoirs. To me he was a terrible old man, in gray clothes, with a long, ragged gray beard and reddish, fierce eyes. I looked to see him come stumping up the road in a cloud of dust, with a white oak staff in his hand and his shoes tied with leather thongs. I may yet. But this is a story, not a sequel. I have taken notice with regret that few stories worth reading have been written that did not contain drink of some sort. Down go the fluids, from Arizona Dick's 3 fingers of red pizen to the inefficacious oolong that nerves Lionel Montresor to repartee in the dotty dialogues. So, in such good company I may introduce an absinthe drip. One absinthe drip, dripped through a silver dripper, orderly, opalescent, cool, green-eyed, deceptive. Kerner was a fool. Besides that, he was an artist and my good friend. Now, if there is one thing on earth utterly despicable to another, it is an artist in the eyes of an author whose story he has illustrated. Just try it once. Write a story about a mining camp in Idaho. Sell it. Spend the money, and then, 6 months later, borrow a quarter or a dime and buy the magazine containing it. You find a full-page wash drawing of your hero, Black Bill, the cowboy. Somewhere in your story you employed the word horse. Aha, the artist has grasped the idea. Black Bill has on the regulation trousers of the MFH of the Westchester County Hunt. He carries a parlor rifle and wears a monocle. In the distance is a section of 42nd Street during a search for a lost gas pipe, and the Taj Mahal, the famous mausoleum in India. Enough. I hated Kerner, and one day I met him and we became friends. He was young and gloriously melancholy because his spirits were so high, and life had so much in store for him. Yes, he was almost riotously sad. That was his youth. When a man begins to be hilarious in a sorrowful way, you can bet $1,000,000 that he is dyeing his hair. Kerner's hair was plentiful and carefully matted as an artist's thatch should be. He was a cigaretteur, and he audited his dinners with red wine. But, most of all, he was a fool. And wisely I envied him, and listened patiently while he knocked Velázquez and Tintoretto. Once he told me that he liked a story of mine that he had come across in an anthology. He described it to me, and I was sorry that Mr. Fitzjames O'Brien was dead and could not learn of the eulogy of his work. But mostly Kerner made few breaks and was a consistent fool. I'd better explain what I mean by that. There was a girl. Now, a girl, as far as I am concerned, is a thing that belongs in a seminary or an album, but I conceded the existence of the animal in order to retain Kerner's friendship. He showed me her picture in a locket. She was a blonde or a brunette, I have forgotten which. She worked in a factory for $8 a week. Lest factories quote this wage by way of vindication, I will add that the girl had worked for 5 years to reach that supreme elevation of remuneration, beginning at $1.50 per week. Kerner's father was worth a couple of millions. He was willing to stand for art, but he drew the line at the factory girl. So Kerner disinherited his father and walked out to a cheap studio and lived on sausages for breakfast and on Ferroni for dinner. Ferroni had the artistic soul and a line of credit for painters and poets, nicely adjusted. Sometimes Kerner sold a picture and bought some new tapestry, a ring and a dozen silk cravats, and paid Ferroni $2 on account. One evening Kerner had me to dinner with himself and the factory girl. They were to be married as soon as Kerner could slosh paint profitably. As for the ex-father's 2 millions, poof. She was a wonder. Small and halfway pretty, and as much at her ease in that cheap cafe as though she were only in the Palmer House, Chicago, with a souvenir spoon already safely hidden in her shirtwaist. She was natural. 2 things I noticed about her especially. Her belt buckle was exactly in the middle of her back, and she didn't tell us that a large man with a ruby stick pin had followed her up all the way from 14th Street. Was Kerner such a fool? I wondered. And then I thought of the quantity of striped cuffs and blue glass beads that $2 million can buy for the heathen, and I said to myself that he was. And then Elise, certainly that was her name, told us, merrily, that the brown spot on her waist was caused by her landlady knocking at the door while she, the girl, confound the English language, was heating an iron over the gas jet, and she hid the iron under the bedclothes until the coast was clear, and there was the piece of chewing gum stuck to it when she began to iron the waist, and well. I wondered how in the world the chewing gum came to be there. Don't they ever stop chewing it? A while after that, don't be impatient, the absinthe drip is coming now. Kerner and I were dining at Ferroni's. A mandolin and a guitar were being attacked. The room was full of smoke in nice, long, crinkly layers, just like the artists draw the steam from a plum pudding on Christmas posters, and a lady in a blue silk and gasolined gauntlets was beginning to hum an air from the Catskills. "Kerner," said I, "you are a fool." "Of course," said Kerner. "I wouldn't let her go on working. Not my wife. What's the use to wait? She's willing. I sold that watercolor of the Palisades yesterday. We could cook on a 2-burner gas stove. You know the ragos I can throw together? Yes, I think we will marry next week." "Kerner," said I, "you are a fool." "Have an absinthe drip?" said Kerner grandly. "Tonight you are the guest of art in paying quantities. I think we will get a flat with a bath." "I never tried one, I mean an absinthe drip," said I. The waiter brought it and poured the water slowly over the ice in the dripper. "It looks exactly like the Mississippi River water in the Big Bend below Natchez," said I, fascinated, gazing at the bemuddled drip. "There are such flats for $8 a week," said Kerner. "You are a fool," said I, and began to sip the filtration. "What you need," I continued, "is the official attention of one Jesse Holmes." Kerner, not being a Southerner, did not comprehend, so he sat, sentimental, figuring on his flat in his sordid, artistic way, while I gazed into the green eyes of the sophisticated spirit of Wormwood. Presently, I noticed casually that a procession of bacchantes limned on the wall immediately below the ceiling had begun to move, traversing the room from right to left in a gay and spectacular pilgrimage. I did not confide my discovery to Kerner. The artistic temperament is too high-strung to view such deviations from the natural laws of the art of calcimining. I sipped my absinthe drip and sawed wormwood. One absinthe drip is not much, but I said again to Kerner, kindly, "You are a fool," and then in the vernacular, "Jesse Holmes for yours." And then I looked around and saw the fool killer, as he had always appeared to my imagination, sitting at a nearby table, and regarding us with his reddish, fatal, relentless eyes. He was Jesse Holmes from top to toe. He had the long, gray, ragged beard, the gray clothes of ancient cut, the executioner's look, and the dusty shoes of one who had been called from afar. His eyes were turned fixedly upon Kerner. I shuddered to think that I had invoked him from his assiduous southern duties. I thought of flying, and then I kept my seat, reflecting that many men had escaped his ministrations when it seemed that nothing short of an appointment as ambassador to Spain could save them from him. I had called my brother Kerner a fool and was in danger of hellfire. That was nothing, but I would try to save him from Jesse Holmes. The fool killer got up from his table and came over to ours. He rested his hands upon it and turned his burning, vindictive eyes upon Kerner, ignoring me. "You are a hopeless fool," he said to the artist. "Haven't you had enough of starvation yet? I offer you one more opportunity. Give up this girl and come back to your home. Refuse and you must take the consequences." The fool killer's threatening face was within a foot of his victim's, but to my horror, Kerner made not the slightest sign of being aware of his presence. "We will be married next week," he muttered absent-mindedly. "With my studio furniture and some second-hand stuff we can make out." "You have decided your own fate," said the fool killer in a low but terrible voice. "You may consider yourself as one dead. You have had your last chance." "In the moonlight," went on Kerner softly, "we will sit under the skylight with our guitar and sing away the false delights of pride and money." "On your own head be it," hissed the fool killer, and my scalp prickled when I perceived that neither Kerner's eyes nor his ears took the slightest cognizance of Jesse Holmes. And then I knew that for some reason the veil had been lifted from me alone, and that I had been elected to save my friend from destruction at the fool killer's hands. Something of the fear and wonder of it must have showed itself in my face. "Excuse me," said Kerner, with his wan, amiable smile. "Was I talking to myself? I think it is getting to be a habit with me." The fool killer turned and walked out of Ferroni's. "Wait here for me," said I, rising. "I must speak to that man." "Had you no answer for him? Because you are a fool, must you die like a mouse under his foot? Could you not utter one squeak in your own defense?" "You are drunk," said Kerner, heartlessly. No one addressed me. "The destroyer of your mind," said I, "stood above you just now and marked you for his victim. You are not blind or deaf." "I recognized no such person," said Kerner. "I have seen no one but you at this table. Sit down. Hereafter you shall have no more absinthe drips." "Wait here," said I, furious. "If you don't care for your own life, I will save it for you." I hurried out and overtook the man in gray halfway down the block. He looked as I had seen him in my fancy 1,000 times, truculent, gray, and awful. He walked with a white oak staff, and but for the street sprinkler the dust would have been flying under his tread. I caught him by the sleeve and steered him to a dark angle of a building. I knew he was a myth, and I did not want a cop to see me conversing with vacancy, for I might land in Bellevue minus my silver matchbox and diamond ring. "Jesse Holmes," said I, facing him with apparent bravery, "I know you. I have heard of you all my life. I know now what a scourge you have been to your country. Instead of killing fools, you have been murdering the youth and genius that are necessary to make a people live and grow great. You are a fool yourself, Holmes. You began killing off the brightest and best of our countrymen 3 generations ago, when the old and obsolete standards of society and honor and orthodoxy were narrow and bigoted. You proved that when you put your murderous mark upon my friend Kerner, the wisest chap I ever knew in my life." The fool killer looked at me grimly and closely. "You've a queer jag," said he curiously. "Oh yes, I see who you are now. You were sitting with him at the table. Well, if I'm not mistaken, I heard you call him a fool too." "I did," said I. "I delight in doing so. It is from envy. By all the standards that you know, he is the most egregious and grandiloquent and gorgeous fool in all the world. That's why you want to kill him. Would you mind telling me who or what you think I am? Asked the old man. I laughed boisterously and then stopped suddenly, for I remembered that it would not do to be seen so hilarious in the company of nothing but a brick wall. You are Jesse Holmes, the fool killer, I said solemnly, and you are going to kill my friend Kerner. I don't know who rang you up, but if you do kill him, I'll see that you get pinched for it. That is, I added despairingly, if I can get a cop to see you. They have a poor eye for mortals, and I think it would take the whole force to round up a myth murderer. Well, said the fool killer briskly, I must be going. You had better go home and sleep it off. Good night. At this, I was moved by a sudden fear for Kerner to a softer and more pleading mood. I leaned against the gray man's sleeve and besought him. Good Mr. Fool Killer, please don't kill little Kerner. Why can't you go back south and kill congressmen and clay eaters and let us alone? Why don't you go up on Fifth Avenue and kill millionaires that keep their money locked up and won't let young fools marry because one of them lives on the wrong street? Come and have a drink, Jesse. Will you never get on to your job? Do you know this girl that your friend has made himself a fool about? Asked the fool killer. I have the honor, said I, and that's why I called Kerner a fool. He is a fool because he has waited so long before marrying her. He is a fool because he has been waiting in the hopes of getting the consent of some absurd $2 million fool parent or something of the sort. Maybe, said the fool killer. Maybe I might have looked at it differently. Would you mind going back to the restaurant and bringing your friend Kerner here? Oh, what's the use, Jesse? I yawned. He can't see you. He didn't know you were talking to him at the table. You are a fictitious character, you know. Maybe he can this time. Will you go fetch him? All right, said I. But I've a suspicion that you're not strictly sober, Jesse. You seem to be wavering and losing your outlines. Don't vanish before I get back. I went back to Kerner and said, There's a man with an invisible homicidal mania waiting to see you outside. I believe he wants to murder you. Come along. You won't see him, so there's nothing to be frightened about. Kerner looked anxious. Why, said he. I had no idea one absinthe would do that. You'd better stick to Würzburger. I'll walk home with you. I led him to Jesse Holmes's. Rudolph, said the fool killer, I'll give in. Bring her up to the house. Give me your hand, boy. Good for you, Dad, said Kerner, shaking hands with the old man. You'll never regret it after you know her. So, you did see him when he was talking to you at the table? I asked Kerner. We hadn't spoken to each other in a year, said Kerner. It's all right now. I walked away. Where are you going? Called Kerner. I am going to look for Jesse Holmes, I answered, with dignity and reserve. 19. Transient in Arcadia. There is a hotel on Broadway that has escaped discovery by the summer resort promoters. It is deep and wide and cool. Its rooms are finished in dark oak of a low temperature. Homemade breezes and deep green shrubbery give it the delights without the inconveniences of the Adirondacks. One can mount its broad staircases or glide dreamily upward in its aerial elevators, attended by guides in brass buttons with a serene joy that alpine climbers have never attained. There is a chef in its kitchen who will prepare for you brook trout better than the White Mountains ever served, seafood that would turn Old Point comfort by gad, sa, green with envy, and Maine venison that would melt the official heart of a game warden. A few have found out this oasis in the July desert of Manhattan. During that month you will see the hotel's reduced array of guests scattered luxuriously about in the cool twilight of its lofty dining room, gazing at one another across the snowy waste of unoccupied tables, silently congratulatory. Superfluous, watchful, pneumatically moving waiters hover near, supplying every want before it is expressed. The temperature is perpetual April. The ceiling is painted in watercolors to counterfeit a summer sky across which delicate clouds drift and do not vanish as those of nature do to our regret. The pleasing distant roar of Broadway is transformed in the imagination of the happy guests to the noise of a waterfall filling the woods with its restful sound. At every strange footstep the guests turn an anxious ear, fearful lest their retreat be discovered and invaded by the restless pleasure-seekers who are forever hounding nature to her deepest lairs. Thus, in the depopulated caravansary, the little band of connoisseurs jealously hide themselves during the heated season, enjoying to the uttermost the delights of mountain and seashore that art and skill have gathered and served to them. In this July came to the hotel one whose card that she sent to the clerk for her name to be registered read, Madame Heloise Darcy Beaumont. Madame Beaumont was a guest such as the Hotel Lotus loved. She possessed the fine air of the elite, tempered and sweetened by a cordial graciousness that made the hotel employees her slaves. Bellboys fought for the honor of answering her ring. The clerks, but for the question of ownership, would have deeded to her the hotel and its contents. The other guests regarded her as the final touch of feminine exclusiveness and beauty that rendered the entourage perfect. This super-excellent guest rarely left the hotel. Her habits were consonant with the customs of the discriminating patrons of the Hotel Lotus. To enjoy that delectable hostelry, one must forego the city as though it were leagues away. By night, a brief excursion to the nearby roofs is in order, but during the torrid day, one remains in the umbrageous fastnesses of the Lotus as a trout hangs poised in the pellucid sanctuaries of his favorite pool. Though alone in the Hotel Lotus, Madame Beaumont preserved the state of a queen whose loneliness was of position only. She breakfasted at 10, a cool, sweet, leisurely, delicate being who glowed softly in the dimness like a jasmine flower in the dusk. But at dinner was Madame's glory at its height. She wore a gown as beautiful and immaterial as the mist from an unseen cataract in a mountain gorge. The nomenclature of this gown is beyond the guess of the scribe. Always pale red roses reposed against its lace-garnished front. It was a gown that the head waiter viewed with respect and met at the door. You thought of Paris when you saw it, and maybe of mysterious countesses, and certainly of Versailles and rapiers and Mrs. Fiske and rouge et noir. There was an untraceable rumor in the Hotel Lotus that Madame was a cosmopolite, and that she was pulling with her slender white hands certain strings between the nations in the favor of Russia. Being a citizeness of the world's smoothest roads, it was small wonder that she was quick to recognize in the refined purlieus of the Hotel Lotus the most desirable spot in America for a restful sojourn during the heat of midsummer. On the third day of Madame Beaumont's residence in the hotel, a young man entered and registered himself as a guest. His clothing, to speak of his points in approved order, was quietly in the mode, his features good and regular, his expression that of a poised and sophisticated man of the world. He informed the clerk that he would remain 3 or 4 days, inquired concerning the sailing of European steamships, and sank into the blissful inanition of the Nonpareil Hotel with the contented air of a traveler in his favorite inn. The young man, not to question the veracity of the register, was Harold Farrington. He drifted into the exclusive and calm current of life in the Lotus so tactfully and silently that not a ripple alarmed his fellow seekers after rest. He ate in the Lotus and of its patronym, and was lulled into blissful peace with the other fortunate mariners. In one day he acquired his table and his waiter, and the fear lest the panting chasers after repose that kept Broadway warm should pounce upon and destroy this contiguous but covert haven. After dinner on the next day after the arrival of Harold Farrington, Madame Beaumont dropped her handkerchief in passing out. Mr. Farrington recovered and returned it without the effusiveness of a seeker after acquaintance. Perhaps there was a mystic freemasonry between the discriminating guests of the Lotus. Perhaps they were drawn one to another by the fact of their common good fortune in discovering the acme of summer resorts in a Broadway hotel. Words delicate in courtesy and tentative in departure from formality passed between the two. And, as if in the expedient atmosphere of a real summer resort, an acquaintance grew, flowered and fructified on the spot, as does the mystic plant of the conjurer. For a few moments they stood on a balcony upon which the corridor ended, and tossed the feathery ball of conversation. "One tires of the old resorts," said Madame Beaumont, with a faint but sweet smile. "What is the use to fly to the mountains or the seashore to escape noise and dust, when the very people that make both follow us there?" "Even on the ocean," remarked Farrington sadly, "the Philistines be upon you. The most exclusive steamers are getting to be scarcely more than ferry boats. Heaven help us when the summer resorter discovers that the Lotus is further away from Broadway than Thousand Islands or Mackinac." "I hope our secret will be safe for a week anyhow," said Madame with a sigh and a smile. I do not know where I would go if they should descend upon the dear lotus. I know of but one place so delightful in summer, and that is the castle of Count Polinsky in the Ural Mountains. I hear that Baden-Baden and Cannes are almost deserted this season, said Farrington. Year by year the old resorts fall in disrepute. Perhaps many others, like ourselves, are seeking out the quiet nooks that are overlooked by the majority. I promise myself 3 days more of this delicious rest, said Madame Beaumont. On Monday the Cedric sails. Harold Farrington's eyes proclaimed his regret. I too must leave on Monday, he said, but I do not go abroad. Madame Beaumont shrugged one round shoulder in a foreign gesture. One cannot hide here forever, charming though it may be. The chateau has been in preparation for me longer than a month. Those house parties that one must give, what a nuisance. But I shall never forget my week in the Hotel Lotus. No shall I, said Farrington in a low voice, and I shall never forgive the Cedric. On Sunday evening, 3 days afterward, the two sat at a little table on the same balcony. A discreet waiter brought ices and small glasses of claret cup. Madame Beaumont wore the same beautiful evening gown that she had worn each day at dinner. She seemed thoughtful. Near her hand on the table lay a small chatelaine purse. After she had eaten her ice, she opened the purse and took out a $1 bill. Mr. Farrington, she said with the smile that had won the Hotel Lotus, I want to tell you something. I'm going to leave before breakfast in the morning because I've got to go back to my work. I'm behind the hosiery counter at Casey's Mammoth store, and my vacation's up at 8 o'clock tomorrow. That paper dollar is the last cent I'll see till I draw my $8 salary next Saturday night. You're a real gentleman, and you've been good to me, and I wanted to tell you before I went. I've been saving up out of my wages for a year just for this vacation. I wanted to spend 1 week like a lady if I never do another one. I wanted to get up when I please instead of having to crawl out at 7 every morning, and I wanted to live on the best and be waited on and ring bells for things just like rich folks do. Now I've done it, and I've had the happiest time I ever expect to have in my life. I'm going back to my work and my little hall bedroom satisfied for another year. I wanted to tell you about it, Mr. Farrington, because I thought you kind of liked me, and I liked you. But oh, I couldn't help deceiving you up till now, for it was all just like a fairy tale to me. So I talked about Europe and the things I've read about in other countries, and made you think I was a great lady. This dress I've got on, it's the only one I have that's fit to wear. I bought from O'Dowd and Levinsky on the installment plan. $75 is the price, and it was made to measure. I paid $10 down, and they're to collect $1 a week till it's paid for. That'll be about all I have to say, Mr. Farrington, except that my name is Mamie Civeter instead of Madame Beaumont, and I thank you for your attentions. This dollar will pay the installment due on the dress tomorrow. I guess I'll go up to my room now. Harold Farrington listened to the recital of the Lotus's loveliest guest with an impassive countenance. When she had concluded, he drew a small book like a checkbook from his coat pocket. He wrote upon a blank form in this with a stub of pencil, tore out the leaf, tossed it over to his companion, and took up the paper dollar. I've got to go to work, too, in the morning, he said, and I might as well begin now. There's a receipt for the dollar installment. I've been a collector for O'Dowd and Levinsky for 3 years. Funny, ain't it, that you and me both had the same idea about spending our vacation? I've always wanted to put up at a swell hotel, and I saved up out of my 20 per, and did it. Say, Mame, how about a trip to Coney Saturday night on the boat, what? The face of the pseudo-Madame Eloise Darcy Beaumont beamed. Oh, you bet I'll go, Mr. Farrington. The store closes at 12 on Saturdays. I guess Coney'll be all right even if we did spend a week with the swells. Below the balcony, the sweltering city growled and buzzed in the July night. Inside the Hotel Lotus, the tempered, cool shadows reigned, and the solicitous waiter single-footed near the low windows, ready at a nod to serve Madame and her escort. At the door of the elevator, Farrington took his leave, and Madame Beaumont made her last ascent. But before they reached the noiseless cage, he said, "Just forget that, Harold Farrington, will you? McManus is the name, James McManus. Some call me Jimmy." "Good night, Jimmy," said Madame. 20. The Rathskeller and the Rose. Miss Posy Carrington had earned her success. She began life handicapped by the family name of Boggs in the small town known as Cranberry Corners. At the age of 18, she had acquired the name of Carrington and a position in the chorus of a metropolitan burlesque company. Thence upward she had ascended by the legitimate and delectable steps of Broiler, member of the famous Dicky Bird Octet in the successful musical comedy Fudge and Fellows, leader of the potato bug dance in Fol de Rol, and at length to the part of the maid, Toinette, in the King's Bathrobe, which captured the critics and gave her chance. And when we come to consider Miss Carrington, she is in the heyday of flattery, fame, and fizz, and that astute manager, Herr Timothy Goldstein, has her signature to ironclad papers that she will star the coming season in Dyed Rich's new play, Paresis by Gaslight. Promptly there came to Herr Timothy a capable 20th-century young character actor by the name of Highsmith, who besought engagement as Sol Haytosser, the comic and chief male character part in Paresis by Gaslight. "My boy," said Goldstein, "take the part if you can get it. Miss Carrington won't listen to any of my suggestions. She has turned down half a dozen of the best imitators of the rural dub in the city. She declares she won't set a foot on the stage unless Haytosser is the best that can be raked up. She was raised in a village, you know, and when a Broadway orchid sticks a straw in his hair and tries to call himself a clover blossom, she's on, all right." I asked her, in a sarcastic vein, if she thought Denman Thompson would make any kind of a show in the part. "Oh, no," says she. "I don't want him or John Drew or Jim Corbett or any of these swell actors that don't know a turnip from a turnstile. I want the real article. So, my boy, if you want to play Sol Haytosser, you will have to convince Miss Carrington. Luck be with you." Highsmith took the train the next day for Cranberry Corners. He remained in that forsaken and inanimate village 3 days. He found the Boggs family and corkscrewed their history unto the 3rd and 4th generation. He amassed the facts and the local color of Cranberry Corners. The village had not grown as rapidly as had Miss Carrington. The actor estimated that it had suffered as few actual changes since the departure of its solitary follower of Thespis as had a stage upon which 4 years is supposed to have elapsed. He absorbed Cranberry Corners and returned to the city of chameleon changes. It was in the Rathskeller that Highsmith made the hit of his histrionic career. There is no need to name the place. There is but one Rathskeller where you could hope to find Miss Posy Carrington after a performance of The King's Bathrobe. There was a jolly small party at one of the tables that drew many eyes. Miss Carrington, petite, marvelous, bubbling, electric, fame-drunken, shall be named first. Herr Goldstein follows, sonorous, curly-haired, heavy, a trifle anxious, as some bear that had caught, somehow, a butterfly in his claws. Next, a man condemned to a newspaper, sad, courted, armed, analyzing for press agent Strauss every sentence that was poured over him, eating his a la Newburgh in the silence of greatness. To conclude, a youth with parted hair, a name that is ochre to red journals and gold on the back of a supper check. These sat at a table while the musicians played, while waiters moved in the mazy performance of their duties with their backs toward all who desired their service, and all was bizarre and merry because it was 9 feet below the level of the sidewalk. At 11:45 a being entered the Rathskeller. The first violin perceptibly flatted a C that should have been natural. The clarionet blew a bubble instead of a grace note. Miss Carrington giggled and the youth with parted hair swallowed an olive seed. Exquisitely and irreproachably rural was the new entry. A lank, disconcerted, hesitating young man it was, flaxen-haired, gaping of mouth, awkward, stricken to misery by the lights and company. His clothing was butternut, with bright blue tie, showing 4 inches of bony wrist and white-socked ankle. He upset a chair, sat in another one, curled a foot around a table leg, and cringed at the approach of a waiter. "You may fetch me a glass of lager beer," he said, in response to the discreet questioning of the servitor. The eyes of the Rathskeller were upon him. He was as fresh as a collard and as ingenuous as a hay-rake. He let his eye rove about the place as one who regards big-eyed hogs in the potato patch. His gaze rested at length upon Miss Carrington. He rose and went to her table with a lateral, shining smile and a blush of pleased trepidation. "How are ye, Miss Posy?" he said in accents not to be doubted. "Don't you remember me, Bill Summers, the Summerses that lived back of the blacksmith shop? I reckon I've growed up some since ye left Cranberry Corners. Liza Perry lowed I might see ye in the city while I was here. You know Liza married Benny Stanfield, and she says—" "Ah, say," interrupted Miss Carrington brightly, Lies Perry is never married. What? Oh, the freckles of her. Married in June, grinned the gossip, and livin' in the old Tatum place. Ham Riley professed religion. Old Mrs. Blithers sold her place to Cap'n Spooner. The youngest Waters girl run away with a music teacher. The courthouse burned up last March. Your Uncle Wiley was elected constable. Matilda Hoskins died from runnin' a needle in her hand. And Tom Beadle is courtin' Sally Lathrop. They say he don't miss a night but what he's settin' on their porch. The wall-eyed thing, exclaimed Miss Carrington with asperity. Why? Tom Beadle once say, you folks, excuse me a while. This is an old friend of mine, Mr. What was it? Yes, Mr. Summers, Mr. Goldstein, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Oh, what's yours? Johnny'll do. Come on over here and tell me some more. She swept him to an isolated table in a corner. Herr Goldstein shrugged his fat shoulders and beckoned to the waiter. The newspaper man brightened a little and mentioned absinthe. The youth with parted hair was plunged into melancholy. The guests of the Rathskeller laughed, clinked glasses, and enjoyed the comedy that Posy Carrington was treating them to after her regular performance. A few cynical ones whispered press agent and smiled wisely. Posy Carrington laid her dimpled and desirable chin upon her hands and forgot her audience, a faculty that had won her laurels for her. I don't seem to recollect any Bill Summers, she said, thoughtfully gazing straight into the innocent blue eyes of the rustic young man. But I know the Summerses, all right. I guess there ain't many changes in the old town. You see any of my folks lately? And then Highsmith played his trump. The part of soul haytosser called for pathos as well as comedy. Miss Carrington should see that he could do that as well. Miss Posy, said Bill Summers, I was up to your folks' house just 2 or 3 days ago. No, there ain't many changes to speak of. The lilac bush by the kitchen window is over a foot higher, and the elm in the front yard died and had to be cut down. And yet it don't seem the same place that it used to be. How's Ma? Asked Miss Carrington. She was settin' by the front door, crocheting a lamp mat when I saw her last, said Bill. She's older'n she was, Miss Posy, but everything in the house looked just the same. Your Ma asked me to set down. Don't touch that willow rocker, William, says she. It ain't been moved since Posy left, and that's the apron she was hemmin', layin' over the arm of it, just as she flung it. I'm in hopes, she goes on, that Posy'll finish runnin' out that hem someday. Miss Carrington beckoned peremptorily to a waiter. A pint of extra dry, she ordered briefly, and give the check to Goldstein. The sun was shinin' in the door, went on the chronicler from Cranberry, and your Ma was settin' right in it. I asked her if she hadn't better move back a little. William, says she, when I get sot down and lookin' down the road, I can't bear to move. Never a day, says she, but what I set here every minute that I can spare and watch over them palins for Posy. She went away down that road in the night, for we seen her little shoe tracks in the dust, and somethin' tells me she'll come back that way again when she's weary of the world and begins to think about her old mother. When I was comin' away, concluded Bill, I pulled this off in the bush by the front steps. I thought maybe I might see you in the city, and I knowed you'd like somethin' from the old home. He took from his coat pocket a rose, a drooping, yellow, velvet, odorous rose, that hung its head in the foul atmosphere of that tainted Rathskeller like a virgin bowing before the hot breath of the lions in a Roman arena. Miss Carrington's penetrating but musical laugh rose above the orchestra's rendering of bluebells. Oh, say, she cried with glee, ain't those pokey places the limit? I just know that 2 hours at Cranberry Corners would give me the horrors now. Well, I'm awful glad to have seen you, Mr. Summers. Guess I'll bustle around to the hotel now and get my beauty sleep. She thrust the yellow rose into the bosom of her wonderful, dainty, silken garments, stood up and nodded imperiously at Herr Goldstein. Her 3 companions and Bill Summers attended her to her cab. When her flounces and streamers were all safely tucked inside, she dazzled them with au revoirs from her shining eyes and teeth. Come around to the hotel and see me, Bill, before you leave the city, she called as the glittering cab rolled away. Highsmith, still in his makeup, went with Herr Goldstein to a cafe booth. Bright idea, eh? Asked the smiling actor. Ought to land Sol Haytoser for me, don't you think? The little lady never once tumbled. I didn't hear your conversation, said Goldstein, but your makeup and acting was okay. Here's to your success. You'd better call on Miss Carrington early tomorrow and strike her for the part. I don't see how she can keep from being satisfied with your exhibition of ability." At 11:45 in the morning on the next day, Highsmith, handsome, dressed in the latest mode, confident, with a fuchsia in his buttonhole, sent up his card to Miss Carrington in her select apartment hotel. He was shown up and received by the actress's French maid. "I am sorry," said Mademoiselle Hortense, "but I am to say this to all. It is with great regret. Mies Carrington have cancelled all engagements on the stage and have returned to live in that, how you call that town? Cranberry Corner?" 21. The Clarion Call. Half of this story can be found in the records of the police department. The other half belongs behind the business counter of a newspaper office. One afternoon, 2 weeks after millionaire Norcross was found in his apartment murdered by a burglar, the murderer, while strolling serenely down Broadway, ran plump against Detective Barney Woods. "Is that you, Johnny Kernan?" asked Woods, who had been nearsighted in public for 5 years. "No less," cried Kernan heartily. "If it isn't Barney Woods, late and early of old St. Joe, you'll have to show me. What are you doing east? Do the green goods circulars get out that far?" "I've been in New York some years," said Woods. "I'm on the city detective force." "Well, well," said Kernan, breathing smiling joy and patting the detective's arm. "Come into Muller's," said Woods, "and let's hunt a quiet table. I'd like to talk to you a while." It lacked a few minutes to the hour of 4. The tides of trade were not yet loosed, and they found a quiet corner of the cafe. Kernan, well-dressed, slightly swaggering, self-confident, seated himself opposite the little detective, with his pale, sandy mustache, squinting eyes, and ready-made Cheviot suit. "What business are you in now?" asked Woods. "You know you left St. Joe a year before I did." "I'm selling shares in a copper mine," said Kernan. "I may establish an office here." "Well, well, and so old Barney is a New York detective. You always had a turn that way. You were on the police in St. Joe after I left there, weren't you?" 6 months, said Woods. "And now there's one more question, Johnny. I've followed your record pretty close ever since you did that hotel job in Saratoga, and I never knew you to use your gun before. Why did you kill Norcross?" Kernan stared for a few moments with concentrated attention at the slice of lemon in his high ball, and then he looked at the detective with a sudden, crooked, brilliant smile. "How did you guess it, Barney?" he asked, admiringly. "I swear I thought the job was as clean and as smooth as a peeled onion. Did I leave a string hanging out anywhere?" Woods laid upon the table a small gold pencil intended for a watch charm. "It's the one I gave you the last Christmas we were in St. Joe. I've got your shaving mug yet. I found this under a corner of the rug in Norcross's room. I warn you to be careful what you say. I've got it put on to you, Johnny. We were old friends once, but I must do my duty. You'll have to go to the chair for Norcross." Kernan laughed. "My luck stays with me," said he. "Who'd have thought old Barney was on my trail?" He slipped one hand inside his coat. In an instant, Woods had a revolver against his side. "Put it away," said Kernan, wrinkling his nose. "I'm only investigating." "Aha! It takes 9 tailors to make a man, but one can do a man up. There's a hole in that vest pocket. I took that pencil off my chain and slipped it in there in case of a scrap. Put up your gun, Barney, and I'll tell you why I had to shoot Norcross. The old fool started down the hall after me, popping at the buttons on the back of my coat with a peevish little .22, and I had to stop him. The old lady was a darling. She just lay in bed and saw her $12,000 diamond necklace go without a chirp, while she begged like a panhandler to have back a little thin gold ring with a garnet worth about $3. I guess she married old Norcross for his money, all right. Don't they hang on to the little trinkets from the man who lost out, though? There were 6 rings, 2 brooches and a chatelaine watch. 15,000 would cover the lot." "I warned you not to talk," said Woods. "Oh, that's all right," said Kernan. "The stuff is in my suitcase at the hotel, and now I'll tell you why I'm talking. Because it's safe. I'm talking to a man I know. You owe me $1,000, Barney Woods, and even if you wanted to arrest me, your hand wouldn't make the move." "I haven't forgotten," said Woods. "You counted out 20 50s without a word. I'll pay it back someday. That 1,000 saved me, and well, They were piling my furniture out on the sidewalk when I got back to the house. And so, continued Kernan, you being Barney Woods, born as true as steel and bound to play a white man's game, can't lift a finger to arrest the man you're indebted to. Oh, I have to study men as well as Yale locks and window fastenings in my business. Now, keep quiet while I ring for the waiter. I've had a thirst for a year or two that worries me a little. If I'm ever caught, the lucky sleuth will have to divide honors with old boy booze. But I never drink during business hours. After a job, I can crook elbows with my old friend Barney with a clear conscience. What are you taking? The waiter came with the little decanters and the siphon and left them alone again. You've called the turn, said Woods, as he rolled the little gold pencil about with a thoughtful forefinger. I've got to pass you up. I can't lay a hand on you. If I'd have paid that money back, but I didn't, and that settles it. It's a bad break I'm making, Johnny, but I can't dodge it. You helped me once, and it calls for the same. I knew it, said Kernan, raising his glass with a flushed smile of self-appreciation. I can judge men. Here's to Barney for. He's a jolly good fellow. I don't believe, went on Woods quietly, as if he were thinking aloud, that if accounts had been square between you and me, all the money in all the banks in New York could have bought you out of my hands tonight. I know it couldn't, said Kernan. That's why I knew I was safe with you. Most people, continued the detective, look sideways at my business. They don't class it among the fine arts and the professions, but I've always taken a kind of fool pride in it. And here is where I go, busted. I guess I'm a man first and a detective afterward. I've got to let you go, and then I've got to resign from the force. I guess I can drive an express wagon. Your $1,000 is further off than ever, Johnny. Oh, you're welcome to it, said Kernan with a lordly air. I'd be willing to call the debt off, but I know you wouldn't have it. It was a lucky day for me when you borrowed it, and now let's drop the subject. I'm off to the west on a morning train. I know a place out there where I can negotiate the Norcross sparks. Drink up, Barney, and forget your troubles. We'll have a jolly time while the police are knocking their heads together over the case. I've got one of my Sahara thirsts on tonight, but I'm in the hands, the unofficial hands of my old friend Barney, and I won't even dream of a cop. And then, as Kernan's ready finger kept the button and the waiter working, his weak point, a tremendous vanity and arrogant egotism, began to show itself. He recounted story after story of his successful plunderings, ingenious plots and infamous transgressions until Woods, with all his familiarity with evildoers, felt growing within him a cold abhorrence toward the utterly vicious man who had once been his benefactor. I'm disposed of course, said Woods at length. But I advise you to keep under cover for a spell. The newspapers may take up this Norcross affair. There has been an epidemic of burglaries and manslaughter in town this summer. The words sent Kernan into a high glow of sullen and vindictive rage. To hell with the newspapers, he growled. What do they spell but brag and blow and boodle in boxcar letters? Suppose they do take up a case, what does it amount to? The police are easy enough to fool, but what do the newspapers do? They send a lot of pinhead reporters around to the scene, and they make for the nearest saloon and have beer while they take photos of the bartender's oldest daughter in evening dress, to print as the fiancée of the young man in the 10th story, who thought he heard a noise below on the night of the murder. That's about as near as the newspapers ever come to running down Mr. Burglar. Well, I don't know, said Woods, reflecting. Some of the papers have done good work in that line. There's the Morning Mars, for instance. It warmed up 2 or 3 trails and got the man after the police had let him get cold. I'll show you, said Kernan, rising and expanding his chest. I'll show you what I think of newspapers in general, and your Morning Mars in particular. 3 feet from their table was the telephone booth. Kernan went inside and sat at the instrument, leaving the door open. He found a number in the book, took down the receiver, and made his demand upon Central. Woods sat still, looking at the sneering, cold, vigilant face waiting close to the transmitter, and listened to the words that came from the thin, truculent lips curved into a contemptuous smile. That the Morning Mars? I want to speak to the managing editor. Why? Tell him it's someone who wants to talk to him about the Norcross murder. You the editor? All right. I am the man who killed old Norcross. Wait, hold the wire, I'm not the usual crank. Oh, there isn't the slightest danger. I've just been discussing it with a detective friend of mine. I killed the old man at 2:30 a.m. 2 weeks ago tomorrow. Have a drink with you? Now, hadn't you better leave that kind of talk to your funny man? Can't you tell whether a man's guying you or whether you're being offered the biggest scoop your dull dish rag of a paper ever had? Well, that's so. It's a bobtail scoop, but you can hardly expect me to phone in my name and address. Why? Oh, because I heard you make a specialty of solving mysterious crimes that stump the police. No, that's not all. I want to tell you that your rotten, lying, penny sheet is of no more use in tracking an intelligent murderer or highwayman than a blind poodle would be. What? Oh no, this isn't a rival newspaper office, you're getting it straight. I did the Norcross job, and I've got the jewels in my suitcase at the name of the hotel could not be learned. You recognize that phrase, don't you? I thought so. You've used it often enough. Kind of rattles you, doesn't it? To have the mysterious villain call up your great, big, all-powerful organ of right and justice and good government and tell you what a helpless old gasbag you are? Cut that out. You're not that big a fool, no. You don't think I'm a fraud, I can tell it by your voice. Now, listen, and I'll give you a pointer that will prove it to you. Of course, you've had this murder case worked over by your staff of bright young blockheads. Half of the second button on old Mrs. Norcross's nightgown is broken off. I saw it when I took the garnet ring off her finger. I thought it was a ruby. Stop that. It won't work. Kernan turned to Woods with a diabolic smile. I've got him going. He believes me now. He didn't quite cover the transmitter with his hand when he told somebody to call up Central on another phone and get our number. I'll give him just one more dig, and then we'll make a getaway. Hello? Yes, I'm here yet. You didn't think I'd run from such a little subsidized turncoat rag of a newspaper, did you? Have me inside of 48 hours? Say, will you quit being funny? Now, you let grown men alone and attend to your business of hunting up divorce cases and streetcar accidents and printing the filth and scandal that you make your living by. Goodbye, old boy. Sorry I haven't time to call on you. I'd feel perfectly safe in your sanctum asinorum. Tra-la. He's as mad as a cat that's lost a mouse, said Kernan, hanging up the receiver and coming out. And now, Barney, my boy, we'll go to a show and enjoy ourselves until a reasonable bedtime. 4 hours sleep for me, and then the westbound. The two dined in a Broadway restaurant. Kernan was pleased with himself. He spent money like a prince of fiction, and then a weird and gorgeous musical comedy engaged their attention. Afterward, there was a late supper in a grill room, with champagne, and Kernan at the height of his complacency. 3:30 in the morning found them in a corner of an all-night cafe, Kernan still boasting in a vapid and rambling way, Woods thinking moodily over the end that had come to his usefulness as an upholder of the law. But as he pondered, his eye brightened with a speculative light. I wonder if it's possible, he said to himself. I wonder if it's possible. And then outside the cafe, the comparative stillness of the early morning was punctured by faint, uncertain cries that seemed mere fireflies of sound, some growing louder, some fainter, waxing and waning amid the rumble of milk wagons and infrequent cars. Shrill cries they were when near, well-known cries that conveyed many meanings to the ears of those of the slumbering millions of the great city who waked to hear them. Cries that bore upon their significant, small volume the weight of a world's woe and laughter and delight and stress. To some, cowering beneath the protection of a night's ephemeral cover, they brought news of the hideous bright day. To others, wrapped in happy sleep, they announced a morning that would dawn blacker than sable night. To many of the rich they brought abysm to sweep away what had been theirs while the stars shone. To the poor they brought another day. All over the city the cries were starting up, keen and sonorous, heralding the chances that the slipping of one cogwheel in the machinery of time had made, apportioning to the sleepers while they lay at the mercy of fate, the vengeance, profit, grief, reward and doom that the new figure in the calendar had brought them. Shrill and yet plaintive were the cries, as if the young voices grieved that so much evil and so little good was in their irresponsible hands. Thus echoed in the streets of the helpless city the transmission of the latest decrees of the gods, the cries of the newsboys, the clarion call of the press. Woods flipped a dime to the waiter and said, "Get me a Morning Mars." When the paper came, he glanced at its first page, and then tore a leaf out of his memorandum book and began to write on it with the little gold pencil. "What's the news?" yawned Kernan. Woods flipped over to him the piece of writing. The New York Morning Mars. Please pay to the order of John Kernan the $1,000 reward coming to me for his arrest and conviction. Barnard Woods. I kind of thought they would do that, said Woods, when you were jollying them so hard. Now, Johnny, you'll come to the police station with me. 22. Extradited from Bohemia. From near the village of Harmony, at the foot of the Green Mountains, came Miss Medora Martin to New York with her color box and easel. Miss Medora resembled the rose which the autumnal frosts had spared the longest of all her sister blossoms. In Harmony, when she started alone to the wicked city to study art, they said she was a mad, reckless, headstrong girl. In New York, when she first took her seat at a West Side boarding house table, the boarders asked, "Who is the nice-looking old maid?" Medora took heart, a cheap hall bedroom and 2 art lessons a week from Professor Angelini, a retired barber who had studied his profession in a Harlem dancing academy. There was no one to set her right, for here in the big city they do it unto all of us. How many of us are badly shaved daily and taught the 2-step imperfectly by ex-pupils of Bastien Lepage and Jerome? The most pathetic sight in New York, except the manners of the rush-hour crowds, is the dreary march of the hopeless army of mediocrity. Here art is no benignant goddess, but a Circe who turns her wooers into mewing toms and tabbies who linger about the doorsteps of her abode, unmindful of the flying brickbats and bootjacks of the critics. Some of us creep back to our native villages to the skim milk of I told you so, but most of us prefer to remain in the cold courtyard of our mistress's temple, snatching the scraps that fall from her divine table d'hôte. But some of us grow weary at last of the fruitless service. And then there are 2 fates open to us. We can get a job driving a grocer's wagon, or we can get swallowed up in the vortex of Bohemia. The latter sounds good, but the former really pans out better. For when the grocer pays us off, we can rent a dress suit, and the capitalized system of humor describes it best: get Bohemia on the run. Miss Medora chose the vortex and thereby furnishes us with our little story. Professor Angelini praised her sketches excessively. Once, when she had made a neat study of a horse-chestnut tree in the park, he declared she would become a second Rosa Bonheur. Again, a great artist has his moods, he would say, cruel and cutting things. For example, Medora had spent an afternoon patiently sketching the statue and the architecture at Columbus Circle. Tossing it aside with a sneer, the professor informed her that Giotto had once drawn a perfect circle with one sweep of his hand. One day it rained. The weekly remittance from Harmony was overdue. Medora had a headache. The professor had tried to borrow $2 from her. Her art dealer had sent back all her watercolors unsold, and Mr. Binkley asked her out to dinner. Mr. Binkley was the gay boy of the boarding house. He was 49 and owned a fish stall in a downtown market. But after 6 o'clock he wore an evening suit and whooped things up connected with the Beaux-Arts. The young men said he was an Indian. He was supposed to be an accomplished habitué of the inner circles of Bohemia. It was no secret that he had once loaned $10 to a young man who had had a drawing printed in puck. Often has one thus obtained his entrée into the charmed circle, while the other obtained both his entrée and roast. The other boarders enviously regarded Medora as she left at Mr. Binkley's side at 9 o'clock. She was as sweet as a cluster of dried autumn grasses in her pale blue ochre, that very thin stuff, in her pale blue comstockized silk waist and box-pleated voile skirt, with a soft pink glow on her thin cheeks and the tiniest bit of rouge powder on her face, with her handkerchief and room key in her brown walrus, pebble-grain handbag. And Mr. Binkley looked imposing and dashing with his red face and gray mustache, and his tight dress coat that made the back of his neck roll up just like a successful novelist's. They drove in a cab to the Café Terence, just off the most glittering part of Broadway, which, as everyone knows, is one of the most popular and widely patronized, jealously exclusive bohemian resorts in the city. Down between the rows of little tables tripped Medora of the Green Mountains after her escort. Thrice in a lifetime may woman walk upon clouds, once when she trippeth to the altar, once when she first enters Bohemian halls, the last when she marches back across her first garden with the dead hen of her neighbor in her hand. There was a table set with 3 or 4 about it. A waiter buzzed around it like a bee, and silver and glass shone upon it. And, preliminary to the meal, as the prehistoric granite strata heralded the protozoa, the bread of Gaul, compounded after the formula of the recipe for the eternal hills, was there set forth to the hand and tooth of a long-suffering city, while the gods lay beside their nectar and homemade biscuits and smiled, and the dentists leaped for joy in their gold-leafy dens. The eye of Binkley fixed a young man at his table with the Bohemian gleam, which is a compound of the look of the basilisk, the shine of a bubble of Würzburger, the inspiration of genius and the pleading of a panhandler. The young man sprang to his feet. "Hello, Bink, old boy," he shouted. "Don't tell me you were going to pass our table. Join us, unless you've another crowd on hand." "Don't mind, old chap," said Binkley, of the fish stall. "You know how I like to butt up against the fine arts. Mr. Van Dyke, Mr. Matter, or Miss Martin, one of the elect also in art, The introduction went around. There were also Miss Elise and Miss Toinette. Perhaps they were models, for they chattered of the St. Regis decorations and Henry James, and they did it not badly. Medora sat in transport. Music, wild, intoxicating music made by troubadours direct from a rear basement room in Elysium, set her thoughts to dancing. Here was a world never before penetrated by her warmest imagination or any of the lines controlled by Harriman. With the Green Mountains' external calm upon her she sat, her soul flaming in her with the fire of Andalusia. The tables were filled with Bohemia. The room was full of the fragrance of flowers, both mill and cauli. Questions and corks popped, laughter and silver rang, champagne flashed in the pail, wit flashed in the pan. Van Dyke ruffled his long, black locks, disarranged his careless tie, and leaned over to Matter. "Say, Maddie," he whispered, feelingly, "sometimes I'm tempted to pay this Philistine his $10 and get rid of him." Matter ruffled his long, sandy locks and disarranged his careless tie. "Don't think of it, Vandy," he replied. "We are short, and art is long." Medora ate strange viands and drank elderberry wine that they poured in her glass. It was just the color of that in the Vermont home. The waiter poured something in another glass that seemed to be boiling, but when she tasted it, it was not hot. She had never felt so light-hearted before. She thought lovingly of the Green Mountain Farm and its fauna. She leaned, smiling, to Miss Elise. "If I were at home," she said beamingly, "I could show you the cutest little calf." "Nothing for you in the White Lane," said Miss Elise. "Why don't you pad?" The orchestra played a wailing waltz that Medora had learned from the hand organs. She followed the air with nodding head in a sweet soprano hum. Matter looked across the table at her and wondered in what strange waters Binkley had caught her in his seine. She smiled at him, and they raised glasses and drank of the wine that boiled when it was cold. Binkley had abandoned art and was prating of the unusual spring catch of shad. Miss Elise arranged the palette and maul-stick tie-pin of Mr. Van Dyke. A Philistine at some distant table was maundering volubly either about Jerome or Jerome. A famous actress was discoursing excitably about monogrammed hosiery. A hose clerk from a department store was loudly proclaiming his opinions of the drama. A writer was abusing Dickens. A magazine editor and a photographer were drinking a dry brand at a reserved table. A 36-25-42 young lady was saying to an eminent sculptor, "Fudge for your Praxiteles. Bring one of your Venus Anno Dominus down to Cohen's and see how quick she'd be turned down for a cloak model. Back to the quarries with your Greeks and Dagos." Thus went Bohemia. At 11 Mr. Binkley took Medora to the boarding house and left her, with a society bow, at the foot of the hall stairs. She went up to her room and lit the gas. And then, as suddenly as the dreadful genie arose in vapor from the copper vase of the fisherman, arose in that room the formidable shape of the New England conscience. The terrible thing that Medora had done was revealed to her in its full enormity. She had sat in the presence of the ungodly and looked upon the wine both when it was red and effervescent. At midnight she wrote this letter. Mr. Beriah Hoskins, Harmony, Vermont. Dear Sir, henceforth, consider me as dead to you forever. I have loved you too well to blight your career by bringing into it my guilty and sin-stained life. I have succumbed to the insidious wiles of this wicked world and have been drawn into the vortex of Bohemia. There is scarcely any depth of glittering iniquity that I have not sounded. It is hopeless to combat my decision. There is no rising from the depths to which I have sunk. Endeavor to forget me. I am lost forever in the fair but brutal maze of awful Bohemia. Farewell. Once your Medora. On the next day, Medora formed her resolutions. Beelzebub, flung from heaven, was no more cast down. Between her and the apple blossoms of harmony there was a fixed gulf. Flaming cherubim warded her from the gates of her lost paradise. In one evening, by the aid of Binkley and Mum, Bohemia had gathered her into its awful midst. There remained to her but one thing, a life of brilliant but irremediable error. Vermont was a shrine that she never would dare to approach again, but she would not sink. There were great and compelling ones in history upon whom she would model her meteoric career: Camille, Lola Montez, Royal Mary, Zaza. Such a name as one of these would that of Medora Martin be to future generations. For 2 days Medora kept her room. On the third she opened a magazine at the portrait of the King of Belgium and laughed sardonically. If that far-famed breaker of women's hearts should cross her path, he would have to bow before her cold and imperious beauty. She would not spare the old or the young. All America, all Europe should do homage to her sinister but compelling charm. As yet she could not bear to think of the life she had once desired, a peaceful one in the shadow of the Green Mountains with Beriah at her side, and orders for expensive oil paintings coming in by each mail from New York. Her one fatal misstep had shattered that dream. On the 4th day Medora powdered her face and rouged her lips. Once she had seen Carter in Zaza. She stood before the mirror in a reckless attitude and cried, "Zoot! Zoot!" She rhymed it with nut, but with the lawless word harmony seemed to pass away forever. The vortex had her. She belonged to Bohemia forevermore, and never would Beriah. The door opened and Beriah walked in. "Dory," said he, "what's all that chalk and pink stuff on your face, honey?" Medora extended an arm. "Too late," she said solemnly. "The die is cast. I belong in another world. Curse me if you will, it is your right. Go, and leave me in the path I have chosen. Bid them all at home never to mention my name again. And sometimes, Beriah, pray for me when I am reveling in the gaudy, but hollow pleasures of Bohemia." "Get a towel, Dory," said Beriah, "and wipe that paint off your face. I came as soon as I got your letter. Them pictures of yours ain't amounting to anything. I've got tickets for both of us back on the evening train. Hurry and get your things in your trunk." "Fate was too strong for me, Beriah. Go while I am strong to bear it. How do you fold this easel, Dory? Now begin to pack, so we have time to eat before train time. The maples is all out in full-grown leaves. Dory, you just ought to see 'em." "Not this early, Beriah?" "You ought to see 'em, Dory. They're like an ocean of green in the morning sunlight." "Oh, Beriah." On the train she said to him suddenly, "I wonder why you came when you got my letter." "Oh, shucks," said Beriah. "Did you think you could fool me? How could you be run away to that Bohemia country like you said when your letter was postmarked New York as plain as day?" 23. A Philistine in Bohemia. George Washington, with his right arm upraised, sits his iron horse at the lower corner of Union Square, forever signaling the Broadway cars to stop as they round the curve into 14th Street. But the cars buzz on, heedless, as they do at the beck of a private citizen, and the great general must feel, unless his nerves are iron, that rapid transit Gloria Mundi. Should the general raise his left hand as he has raised his right, it would point to a quarter of the city that forms a haven for the oppressed and suppressed of foreign lands. In the cause of national or personal freedom they have found a refuge here, and the patriot who made it for them sits his steed, overlooking their district, while he listens through his left ear to vaudeville that caricatures the posterity of his protégés. Italy, Poland, the former Spanish possessions, and the polyglot tribes of Austria-Hungary have spilled here a thick lather of their effervescent suns. In the eccentric cafes and lodging houses of the vicinity, they hover over their native wines and political secrets. The colony changes with much frequency. Faces disappear from the haunts to be replaced by others. Whither do these uneasy birds flit? For half of the answer observe carefully the suave foreign air and foreign courtesy of the next waiter who serves your table d'hôte. For the other half, perhaps if the barber shops had tongues, and who will dispute it, they could tell their share. Titles are as plentiful as finger rings among these transitory exiles. For lack of proper exploitation, a stock of title goods large enough to supply the trade of Upper Fifth Avenue is here condemned to a mere pushcart traffic. The New World landlords who entertain these offshoots of nobility are not dazzled by coronets and crests. They have donuts to sell instead of daughters. With them, it is a serious matter of trading in flour and sugar instead of pearl powder and bonbons. These assertions are deemed fitting as an introduction to the tale, which is of plebeians and contains no one with even the ghost of a title. Katie Dempsey's mother kept a furnished room house in this oasis of the aliens. The business was not profitable. If the two scraped together enough to meet the landlord's agent on rent day and negotiate for the ingredients of a daily Irish stew, they called it success. Often the stew lacked both meat and potatoes. Sometimes it became as bad as consommé with music. In this moldy old house, Katie waxed plump and pert and wholesome and as beautiful and freckled as a tiger lily. She was the good fairy who was guilty of placing the damp clean towels and cracked pitchers of freshly laundered croton in the lodgers' rooms. You are informed by virtue of the privileges of astronomical discovery that the star lodger's name was Mr. Brunelli. His wearing a yellow tie and paying his rent promptly distinguished him from the other lodgers. His raiment was splendid, his complexion olive, his mustache fierce, his manners a prince's, his rings and pins as magnificent as those of a traveling dentist. He had breakfast served in his room, and he ate it in a red dressing gown with green tassels. He left the house at noon and returned at midnight. Those were mysterious hours, but there was nothing mysterious about Mrs. Dempsey's lodgers except the things that were not mysterious. One of Mr. Kipling's poems is addressed to ye who hold the unwritten clue to all save all unwritten things. The same readers are invited to tackle the foregoing assertion. Mr. Brunelli, being impressionable and a Latin, fell to conjugating the verb amare with Katie in the objective case, though not because of antipathy. She talked it over with her mother. "Sure, I like him," said Katie. "He's more politeness than 20 candidates for alderman, and lie makes me feel like a queen when he walks at me side. But what is he, I dinno? I've me suspicions. The marnin'll coom win he'll throt out the picture av his baronial halls and axe to have the week's rint hung up in the ice chist, along wid all the rest of 'em. 'Tis through," admitted Mrs. Dempsey, "that he seems to be a sort I've a dago, and too cooltured in his spash for a raal gentleman. But ye may be misjudging him. Ye should niver suspect any one of being of noble dacent that pays cash and patronizes the laundry wriggler. He's the same thricks of spakin' and blarneyin' wid his hands," sighed Katie, "as the French nobleman at Mrs. Toole's that ran away wid Mr. Toole's Sunday pants and left the photograph of the Bastille, his grandfather's chattaw, as security for 10 weeks' rent." Mr. Brunelli continued his calorific wooing. Katie continued to hesitate. One day he asked her out to dine, and she felt that a denouement was in the air. While they are on their way, with Katie in her best muslin, you must take as an entr'acte a brief peep at New York's Bohemia. Tonio's restaurant is in Bohemia. The very location of it is secret. If you wish to know where it is, ask the first person you meet. He will tell you in a whisper. Tonio discountenances custom. He keeps his house front black and forbidding. He gives you a pretty bad dinner. He locks his door at the dining hour, but he knows spaghetti as the boarding house knows cold veal, and he has deposited many dollars in a certain Banco D, something with many gold vowels in the name on its windows. To this restaurant Mr. Brunelli conducted Katie. The house was dark and the shades were lowered, but Mr. Brunelli touched an electric button by the basement door, and they were admitted. Along a long, dark, narrow hallway they went, and then through a shining and spotless kitchen that opened directly upon a backyard. The walls of houses hemmed 3 sides of the yard, a high, board fence, surrounded by cats the other. A wash of clothes was suspended high upon a line stretched from diagonal corners. Those were property clothes, and were never taken in by Tonio. They were there that wits with defective pronunciation might make puns in connection with the ragout. 12 little tables set upon the bare ground were crowded with Bohemia hunters, who flocked there because Tonio pretended not to want them and pretended to give them a good dinner. There was a sprinkling of real Bohemians present who came for a change because they were tired of the real Bohemia, and a smart shower of the men who originate the bright sayings of congressmen and the little nephew of the well-known general passenger agent of the Evansville and Terre Haute Railroad Company. Here is a bon mot that was manufactured at Tonio's. "A dinner at Tonio's," said a Bohemian, "always amounts to twice the price that is asked for it." Let us assume that an accommodating voice inquires, "How so?" "The dinner costs you 40 cents. You give 10 cents to the waiter, and it makes you feel like 30 cents. Most of the diners were confirmed table doters, gastronomic adventurers, forever seeking the El Dorado of a good claret and consistently coming to grief in California. Mr. Brunelli escorted Katie to a little table embowered with shrubbery and tubs and asked her to excuse him for a while. Katie sat, enchanted by a scene so brilliant to her. The grand ladies in splendid dresses and plumes and sparkling rings, the fine gentlemen who laughed so loudly, the cries of garsong and oui, monsieur, and hello, mame, that distinguish Bohemia, the lively chatter, the cigarette smoke. The interchange of bright smiles and eye glances, all this display and magnificence overpowered the daughter of Mrs. Dempsey and held her motionless. Mr. Brunelli stepped into the yard and seemed to spread his smile and bow over the entire company, and everywhere there was a great clapping of hands and a few cries of bravo and Tonio, Tonio, whatever those words might mean. Ladies waved their napkins at him, gentlemen almost twisted their necks off, trying to catch his nod. When the ovation was concluded, Mr. Brunelli, with a final bow, stepped nimbly into the kitchen and flung off his coat and waistcoat. Flaherty, the nimblest garsong among the waiters, had been assigned to the special service of Katie. She was a little faint from hunger, for the Irish stew on the Dempsey table had been particularly weak that day. Delicious odors from unknown dishes tantalized her, and Flaherty began to bring to her table course after course of ambrosial food that the gods might have pronounced excellent. But even in the midst of her Lucullian repast, Katie laid down her knife and fork. Her heart sank as lead, and a tear fell upon her filet mignon. Her haunting suspicions of the star lodger arose again, fourfold. Thus courted and admired and smiled upon by that fashionable and gracious assembly, what else could Mr. Brunelli be but one of those dazzling titled patricians, glorious of name but shy of rent money, concerning whom experience had made her wise? With the sense of his ineligibility growing within her, there was mingled a torturing conviction that his personality was becoming more pleasing to her day by day. And why had he left her to dine alone? But here he was coming again, now coatless, his snowy shirt sleeves rolled high above his Jeffersonian elbows, a white yachting cap perched upon his jetty curls. "Tonio! Tonio!" shouted many, and "The spaghetti! The spaghetti!" shouted the rest. Never at Tonio's did a waiter dare to serve a dish of spaghetti until Tonio came to test it, to prove the sauce and add the needful dash of seasoning that gave it perfection. From table to table moved Tonio, like a prince in his palace, greeting his guests. White, jeweled hands signaled him from every side. A glass of wine with this one and that, smiles for all, a jest and repartee for any that might challenge. Truly few princes could be so agreeable a host. And what artist could ask for further appreciation of his handiwork? Katie did not know that the proudest consummation of a New Yorker's ambition is to shake hands with a spaghetti chef or to receive a nod from a Broadway headwaiter. At last the company thinned, leaving but a few couples and quartets lingering over new wine and old stories. And then came Mr. Brunelli to Katie's secluded table and drew a chair close to hers. Katie smiled at him dreamily. She was eating the last spoonful of a raspberry roll with burgundy sauce. "You have seen," said Mr. Brunelli, laying one hand upon his collarbone. "I am Antonio Brunelli. Yes, I am the great Tonio. You have not suspect that. I love you, Katie, and you shall marry with me. Is it not so? Call me Antonio, and say that you will be mine." Katie's head drooped to the shoulder that was now freed from all suspicion of having received the knightly accolade. "Oh, Andy," she sighed, "this is great. Sure, I'll marry wid ye. But why didn't ye tell me ye was the cook? I was near turnin' ye down for bein' one of them foreign counts." 24. From each according to his ability. Vining left his club, cursing it softly, without any particular anger. From 10 in the morning until 11 it had bored him immeasurably. Kirk with his fish story, Brooks with his Puerto Rico cigars, old Morrison with his anecdote about the widow, Hepburn with his invariable luck at billiards, all these afflictions had been repeated without change of bill or scenery. Besides these morning evils, Miss Allison had refused him again on the night before. But that was a chronic trouble. 5 times she had laughed at his offer to make her Mrs. Vining. He intended to ask her again the next Wednesday evening. Vining walked along 44th Street to Broadway, and then drifted down the great sluice that washes out the dust of the gold mines of Gotham. He wore a morning suit of light gray, low, dull kid shoes, a plain, finely woven straw hat, and his visible linen was the most delicate possible shade of heliotrope. His necktie was the blue-gray of a November sky, and its knot was plainly the outcome of a lordly carelessness combined with an accurate conception of the most recent dictum of fashion. Now, to write of a man's haberdashery is a worse thing than to write a historical novel around Paul Jones, or to pen a testimonial to a hay fever cure. Therefore, let it be known that the description of Vining's apparel is germane to the movements of the story, and not to make room for the new fall stock of goods. Even Broadway that morning was a discord in Vining's ears, and in his eyes it paralleled for a few dreamy, dreary minutes a certain howling, scorching, seething, malodorous slice of street that he remembered in Morocco. He saw the struggling mass of dogs, beggars, fakirs, slave drivers, and veiled women in carts without horses. The sun blazing brightly among the bazaars, the piles of rubbish from ruined temples in the street, and then a lady, passing, jabbed the ferrule of a parasol in his side and brought him back to Broadway. 5 minutes of his stroll brought him to a certain corner, where a number of silent, pale-faced men are accustomed to stand, immovably for hours, busy with the file blades of their penknives, with their hat brims on a level with their eyelids. Wall Street speculators, driving home in their carriages, love to point out these men to their visiting friends and tell them of this rather famous lounging place of the crooks. On Wall Street, the speculators never use the file blades of their knives. Vining was delighted when one of this company stepped forth and addressed him as he was passing. He was hungry for something out of the ordinary, and to be accosted by this smooth-faced, keen-eyed, low-voiced, athletic member of the underworld, with his grim yet pleasant smile, had all the taste of an adventure to the convention-weary Vining. "Excuse me, friend," said he. "Could I have a few minutes' talk with you, on the level?" "Certainly," said Vining with a smile. "But suppose we step aside to a quieter place. There is a divan, a cafe over here that will do. Shrum will give us a private corner." Shrum established them under a growing palm with 2 sidles between them. Vining made a pleasant reference to meteorological conditions, thus forming a hinge upon which might be swung the door leading from the thought repository of the other. "In the first place," said his companion, with the air of one who presents his credentials, "I want you to understand that I am a crook. Out west I am known as Rowdy the Dude. Pickpocket, supperman, second-story man, yeggman, boxman, all-round burglar, card-sharp and slickest con man west of the 23rd Street ferry landing. That's my history. That's to show I'm on the square with you. My name's Emerson." "Confound old Kirk with his fish stories," said Vining to himself, with silent glee as he went through his pockets for a card. "It's pronounced Vining," he said as he tossed it over to the other. "And I'll be as frank with you. I'm just a kind of a loafer, I guess, living on my daddy's money. At the club they call me left at the post. I never did a day's work in my life, and I haven't the heart to run over a chicken when I'm motoring. It's a pretty shabby record, altogether." "There's one thing you can do," said Emerson admiringly. "You can carry duds. I've watched you several times pass on Broadway. You look the best-dressed man I've seen, and I'll bet you a gold mine I've got $50 worth more gents' furnishings on my frame than you have. That's what I wanted to see you about. I can't do the trick. Take a look at me. What's wrong?" "Stand up," said Vining. Emerson arose and slowly revolved. "You've been outfitted," declared the clubman. "Some Broadway window dresser has misused you. That's an expensive suit, though, Emerson." $100, said Emerson. "20 too much," said Vining. 6 months old and cut, 1 inch too long, and ½ an inch too much lapel. Your hat is plainly dated 1 year ago, although there's only a 1/16 of an inch lacking in the brim to tell the story. That English poke in your collar is too short by the distance between Troy and London. A plain gold link cuff button would take all the shine out of those pearl ones with diamond settings. Those tan shoes would be exactly the articles to work into the heart of a Brooklyn schoolma'am on a 2 weeks visit to Lake Ronkonkoma. I think I caught a glimpse of a blue silk sock embroidered with russet lilies of the valley when you improperly drew up your trousers as you sat down. There are always plain ones to be had in the stores. Have I hurt your feelings, Emerson?" "Double the ante," cried the criticized one greedily. "Give me more of it. There's a way to tote the haberdashery, and I want to get wise to it. Say, you're the right kind of a swell. Anything else to the queer about me? Your tie, said Vining, is tied with absolute precision and correctness. Thanks, gratefully. I spent over half an hour at it before I... Thereby, interrupted Vining, completing your resemblance to a dummy in a Broadway store window. Yours truly, said Emerson, sitting down again. It's bully of you to put me wise. I knew there was something wrong, but I couldn't just put my finger on it. I guess it comes by nature to know how to wear clothes. Oh, I suppose, said Vining with a laugh, that my ancestors picked up the knack while they were peddling clothes from house to house a couple of 100 years ago. I'm told they did that. And mine, said Emerson cheerfully, were making their visits at night, I guess, and didn't have a chance to catch on to the correct styles. I tell you what, said Vining, whose ennui had taken wings, I'll take you to my tailor. He'll eliminate the mark of the beast from your exterior. That is, if you care to go any further in the way of expense. Play him to the ceiling, said Emerson, with a boyish smile of joy. I've got a roll as big around as a barrel of black-eyed peas and as loose as the wrapper of a 2-for-5er. I don't mind telling you that I was not touring among the Antipodes when the burglar-proof safe of the Farmers National Bank of Butterville, Iowa, flew open some moonless nights ago to the tune of $16,000. Aren't you afraid, asked Vining, that I'll call a cop and hand you over? You tell me, said Emerson coolly, why I didn't keep them. He laid Vining's pocketbook and watch, the Vining 100-year-old family watch, on the table. Man, said Vining, reveling, did you ever hear the tale Kirk tells about the 6-pound trout and the old fisherman? Seems not, said Emerson, politely. I'd like to. But you won't, said Vining. I've heard it scores of times. That's why I won't tell you. I was just thinking how much better this is than a club. Now, shall we go to my tailor? Boys and elderly gents, said Vining 5 days later at his club, standing up against the window where his coterie was gathered, and keeping out the breeze. A friend of mine from the West will dine at our table this evening. Will he ask if we have heard the latest from Denver? Said a member, squirming in his chair. Will he mention the new 23-story Masonic temple in Quincy, Illinois? Inquired another, dropping his nose glasses. Will he spring one of those western Mississippi River catfish stories in which they use yearling calves for bait? Demanded Kirk fiercely. Be comforted, said Vining. He has none of the little vices. He is a burglar and safe-blower, and a pal of mine. Oh, Mary Ann, said they, must you always adorn every statement with your alleged humor? It came to pass that at 8 in the evening a calm, smooth, brilliant, affable man sat at Vining's right hand during dinner. And when the ones who passed their lives in city streets spoke of skyscrapers or of the little czar on his far frozen throne, or of insignificant fish from inconsequential streams, this big, deep-chested man, faultlessly clothed and eyed like an emperor, disposed of their Lilliputian chatter with a wink of his eyelash. And then he painted for them with hard, broad strokes a marvelous lingual panorama of the West. He stacked snow-topped mountains on the table, freezing the hot dishes of the waiting diners. With a wave of his hand, he swept the clubhouse into a pine-crowned gorge, turning the waiters into a grim posse, and each listener into a blood-stained fugitive, climbing with torn fingers upon the ensanguined rocks. He touched the table and spake, and the 5 panted as they gazed on barren lava beds, and each man took his tongue between his teeth, and felt his mouth bake at the tale of a land empty of water and food. As simply as Homer sang, while he dug a tine of his fork leisurely into the tablecloth, he opened a new world to their view, as does one who tells a child of the looking-glass country. As one of his listeners might have spoken of tea too strong at a Madison Square afternoon, so he depicted the ravages of Radai in a border town when the caballeros of the lariat and .45 reduced ennui to a minimum. And then, with a sweep of his white, unringed hands, he dismissed Melpomene, and forthwith Diana and Amaryllis footed it before the mind's eyes of the clubmen. The savannas of the continent spread before them. The wind, humming through 100 leagues of sage-brush and mesquite, closed their ears to the city's staccato noises. He told them of camps, of ranches marooned in a sea of fragrant prairie blossoms, of gallops in the stilly night that Apollo would have forsaken his daytime steeds to enjoy. He read them the great rough epic of the cattle, and the hills that have not been spoiled by the hand of man, the mason. His words were a telescope to the city men whose eyes had looked upon Youngstown, Ohio, and whose tongues had called it West. In fact, Emerson had them going. The next morning at 10 he met Vining by appointment at a 42nd Street cafe. Emerson was to leave for the West that day. He wore a suit of dark cheviot that looked to have been draped upon him by an ancient Grecian tailor who was a few thousand years ahead of the styles. "Mr. Vining," said he, with the clear, ingenuous smile of the successful crook, "it's up to me to go the limit for you any time I can do so. You're the real thing, and if I can ever return the favor, you bet your life I'll do it." "What was that cowpuncher's name?" asked Vining, who used to catch a mustang by the nose and mane and throw him till he put the bridle on. "Bates," said Emerson. "Thanks," said Vining. "I thought it was Yates. Oh, about that toggery business, I'd forgotten that." "I've been looking for some guy to put me on the right track for years," said Emerson. "You're the goods, duty-free, and halfway to the warehouse in a red wagon. Bacon toasted on a green willow switch over red coals ought to put broiled lobsters out of business," said Vining. "And you say a horse at the end of a 30-foot rope can't pull a 10-inch steak out of wet prairie? Well, goodbye, old man, if you must be off." At 1 o'clock, Vining had luncheon with Miss Allison by previous arrangement. For 30 minutes he babbled to her unaccountably of ranches, horses, canyons, cyclones, roundups, Rocky Mountains, and beans and bacon. She looked at him with wondering and half-terrified eyes. "I was going to propose again today," said Vining cheerily, "but I won't. I've worried you often enough. You know Dad has a ranch in Colorado? What's the good of staying here? Jumping jonquils. But it's great out there. I'm going to start next Tuesday." "No, you won't," said Miss Allison. "What?" said Vining. "Not alone," said Miss Allison, dropping a tear upon her salad. "What do you think?" "Betty," exclaimed Vining, "what do you mean?" "I'll go too," said Miss Allison, forcibly. Vining filled her glass with Apollinaris. "Here's to Rowdy the Dude," he gave a toast mysterious. "Don't know him," said Miss Allison, "but if he's your friend, Jimmy, here goes." 25. The Memento. Miss Lynette Darmande turned her back on Broadway. This was but tit for tat, because Broadway had often done the same thing to Miss Darmande. Still, the tats seemed to have it, for the ex-leading lady of the Reaping the Whirlwind Company had everything to ask of Broadway, while there was no vice versa. So Miss Lynette Darmande turned the back of her chair to her window that overlooked Broadway, and sat down to stitch in time the lisle thread heel of a black silk stocking. The tumult and glitter of the roaring Broadway beneath her window had no charm for her. What she greatly desired was the stifling air of a dressing room on that fairyland street, and the roar of an audience gathered in that capricious quarter. In the meantime, those stockings must not be neglected. Silk does wear out so, but, after all, isn't it just the only goods there is? The Hotel Thalia looks on Broadway as Marathon looks on the sea. It stands like a gloomy cliff above the whirlpool where the tides of two great thoroughfares clash. Here the player bands gather at the end of their wanderings to loosen the buskin and dust the sock. Thick in the streets around it are booking offices, theaters, agents, schools, and the lobster palaces to which those thorny paths lead. Wandering through the eccentric halls of the dim and fusty Thalia, you seem to have found yourself in some great ark or caravan about to sail, or fly, or roll away on wheels. About the house lingers a sense of unrest, of expectation, of transientness, even of anxiety and apprehension. The halls are a labyrinth. Without a guide, you wander like a lost soul in a Sam Lloyd puzzle. Turning any corner, a dressing sack or a cul-de-sac may bring you up short. You meet alarming tragedians stalking in bathrobes in search of rumored bathrooms. From hundreds of rooms come the buzz of talk, scraps of new and old songs, and the ready laughter of the convened players. Summer has come, their companies have disbanded, and they take their rest in their favorite caravansary, while they besiege the managers for engagements for the coming season. At this hour of the afternoon, the day's work of tramping the rounds of the agents' offices is over. Past you, as you ramble distractedly through the mossy halls, flit audible visions of Aurus, with veiled, starry eyes, flying tag ends of things and a swish of silk, bequeathing to the dull hallways an odor of gaiety and a memory of frangipani. Serious young comedians with versatile Adam's apples gather in doorways and talk of booth. Far-reaching from somewhere comes the smell of ham and red cabbage, and the crash of dishes on the American plan. The indeterminate hum of life in the thalia is enlivened by the discreet popping, at reasonable and salubrious intervals, of beer bottle corks. Thus punctuated, life in the genial hostel scans easily, the comma being the favorite mark, semicolons frowned upon, and periods barred. Miss Darmondi's room was a small one. There was room for her rocker between the dresser and the washstand if it were placed longitudinally. On the dresser were its usual accoutrements, plus the ex-leading lady's collected souvenirs of road engagements and photographs of her dearest and best professional friends. At one of these photographs she looked twice or thrice as she darned and smiled friendlily. "I'd like to know where Lee is just this minute," she said, half aloud. If you had been privileged to view the photograph thus flattered, you would have thought at the first glance that you saw the picture of a many-petaled white flower blown through the air by a storm. But the floral kingdom was not responsible for that swirl of petalous whiteness. You saw the filmy, brief skirt of Miss Rosalie Ray as she made a complete heels-over-head turn in her wisteria-entwined swing, far out from the stage, high above the heads of the audience. You saw the camera's inadequate representation of the graceful, strong kick, with which she, at this exciting moment, sent flying, high and far, the yellow silk garter that each evening spun from her agile limb and descended upon the delighted audience below. You saw, too, amid the black-clothed, mainly masculine patrons of select vaudeville, 100 hands raised with the hope of staying the flight of the brilliant aerial token. 40 weeks of the best circuits this act had brought Miss Rosalie Ray, for each of 2 years. She did other things during her 12 minutes, a song and dance, imitations of 2 or 3 actors who are but imitations of themselves, and a balancing feat with a stepladder and feather duster. But when the blossom-decked swing was let down from the flies, and Miss Rosalie sprang smiling into the seat, with the golden circlet conspicuous in the place whence it was soon to slide and become a soaring and coveted guerdon, then it was that the audience rose in its seat as a single man, or presumably so, and endorsed the specialty that made Miss Ray's name a favorite in the booking offices. At the end of the 2 years, Miss Ray suddenly announced to her dear friend, Miss d'Armande, that she was going to spend the summer at an antediluvian village on the north shore of Long Island, and that the stage would see her no more. 17 minutes after Miss Lynette d'Armande had expressed her wish to know the whereabouts of her old chum, there were sharp raps at her door. Doubt not that it was Rosalie Ray. At the shrill command to enter she did so, with something of a tired flutter, and dropped a heavy handbag on the floor. Upon my word, it was Rosalie, in a loose, travel-stained automobilist coat, closely tied brown veil with yard-long, flying ends, gray walking suit, and tan Oxfords with lavender overgaiters. When she threw off her veil and hat, you saw a pretty enough face, now flushed and disturbed by some unusual emotion, and restless, large eyes with discontent marring their brightness. A heavy pile of dull auburn hair, hastily put up, was escaping in crinkly, waving strands and curling, small locks from the confining combs and pins. The meeting of the two was not marked by the effusion vocal, gymnastical, osculatory, and catechetical that distinguishes the greetings of their unprofessional sisters in society. There was a brief clinch, 2 simultaneous labial dabs, and they stood on the same footing of the old days. Very much like the short salutations of soldiers or of travelers in foreign wilds are the welcomes between the strollers at the corners of their criss-cross roads. "I've got the hall room 2 flights up above yours," said Rosalie, "but I came straight to see you before going up. I didn't know you were here till they told me." "I've been in since the last of April," said Lynette, "and I'm going on the road with a fatal inheritance company. We open next week in Elizabeth. I thought you'd quit the stage, Lee. Tell me about yourself." Rosalie settled herself with a skillful wriggle on the top of Miss d'Armande's wardrobe trunk and leaned her head against the papered wall. From long habit, thus can peripatetic leading ladies and their sisters make themselves as comfortable as though the deepest armchairs embraced them. "I'm going to tell you, Lynn," she said, with a strangely sardonic and yet carelessly resigned look on her youthful face. And then tomorrow I'll strike the old Broadway trail again and wear some more paint off the chairs in the agents' offices. If anybody had told me any time in the last 3 months up to 4 o'clock this afternoon that I'd ever listen to that leave your name and address rot of the booking bunch again, I'd have given 'em the real Mrs. Fisk laugh. Loan me a handkerchief, Lynn. Gee, but those Long Island trains are fierce. I've got enough soft coal cinders on my face to go on and play Topsy without using the cork. And, speaking of corks, got anything to drink, Lynn? Miss Darmonde opened a door of the washstand and took out a bottle. There's nearly a pint of Manhattan. There's a cluster of carnations in the drinking glass, but... Oh, pass the bottle. Save the glass for company, thanks. That hits the spot. The same to you. My first drink in 3 months. Yes, Lynn, I quit the stage at the end of last season. I quit it because I was sick of the life, and especially because my heart and soul were sick of men, of the kind of men we stage people have to be up against. You know what the game is to us? It's a fight against 'em all the way down the line, from the manager who wants us to try his new motor car to the bill posters who want to call us by our front names. And the men we have to meet after the show are the worst of all. The stage door kind, and the manager's friends who take us to supper and show their diamonds and talk about seeing Dan and Dave and Charlie for us. They're beasts, and I hate 'em. I tell you, Lynn, it's the girls like us on the stage that ought to be pitied. It's girls from good homes that are honestly ambitious and work hard to rise in the profession, but never do get there. You hear a lot of sympathy sloshed around on chorus girls and their $15 a week. Piffle. There ain't a sorrow in the chorus that a lobster cannot heal. If there's any tears to shed, let 'em fall for the actress that gets a salary of from $30 to $45 a week for taking a leading part in a bum show. She knows she'll never do any better, but she hangs on for years, hoping for the chance that never comes. And the fool plays we have to work in. Having another girl roll you around the stage by the hind legs in a wheelbarrow chorus in a musical comedy is dignified drama compared with the idiotic things I've had to do in the 30 centers. But what I hated most was the men leering and blathering at you across tables, trying to buy you with Würzburger or extra dry, according to their estimate of your price. And the men in the audiences, clapping, yelling, snarling, crowding, writhing, gloating like a lot of wild beasts, with their eyes fixed on you, ready to eat you up if you come in reach of their claws. Oh, how I hate 'em. Well, I'm not telling you much about myself, am I, Lynn? I had $200 saved up, and I cut the stage the first of the summer. I went over on Long Island and found the sweetest little village that ever was, called Soundport, right on the water. I was going to spend the summer there and study up on elocution and try to get a class in the fall. There was an old widow lady with a cottage near the beach who sometimes rented a room or two just for company, and she took me in. She had another boarder, too, the Reverend Arthur Lyle. Yes, he was the headliner. You're on, Lynn. I'll tell you all of it in a minute. It's only a one-act play. The first time he walked on, Lynn, I felt myself going. The first lines he spoke, he had me. He was different from the men in audiences. He was tall and slim, and you never heard him come in the room, but you felt him. He had a face like a picture of a knight, like one of that round table bunch, and a voice like a cello solo. And his manners. Lynn, if you'd take John Drew in his best drawing room scene and compare the two, you'd have John arrested for disturbing the peace. I'll spare you the particulars, but in less than a month Arthur and I were engaged. He preached at a little one-night stand of a Methodist church. There was to be a parsonage the size of a lunch wagon, and hens and honeysuckles when we were married. Arthur used to preach to me a good deal about heaven, but he never could get my mind quite off those honeysuckles and hens. No, I didn't tell him I'd been on the stage. I hated the business and all that went with it. I'd cut it out forever, and I didn't see any use of stirring things up. I was a good girl, and I didn't have anything to confess, except being an elocutionist, and that was about all the strain my conscience would stand. Oh, I tell you, Lynn, I was happy. I sang in the choir and attended the sewing society, and recited that Annie Laurie thing with the whistling stunt in it, in a manner bordering upon the professional, as the weekly village paper reported it. And Arthur and I went rowing, and walking in the woods, and clamming, and that poky little village seemed to me the best place in the world. I'd have been happy to live there always, too, if... But one morning old Mrs. Gurley, the widow lady, got gossipy while I was helping her string beans on the back porch. and began to gush information, as folks who rent out their rooms usually do. Mr. Lyle was her idea of a saint on earth, as he was mine too. She went over all his virtues and graces, and wound up by telling me that Arthur had had an extremely romantic love affair, not long before, that had ended unhappily. She didn't seem to be on to the details, but she knew that he had been hit pretty hard. He was paler and thinner, she said, and he had some kind of a remembrance or keepsake of the lady in a little rosewood box that he kept locked in his desk drawer in his study. Several times, says she, I've seen him gloomerin' over that box of evenings, and he always locks it up right away if anybody comes into the room. Well, you can imagine how long it was before I got Arthur by the wrist and led him down stage and hissed in his ear. That same afternoon we were lazying around in a boat among the water lilies at the edge of the bay. Arthur, says I, you never told me you'd had another love affair. But Mrs. Gurley did, I went on, to let him know I knew. I hate to hear a man lie. Before you came, says he, looking me frankly in the eye, there was a previous affection, a strong one. Since you know of it, I will be perfectly candid with you. I am waiting, says I. My dear Ida, says Arthur, of course I went by my real name, while I was in Soundport. This former affection was a spiritual one, in fact. Although the lady aroused my deepest sentiments, and was, as I thought, my ideal woman, I never met her, and never spoke to her. It was an ideal love. My love for you, while no less ideal, is different. You wouldn't let that come between us. Was she pretty? I asked. She was very beautiful, said Arthur. Did you see her often? I asked. Something like 12 times, says he. Always from a distance, says I. Always from quite a distance, says he. And you loved her? I asked. She seemed my ideal of beauty and grace and soul, says Arthur. And this keepsake that you keep under lock and key and moon over at times, is that a remembrance from her? A memento, says Arthur, that I have treasured. Did she send it to you? It came to me from her, says he. In a roundabout way? I asked. Somewhat roundabout, says he, and yet rather direct. Why didn't you ever meet her? I asked. Were your positions in life so different? She was far above me, says Arthur. Now, Ida, he goes on, this is all of the past. You're not going to be jealous, are you? Jealous, says I. Why, man, what are you talking about? It makes me think 10 times as much of you as I did before I knew about it. And it did, Lynn, if you can understand it. That ideal love was a new one on me, but it struck me as being the most beautiful and glorious thing I'd ever heard of. Think of a man loving a woman he'd never even spoken to, and being faithful just to what his mind and heart pictured her. Oh, it sounded great to me. The men I'd always known come at you with either diamonds, knockout drops, or a raise of salary, and their ideals. Well, we'll say no more. Yes, it made me think more of Arthur than I did before. I couldn't be jealous of that faraway divinity that he used to worship, for I was going to have him myself, and I began to look upon him as a saint on earth, just as old Lady Gurley did. About 4 o'clock this afternoon, a man came to the house for Arthur to go and see somebody that was sick among his church bunch. Old Lady Gurley was taking her afternoon snore on a couch, so that left me pretty much alone. In passing by Arthur's study, I looked in and saw his bunch of keys hanging in the drawer of his desk, where he'd forgotten them. Well, I guess we're all to the Mrs. Bluebeard now and then. Ain't we, Lynn? I made up my mind I'd have a look at that memento he kept so secret. While I was opening the drawer, I imagined 1 or 2 things it might be. I thought it might be a dried rosebud she'd dropped down to him from a balcony, or maybe a picture of her he'd cut out of a magazine, she being so high up in the world. I opened the drawer, and there was the rosewood casket about the size of a gent's collar box. I found the little key in the bunch that fitted it, and unlocked it and raised the lid. I took one look at that memento, and then I went to my room and packed my trunk. I threw a few things into my grip, gave my hair a flirt or 2 with a side comb, put on my hat, and went in and gave the old lady's foot a kick. I'd tried awfully hard to use proper and correct language while I was there for Arthur's sake, and I had the habit down pat, but it left me then. Stop sawing gourds, says I, and sit up and take notice. The ghost's about to walk. I'm going away from here, and I owe you $8. The expressman will call for my trunk. I handed her the money. "Dear me, Miss Crosby," says she, "is anything wrong? I thought you were pleased here." Dear me, young women are so hard to understand, and so different from what you expect them to be. You're damn right, says I. Some of 'em are. But you can't say that about men. When you know one man, you know him all. That settles the human race question. And then I caught the 438, soft coal unlimited, and here I am. You didn't tell me what was in the box, Lee, said Miss Darmande anxiously. One of those yellow silk garters that I used to kick off my leg into the audience during that old vaudeville swing act of mine. Is there any of the cocktail left, Lynn? The end.
A whole galaxy to go.